As soon as everybody's in, we will get started.
Welcome, everyone. We're really excited for NEUROTECH Now Day. We have some exciting things coming up in the pipeline, and James is going to kick us off.
Jen.
Yeah, Jen, why don't you open the day for us?
Okay, great. So good morning. I think good afternoon to some people. Good day wherever you are, from wherever you, whatever time zone you're in. We're so excited. Welcome back to the 5th annual ALS ONE Research Symposium. What is our last day here, and what has been an extremely robust first 2 days at the end of last week, where 25 experts in the field of ALS research shared exciting progress and discoveries from labs all around the world. We are overwhelmed that we now have over 900 people registered for the symposium who will be coming in and out throughout the day. In case you're just joining us today, my name is Jen DiMartino. I'm the executive director of ALS ONE. I, along with our ALS research team, who has been planning this conference for many months, we're so excited to be here. I'll just name off our ALS ONE research team: Doctors Robert Brown, Merit Cudkowicz, James Barry, Sabrina Paganoni, and Fernando Vieira. And we are so excited to be collaborating today and working with Indu Navar, Meera Gandhi from Everything ALS, Shell Lalji from ALS Heroes and the Dr. Shell Wellness and Aesthetic Center, as well as Lee Hochberg, the director at the Center for Neurotechnology and Neurorecovery at MGH, for day 3's today, Neurotechnology Day, a day entirely dedicated to neurotechnology, biomarkers, and brain-computer interfaces. We are so very grateful to all of our expert speakers who have really taken the time out today to be with us. We know everyone's schedules are so busy, and we're just so very grateful. So without further ado, I am going to introduce Dr. James Barry. He needs no explanation because of all of his accolades, but I love saying it anyway. James is the Associate Chief of Neurotherapeutics and Chief of the Division of ALS and Motor Neuron Diseases at Mass General Hospital, as well as the Director of the MGH NCRI. James?
Thanks so much, Jen. Thanks for having us here. I mean, thanks for putting this together, Jen. This is an amazing thing that you do year after year, and we really have had 2 wonderful days. What's sort of exciting is that we got to do our 2 days, and then we have a little break to reflect on all the wonderful things that we heard about and come at sort of a new topic for this year, which is the neurotechnology. I'm incredibly excited. Just to reflect a little bit, in 2014, at the time of the first Ice Bucket Challenge, I remember sort of beginning to tumble to this idea that maybe we could use digital data to quantify changes in function or health in people with ALS. It was sort of a vague thought that was motivated by an amalgam of rare articles that I saw in the medical literature, popular press articles, and TED Talks that I heard about on the radio. But clearly others were beginning this work, and it wasn't common, and it was certainly new to me, but it was beginning to take hold. And I did find that it was a little bit hard with medical colleagues to sort of set this as a priority. But I found some kindred spirits who were often ahead of me in thinking about digital biomarkers, but maybe not in ALS specifically, although in some cases that was true. So Jordan Green and Kate Conahan, speech pathologists working on ALS and really forwarding this idea of quantitative speech analysis. Jack Mark, an entrepreneur, Niels Rosenquist, a psychiatrist, JP Onella, who has a PhD in cell phone data analytics. That was new to me. But his lab was focused on using passive data from smartphones to analyze data in health. Kelly Urban, Josh Kosman at Biogen, Fernando Vieira at ALS TDI, and eventually Ernest Frankel at MIT, and then Indu Navar at Everything ALS, and Indu, of course, is here. And you know, at MGH, we had put together what would come to be known as the Healy and AMG Center for ALS, but wasn't yet. We had a small team of people who would eventually be well versed in this field of digital biomarkers, but at the time we were just interested in sort of willing to fail as we went along. And we did have some projects that didn't work out, but they always taught us about what the next step should be and what the next direction would be. Over the years, we've seen the digital outcomes field move from niche to mainstream. and the opportunities and challenges have come into focus, lighting the path forward. At this point, as a field, we have all the expertise that we need to succeed. We have tech companies that do a tremendous job developing novel approaches to data collection. We have data science teams that develop and apply analytics methods. We have academics designing protocols and assessing people with ALS. Pharma is developing drugs and designing and running trials. They want to incorporate digital biomarkers. And we have people with ALS who make all of these studies possible, and with their choices about participation are really the arbiters of priority and the ones who are telling us what works and what doesn't work in the field. Together, we have this robust ecosystem to take digital outcomes forward for ALS. There are cultural differences across these groups, and there are barriers to sharing data. And there's a friction that's created by the breakneck pace of technology development and the more plodding cadence of drug development. And those are all issues that we need to manage to get the most out of our work moving forward. And we can do that together. As we look around, there are inspiring examples of terrific partnerships between pharma, academia, tech companies, people with ALS, and advocacy organizations that are leading to an increasing number of publications and exciting new data. Today, we're going to hear from notable successes in the development and integration of digital outcome measures in clinical studies. And with more partnerships and more data sharing, more publications and more collaborations, the ALS community will find answers more rapidly and more robustly, and will benefit from all these digital outcome measures and all they have to offer. Now, in the second session of the day, we're going to hear about some of the most compelling work being performed in neurotechnology, namely brain-computer interfaces. The speakers represent academic and industry organizations who are literally turning thoughts into action. They're giving voice to people who are otherwise voiceless. Since over 15 years ago, when I first met Lee Hochberg, when I was a neurology resident, he's been pushing the field forward to reach for new achievements in BCI work. And he's been doing so carefully and methodically. And once again, the impact of this work is expanding. The niche interest is becoming a sector, and the ideas are proliferating. We're incredibly excited to have this session to hear some of the most remarkable BCI work performed across the world today and its application to helping people with ALS. So I want to thank everybody for being here. We look forward to really great presentations. It's an incredible field, and we're hoping that we'll also have robust conversation. Mira, I'll hand it over to you to start the session.
Awesome. Thank you, James. Wow, what great words to start the day off with. As you know, we are very patient-focused and patient-centered. And so we'd like to start the day off with some PALS, persons living with ALS. I have two special guests here today to talk to you a little bit about themselves. Alyssa and Dina, do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself? We'll start with Alyssa and then move to Dina.
I'm 61 years old. I was diagnosed in January of this year. I am a registered dietitian my whole life, and I loved working with people. I have a passion for gardening and cooking and hiking, all things that are slowly being taken over.
Thank you, Alyssa. That's powerful. Dina.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name's Dina Cellini. I live in Miami, Florida, sunny Miami. I am an attorney by trade. I never knew that some of these litigation skills would come in handy later on in life, in this new life that I have. But I've taken time out over the years to raise 3 children. I come from a very large, loud, loving Italian family, which is very supportive. And I'm doing everything I can to stay on top of this disease and to remain hopeful, prayerful, and grateful every day for what all of you are doing for us.
Thank you. Now, Alyssa and Dina, can you tell me a little bit more about your diagnosis?
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Okay. I went to my PCP in September. and she told me it would take me 6 months to see a neurologist, and in the interim I should go home and do yoga. And when I finally saw the neurologist, he was local, and without doing any of the nerve testing, he said, I have ALS and I have 2 years to live. Do I want to come back for the nerve testing? And it was shocking. I couldn't take anything in, but just that it's like I was given a life sentence based on his subjective findings. And it wasn't until I went to MGH that, I really understood everything.
Thank you for sharing that, Alyssa. Dina?
Yeah, so in February of 2020, out of the blue, I started to experience cramping in my calves. Then a little weakness. It took about a year before I got a diagnosis. I visited an internist, I visited a orthopedist trying to figure out, why I was, weak when I walked. And so finally, a year later, in February of 2021, I was diagnosed. Similar to Alyssa, it was not a pleasant experience. The clinician who diagnosed me was very pessimistic, not encouraging of clinical trials, wanted me to just kind of come back in 6 months. It was really shocking, but at the end of the day, his attitude prompted me to look elsewhere. And I'm happy to say that I've found, wonderful, wonderful doctors treating physicians. So out of that negative came a very positive. He did me a favor, we like to say in our family, but it was not an easy experience. So I think a lot more can be done.
Thank you. Now, Alyssa and Dina, you said a lot of great things just about your diagnosis and whatnot. What do you think what could have helped you to make this diagnostic process a bit more simple? We'll start with Alyssa.
Well, if there was any type of biomarker that the doctor could have used to say, okay, I see based on where you are, what you have, and we can follow you. I mean, I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but my appointments are every 3 months at MGH, so what's going on in those 3 months is super important, especially when most people with ALS live about 5 years. I don't know if that's still correct, but there's so much time where nothing's happening except the patient can fall into sadness. I also MGH is almost 3 hours from where I live. So if there was some sort of digital biomarker, we could get real-time info without having to. A day I go into MGH is exhausting, and it takes a day to get over that exhaustion. So digital biomarkers would give me information and the researcher and the doctor.
Wow, great, Alyssa. While talking to you, you also said it's just time and energy that you don't have to spend commuting to the hospital. And I think that that's such a powerful perspective. Thank you for sharing that. Dina, do you mind sharing what you think? I think you're on mute, Dina. I'm going to unmute you.
I would echo, obviously, what Alyssa said, but I would add to that I think it would be helpful if there were some standard objectives so that as you meet with different doctors, they're analyzing things objectively and not subjectively. Also, greater education and awareness by these kind of frontline physicians that you're more apt to see early on, the internist, maybe the orthopedist, because I found that those doctors, ALS just wasn't even in their realm. They're looking for, maybe problems with my hip. They're looking for, other diagnoses, but ALS was just not in their realm of possibility. And I think if there was greater outreach to these kind of frontline physicians so that certain symptoms would alert them to maybe look into ALS as a possible diagnosis, we could get diagnosed early on. I just saw probably 4 different specialties of doctors before I finally got to a neurologist. And I think we can do better than that, and we should do better than that.
And I think that that's a great take home. We can do better. And that means all of us here. We obviously are trying. So without further ado, I'd like to move on to the agenda. Thank you, Alyssa and Dina, so much for sharing your story. You two are incredible women, and we're happy to be on the front lines with you. My name is Merit Gandhi, by the way. I realized I didn't introduce myself. I'm the Chief of Staff of Everything ALS, and I would love to introduce you to Inda Novar. She is kind of a force of nature, and she's here to change the world, and I'd love for her to tell you how she's going to do that.
Thank you. And the story that thank you, Dina, and thank you, Elisa. I come from having had a similar experience, but with my husband going through as a caregiver. So I'm going to just share my screen about why Everything ALS was started. And we founded in 2020, and the main objective is to foster collaboration for development of standardized biomarker and to expand the use of digital biomarkers as an endpoint in clinical trials and to accelerate and bring efficiency to clinical trials. So, my background has been in just trying to. So who am I? My journey came from having gone through this experience, very similar to Elisa and Dina, that with my husband. He was, at Amazon for about 18 years, built Amazon Cloud, which many of you all of us actually enjoy, is innovation and mechanical Turk and many other tech innovation. But when we started going through very early symptoms and went to the neurologist very early, we were still shocked that, come back after 8 months, we'll see how much you've degraded, right? We watch how much you're degraded before we can make the diagnosis. So unfortunately, it took us 2.5 years to get diagnosed, and we got diagnosed in 2018 and he passed away in 2019. And following everything I've learned, I decided that I will continue the journey of working with everybody. And today we have over 5,000 people in Everything ALS, patient families that we support. And for this, I needed to be bigger than my own fears. And so this is this is why I do what I do. It is to really bring honor in memory of my husband, Peter Cohen. And I really don't want him to be known as a victim to this disease. I want him to be known as his suffering meant there was a meaning. There was a meaning. So, I want this to stop, because I would not wish this on anybody, what we went through. And my background is I come from being a technologist, and I was one of the founding team of WebMD. I started my own company, which I founded 20 years ago, which was venture-backed in outsource manufacturing, to help outsource manufacturing. So anybody, we use our laptops, our phones, which we had to innovate within 6 months. That was the software that I invented, and I sold it successfully in 2014. And now what we bring is speed, endurance, alignment, being a fast learner, and our experience of bringing the team together and having the growth, and how do we scale this beyond research to commercialization. So those are the skill sets that I bring in, and obviously this wouldn't happen without the team here. And James Berry actually talked about it already. And we meet every week. We debate every week. So we've made tremendous progress, which we'll cover a little bit in the later section. But really what we started off is to really think of it as a holistic, that is, we created a patient community, which is an everything patient community. And from that, we do data collection and then do the biomarker discovery, which we have a data science team, and we work with many of you here in the audience here. And our goal is to really take from what has been a traditional one-off studies and data locking mechanism. And James Berry, like how you said, we need to share in. Our goal is to really create this as open innovation platform, where when we do the study, this is actually shared to many researchers simultaneously. So we can be cost effective and also fast. So like I said, we have a very vibrant community with, and also we reach out through social media. We've got over 180,000 unique visitors in our social media. And our goal is to really peel the onion one by one. So if you look at the ALSFRS, we have worked on the bulbar, which is both modality, and our team will talk a little bit about what we have been doing there. And we are working on gross motor and respiratory in we kicked off right now. And also the fine motor being the last one. And many of you are already joined the consortia. So we have a consortia, competitive, non-competitive way of working together. And thank you. And we want to keep expanding this consortia. And our goal is to really holistically bring everybody together. So this is what it takes, and is, the patient, the AI startups who actually help fuel this engine of entrepreneurship and also innovation, and bringing in the AI community and the researchers and the biotech and pharma companies. And also, we're working with Critical Path Institute to really take this biomarkers to market. And with that, I'm gonna just have couple more to say that the strength of bringing in citizen-driven research is really large, in the sense that in a short amount of time, we were able to recruit a lot more patients, collect a lot of data, and also important part is really focus on equity, diversity, and bringing in access to a lot of the patients who do not have access because they're remote. And this actually allowed us to really bring in different ethnicity. And when we looked at even the subgroup, we were really matching very well to what we need to have as a data collection. So with that, I will actually kick off the next speaker. And of course, we'll be here if you have any more questions. And Kelly, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Kelly Herb, who is from Biogen, and he's a principal investigator. And actually, many of you already know him as running the Biogen digital health. and he's got decades of experience in biotechnology industry, overseeing research programs which are really aimed at developing, validating, and implementing this novel in the clinical trial measurements for multiple therapies. And we are honored to have Kelly actually give us a little bit more insight into what Biogen and he has been working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Indu. Kelly Erb, I'm a principal investigator in a neuromuscular disease digital health science unit at Biogen. So we actually have a global unit devoted to digital health called Biogen Digital Health. And I'll just kick off the conversation. I'm really excited to participate and honored to participate in this discussion with this community and to be able to do this work. I think what I want to do is just give you a sense of how we think about this at Biogen and what we're doing, and look forward to the discussion. So of course, I think as we all do, we recognize at Biogen the enormous opportunity that digital health technology offers us to be able to accelerate clinical development, clinical drug development. And that's the goal that we see is with candidates coming forward, how do we deliver the best measurements that enable us to test the hypothesis that they'll have an impact on the disease. And we think that digital health technology will enable us to do that and improve upon existing measurements of function. And so, the opportunities associated with active and passive monitoring, with high frequency monitoring, with the ability to reduce the burden of assessment, I think we all recognize that. And we're currently focused on how do we leverage a mobile platform based on how ubiquitous it is in our lives and how available it is to us, and the opportunity to leverage both the interactions that we have with the screen of the phone for assessing fine motor function, of course, the enormous work that's already been done to evaluate speech and bulbar function using the microphone, and leverage the sensors to give us a really granular look at gross motor function. And the sorts of things that we're doing in order to move us forward include working directly with patients and healthcare providers, first of all, to understand the relevance of particular assessments to the way they experience ALS. Certainly partnering closely with key individuals in the field and groups in the field, including Dr. Berry and others throughout the world, to understand the feasibility, reliability, and clinical validity of the tests themselves. So how do we overcome the technical challenges, the feasibility challenges associated with deploying the technology, but also how do we understand the relationship of the features and these assessments to other assessments that we normally do for ALS. And then finally, we are deploying these tests into clinical trials. So we have two exploratory endpoints, both in one in the ATLAS study that you heard about late last week, as well as in our BIB105 program in phase 1. And so what are we learning? I'm going to tell you a little bit about the work that we're doing with Dr. Berry at MGH. We recently completed a feasibility study in both healthy volunteers and people with ALS. We simply were interested in how could we deploy a mobile phone and Apple Watch based set of assessments that covered a broad range of both patient reported outcomes, assessments of cognition, speech, fine motor, and gross motor function. And we were interested first and foremost in feedback from participants and feasibility about how well they completed the assessments, how well they were able to follow the instructions, but what were the issues they ran into when they did that. But then of course, we wanted to understand the change over time and validity of the assessments as well. We did this during the pandemic, and enormous kudos to the MGH team for making it happen during the pandemic. But because of that, what we did was make the design basically fully remote. And so we had 3 remote visits at baseline, week 13, and at the end of the study. And we asked people to complete this battery of assessments every week. We enrolled 19 people with ALS and 23 healthy volunteers. And they were well matched by age, not so much by gender, but I think they were representative in terms of the location of onset of ALS. And we did see that they had a relatively, with the exception of a few individuals, a relatively slowly progressing disease based on the way that we think about that in current clinical trial settings. This is sort of a detailed look at the participant characteristics. You'll see the majority of people had limb onset ALS. We did have individuals who've been living with the disease for over 10 years and some that had just been recently diagnosed. And really they represented a broad range of disability. So what we asked people to do was to, as I said, complete this battery every week. They were provided the technology by mail and onboarded remotely. When they initiated their first assessment, we had an automatic schedule set up so that they would have a 3-day window each week to complete the assessments. We wanted them to try to do it within an hour of initiating the battery. They could do it anytime during those 3 days, but if they didn't complete it within the hour, they were allowed to do it again. And if they missed it, that represents an incomplete battery, but we saved all the data. So as long as they completed any one of these tasks, we saved that data. And really high level, what we saw was that people were very successful doing the assessments. We didn't see a large difference between healthy volunteers and people with ALS for doing that. We did have, I don't think we saw a great deal of change over the course of the study in terms of adherence. We did see a few individuals who struggled a little more than others with the tests, but a lot of this has also to do with how they're doing with their disease and in their lives, and how much impairment they had. And as I said, we targeted actually kind of a broad range of assessments, evaluating a broad range of abilities, and certain individuals couldn't perform certain tests. I mean, this is one of the things that we have to think about together. And if you look at our ALS cohort and our healthy volunteer cohort, we did give people the opportunity to skip assessments if they were uncomfortable doing them, if they didn't feel safe doing them, or if they weren't able to do them. And of course, we saw a little bit higher rate of skipping assessments among the people with ALS than healthy volunteers. We also saw some challenges with implementing automated analysis. And so one of the things we're working toward is automated, moving away from manual annotation and rating and implementing automated tools. And so we set up a way of evaluating individual performances and understanding if people could follow the test well and follow the instructions. And we did see some invalid tests as a result, but some of this has to do with the way that we implement that automation, and some of it has to do with the difficulty of the test. So I think a lot to explore there a little more deeply. We did, if we just take a look at the data real quick, we did see, even just with the self-administered version of the ALS functional rating scale, which was one of the assessments on the phone, we do see, I think, what we had seen before, which is that more frequent assessment does give us a better ability to estimate how fast people are progressing in their disease. And so these are changes from baseline in the traditional form of the functional rating scale, and then these are the changes from baseline in the digital assessment. And if we evaluated using a linear model the effect of time, of baseline disease duration, or whether or not they were taking ALS medications, we certainly saw a change in our group over time of about 0.5 point per month in both of the forms of the assessment. But we sort of noticed that the confidence intervals on the digital version seemed to be smaller than in the traditional version. And so we took a look at that by resampling the digital data at different frequencies, and could see this relationship, as I think we've seen before, that more frequent sampling gives us a better estimate of how fast the disease is progressing. So of course, this is important for the ALS FRSR, but it's also, I think, a further confirmation that this matters even for the performance assessments we might implement on the digital tools. Early analysis of the performance assessments, we're looking at a fine motor test like this, the finger tapping test, where we ask people to alternately tap the screen of the phone as fast and as regularly as they can for a defined period, show us that there is face validity to these tests in ALS. So this is quite a number of features you can generate on these data, including speed and the total number of taps that you achieve, the rhythmicity of the tapping, and then certain composites of those features. And we see, as we look at across the subdomains of ALS FRSR, all of these features really most strongly related to the fine motor domain on ALS FRSR, and less so on other subdomains or the total score. So I think what this tells us is that there is face validity to these assessments. It doesn't mean that we should necessarily strive to perfectly agree with the ALS functional rating scale as we're developing new ways of making the measurements, but it's a good confirmation of some convergent validity. And we saw that across each of the domains of function. So these are data from our speech task, again, the finger tapping test and the walking test. But we do have some challenges that remain. And so in this field, a common way of addressing or of analyzing gait data with digital health technology involves a modeling approach that isn't necessarily valid when you incorporate walking aids, right? So a lot of our participants are using walking aids of some kind. And initially it looks like there's a really nice relationship between a gross motor function subdomain and gait speed, but we have to remember that we have to be careful about the technical validity of the analytic approach. Despite that, even if we ignore that test in particular, we see a really good initial ability to distinguish people with ALS from healthy volunteers, and that's encouraging. And so we want to go forward and understand the properties of the test individually, its reliability, it's independent of the ALS functional rating scale, and we're encouraged by this. And I'll just follow up lastly by saying that we're learning a lot from this type of work, and I think this work tells us how best to deploy these assessments in clinical trials. Like I said, we're implementing the same assessments in Atlas, and which will give us the opportunity to evaluate how they do in relationship to when neurofilament elevates, to when people manifest the disease clinically, and then obviously in the context of an intervention. So an opportunity that you don't necessarily get in observational studies, which is really, really important as we develop the tools. And likewise, just even from the low-hanging fruit of evaluating the ALS FRSR more frequently, we have that implemented in our BIB 105 program as an exploratory endpoint. And I will stop. I might have gone over a little bit, but thank you very, very much. I'm looking forward to the conversation.
That's all right, Kelly. You started a little late, so we have some time to get back on time. We have a little bit of sort of time at the end if we need to run into that. That's okay. I want to just sort of we don't have a ton of time for questions, but there are some concepts that I think may come up throughout the day that you hit on. One of them is this idea of convergent validity versus sort of requiring that a new digital biomarker correlate perfectly with the ALS FRSR. And I wanted you to sort of talk about how you think about those two different ideas a little bit, just in general.
I think that, I mean, I think it's exactly as you say. I think if our goal is to initially sort of predict how maybe an imperfect scale might behave in the context of a larger trial. Eventually, it would be great, depending on how successful we are with these tests, to use them directly to tell us about function. I think what we need to do is understand if there is a relationship, but we don't have to, we shouldn't strive to train necessarily. I think that we get into some some circular arguments if we start to try to train features to predict an ALS FRSR score.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think this will come up again, both in discussions and possibly presentations. Looking at change over time is different than looking at how things correlate with ALS FRSR.
Exactly.
Again, convergent validity tells us maybe what it's measuring, but not necessarily whether it's going to be responsive. The last thing I'll just touch on, again, not a long answer here, but another concept that I think will come up throughout the day, and is certainly on my mind as we go through all of this, is what do we think about timing? How do we make, at some point we want to make a move from, exploring biomarkers and observational studies to putting them into, useful situations, that is trials or even in the clinic. How do you think about what hurdle we need to pass in order to put something into a trial and translate that way?
The trade-off is really about the burden to the study and the cost of doing it, and just making a good bet. And you have to be willing to adapt as we go and be able to learn from what we're doing. I think when we find a measurement that is very responsive, very reliable, seems really promising, we might see it get elevated out of an exploratory endpoint context. But it's really challenging going from a single site or even a small cohort of sites to a global 17 country, 37 site operational context. So I think we need to do things in parallel, but I think we also need to make progress as a community in terms of honing in on what are the right assessments, so that as we start to generate that really important evidence across all these trials, there's some alignment about what measurement is, because that's where it will be really powerful in terms of validating the new assessment. And I think what you're doing to bring everybody together and enable that outside of clinical trial research is critical.
Kelly, we had a question that just came in about the use of digital technology to measure pre-symptomatic onset in ALS, and we are going to move on to Satoshi-san in just a second, and this is a focus of what he's been thinking about as well. So I'll have him opine about it as well. But one of the places you've been thinking about this is in the ATLAS study, and so I thought I'd give you a chance to.
I mean, just a really incredible opportunity. The fact that we now have a potential biomarker that could tell us about those that are beginning to experience disease activity, and we can relate the functional assessments to that event even before they go on to develop ALS, lets us to ask the question. It just turns into, what is the most sensitive and reliable measure we have?
Yeah, it's a slightly different question to say, how do you track ALS progression, than sort of how do you find at the beginning? And this is something that I know that Satoshi Iwasaki, our next speaker, has thought deeply about. And so I think in the interest of time, we're going to have you do some of these introductions, and I might just transition to the next speaker, if that's okay. Satoshi Iwasaki, PhD, is the Senior Director of Digital Healthcare Innovation and Corporate and Product Strategy at MT Pharma. I have worked closely with him and seen his really the way that he thinks very deeply about how digital biomarkers and digital data can impact healthcare in general, and for people with ALS, get us to a diagnosis more quickly, fit into a clinical care plan, and find its way into clinical trials. Satoshi-san, we're excited to have you. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oops, we can, but there's an echo.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, can you hear me?
That's better. Now we don't seem to have that going.
So yeah. So again, thank you so much for giving me a chance to introduce an MT Pharma strategy and challenge to develop the digital biomarker in ALS. And I'm Satoshi Iwasaki, head of digital healthcare innovation team in Mitsubishi Tanabe Pharma Holdings America Inc. And today I'd like to introduce my team initiative in ALS. align with MT Pharma's core strategy name around the pill solutions. And this is just a disclaimer, so I want to skip this slide. And this is a slide I picked up from our midterm management plan 2021 to 2025, which we published it in March 2021. We mentioned on our two key strategies in the plan, which are precision medicine and around the pill solution. As you know, precision medicine is to provide a high effective treatment option to the specific patient populations. And we like to develop the potential solutions covering the entire patient journey, addition to develop the new therapeutic treatment options. So we named this strategy as around the pill solutions. And our definition of around the pill solution is developing that and providing the digital therapeutic technology that complement traditional interventions by keeping patients engaged and on track with their treatment and empowering them to manage their disease in a more holistic way. So,
I think we lost his internet. Yeah.
He did say he had a little bit less internet, so I'm happy to share his presentation, which I'll grab in a second.
Yeah. We'll give
let's give it just 1 minute. One thing we could do, you know, we're running a little bit behind. We could always, if we have trouble in just a minute getting him back connected, we could move maybe to RAM and then see if we could get Satoshi to speak a little bit later.
Yeah, I think.
Well, let's give him 1 second to see if he can come back on, and perhaps, you know, if Mira is able to share the slides, maybe.
Yeah. Perfect.
It looks like we maybe lost him.
Yeah, we did. We got dropped.
Okay, I'll tell you what. While we work out the apologies for the technical difficulties, there's something funny about that on NEUROTECH Day. I hope we can all share in that in that irony.
Murphy's Law.
Right? Yeah, Murphy's right. Exactly. Fun. Hopefully informative, but fun. Ram, are you okay to step in?
I'm ready to go whenever.
All right, let's have you step in, and we'll communicate with Satoshi. Mira,
I got it.
And you want to intro?
So yeah. So Indu, you want to intro Ram?
Yeah, you do it.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so Ram Miller is the executive director at Novartis, who is leading efforts in both drug development and digital endpoint development for ALS, and really seeing how these will merge together for them. We've presented at a number of conferences. I'm incredibly intrigued by the study that they put together to explore what endpoints may work well in drug development. And Ram, we're incredibly excited to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you. So I will share my screen. Please let me know when you can see this. I only have one screen, so I can't see what's going on in the chat or anything else. So please let me know if I need to pause.
Okay, we'll take care of that. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna simply present our approach and what we're doing to try to evaluate some digital outcomes that we hope will be useful for incorporation in our drug development studies. And just as a quick overview, I think, you know, when we think about a clinical measure, or, you know, they can come in different forms, but I guess to some extent they need to be able to capture how someone feels, how well they function, you know, be some measure that may capture survival. And these are measures that, depending on where you are in the drug development cycle, I think would all be relevant. And one of the reasons we're particularly interested in ALS is because one of the main ways we capture the disease is through the ALS FRSR, which performs remarkably well if you consider, that it really wasn't developed for the purposes that we use it in clinical trials. And it does have, various psychometric liabilities. So certainly when we look at clinical outcomes, we were motivated at Novartis to develop a novel digital outcomes for assessment in our clinical trials. We also think that there are other advantages for these novel digital outcomes, and that, I think first and foremost, it might lower the barriers to participation in a clinical trial, and that clinical trial activities can be conducted remotely. And I think also there is a very strong realization that digital data collected by individuals in their home may actually more closely reflect the real world experience, particularly as it relates to functional status for not just for ALS patients, but for any patient. There's also some data to suggest that, and this is from Jeremy Scheffner's work, that the more frequent one is able to collect outcome data, this may improve study efficiency. And I think in Kelly's presentation, he showed some data that supports this notion as well. So with that in mind, we took a little bit of a kitchen sink approach to our initial study. And what I'm going to show you on the next slide is really our first study. But we really wanted to assess feasibility, acceptability, and preliminary validity of a broad battery of ALS novel digital endpoints. We tried to evaluate technologies that capture a broad swath of ALS function, and we mirrored it on the ALS FRSR, and that, as you'll see on the next slide, the technologies that we chose reflect various domains of the ALS FRSR. And in so doing, we hope to capture a broad picture of disease. But what we're doing is really throwing a bunch of technologies at the wall and trying to see what sticks. So what we've done, and hopefully you can see my pointer, essentially we use an iPad app that launches a ALS assessment battery, and using technologies, some of which are built into the app, and others the app launches and connects via Bluetooth connected devices. So we measure bulbar function by measuring tongue strength. We measure slow vital capacity using a Bluetooth enabled spirometer. We measure lower extremity function by conducting an instrumented time get up and go test using a Bluetooth enabled activity monitor. Built into the app, we have a spiral drawing task, which measures fine motor function. We have various digitized versions of conventional questionnaires that are built into the app. And we also collect speech assessments through this app. And I'll show you the design of our clinical. And so the individuals are brought into the clinical center at regular intervals, but they're asked to perform this battery once a week. I think, it's important to also recognize that if one is collecting digitized versions of traditional paper and pencil scales, they may need to undergo some modification. We are collecting the ALS FRSR, which, as if all of you know, was designed to be assessed by an external evaluator, and we're using the self-administered versions. What we're also able to do through this app is we're also able to have the participant hand the app to a caregiver, and we are able to evaluate a traditional measure of caregiver burden through the app as well. Digital data collection, we've discovered, and many of you are aware, has its own challenges. It may not generate the piles of paper that a traditional paper and pencil clinical study may generate. But we have an app, and it has to function properly, and it has to be user-friendly enough that everyone can use it. We need to have a reliable internet connection because our data, the data collected from our study, are sent directly to our servers. And we need to regularly evaluate the data to make sure that it's complete and clean and there's no erroneous measures. We also think that it's important to collect direct participant feedback, particularly for a study such as ours, which is really conducted at an early stage. We ask questions about ease of use, whether the tests that they're conducting are relevant to their daily life, how frustrating they found performing the test. There's an interesting piece of feedback that we're beginning to get in that we ask them whether the conduct of the test gives them a sense of control over their disease or whether it discourages them. And this led us to really struggle with the concept of how much of the clinical results do we share with the study participants in real time. I think that's all I had to present now. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Ram. I think you really hit on some of the big topics, and I want to just I think we may have some questions that come in, but I want to just hit on a couple of questions here. One is just very practical. So when you have caregivers doing their caregiver burden, do they have the same login to the device, or do they have their own login? And are there regulatory considerations for that?
Yeah, they have their own. They use the same login as the participant. It's worked into the battery. So I suppose it is possible that the participant could be entering the information, but the way we enroll the study is we enroll the person living with ALS and what we call a study partner, which we ideally is the caregiver. It doesn't necessarily have to be the caregiver, but they are both enrolled and consented together. It's a slightly different process in that what they're consenting to is different, but they're enrolled together so that I would imagine that obviates the regulatory privacy concerns.
Yeah, okay. So that's good. That makes sense. I love this idea of sort of integration for usability because, many times we're talking about giving people now, multiple different apps or things. And so, excited to hear kind of in your presentation how this goes or how that's worked. So far, any read on how it's been for usability?
Well, for the most part, the usability has worked pretty well. We do run into problems with difficulty connecting the Bluetooth-enabled devices. The app seems to be functioning quite well. And for the most part, we're getting quite reasonable data. I think, some of the tests require not just participant training at the beginning, but retraining. And this is something that, as part of our study, we've asked the clinical centers to reach out to the study participants by phone on a weekly basis, just to check in on how things are going. But certainly as we review the data, and we're trying to do it as much in real time as possible, we've identified some technologies seem to be harder, some tests seem to be harder, and we've asked the sites to retrain study participants as needed for those. But this all weighs into the decision-making process in terms of which technologies are the best candidates for moving forward to clinical trials. And I think one of the things we're learning is, as much as possible, as we'd like to be able to assess this broad spectrum of disease, we might only be able to capture certain aspects of the disease using digital technology, at least at the present time. Not everything is ready for prime time, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, this is something that we really, really are learning along the way. I think as a group that there are some tasks that if people did them right every time would be great, but it just is not how it works. There is one question that came in that asked about how many patients are enrolled, and I guess I would add to that, how many are you looking for in your study?
Right. So we currently have 17 participants enrolled, and we're planning to enroll up to 30 in the study. So we're a little bit over halfway done.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing. We're gonna move along. This was, I think again there are some really important concepts that come up about usability, about training and retraining. I didn't get to talk to you so much about the instructions on the ALS FRSR, but that maybe is a discussion we can have kind of at the end about the self-entry on FRSR. I think now that that Satoshi Iwasaki is back on and ready to sort of jump back into the presentation.
Yes. Hi, James. So can you hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so sounds great. And I'm sorry about my disconnection. And I already sent my slide deck to Mira. So that even though I drop out again, so you could enjoy the slides. But anyway, so let's start my presentation. And again, so I'm Satoshi Iwasaki, head of digital healthcare innovation team in Mitsubishi Tanabe Pharma. So could you go to the slide 3? Yeah. So these slides I picked up from our mid-term management plan 2021 to 25, so which we published it in March 2021. So we mentioned on our key strategy in the plan, which are precision medicine and around-the-pill solution. And we like, addition to the precision medicine, so we like to develop the potential solution covering the entire patient journey, addition to developing the new therapeutic treatment options. So we named this strategy as around the pill solutions. Next slide, please. And our definition of around the pill is developing and providing the digital health therapeutic technology that complement traditional interventions by keeping patients engaged and on track with their treatment and empowering them to manage their disease in a more holistic way. So on this concept, we set 3 types of goals for the solutions, which are addressing the challenges in the patient journey and optimizing the treatment and disease management comprehensive for better outcomes and cures, and proving the value of the pharmaceutical products by real-world evidences. And we will implement these solutions by collaborating with many external stakeholders in the disease community. I put named here. Next slide, please. And these are examples of around the pill solutions we mapped out on the ALS patient journey. So as a starting point, so we deep dive into the patient journey and find many challenging points which would be potentially supported or solved by evolving digital technologies. So in ALS, so we ideated 4 types of digital solutions as in here. So including assistive technologies, which we also have are also quite meaningful to develop for ALS community. So, and I'm very looking forward to learning about these updates in this afternoon session. And what we found it as one of the biggest challenge points is a lack of objective and remote way to detect and monitor disease symptoms and its progression, which means a lack of digital the biomarkers, which Dina mentioned in the beginning of this meeting. So digital technologies could be a good fit on this solution. So because of it is objective, quantitative, and its platform can be provided to real-world setting. The achievement of digital biomarker development would be work in many ways. It will be enable early symptom detection connected to the accelerated diagnosis, better patient compliance and daily life support, and improving the effectiveness of the drug development in clinical setting and with real-world data. So our ambition is to develop the remote monitoring platform based on the daily living actions, such as using smartphone or speech and daily activities as digital biomarkers. Next slide, please. For this achievement, we established the digital healthcare innovation team and implementing the feasibility studies in the remote disease monitoring technologies and with collaborations. So, the following are our ongoing feasibility studies and collaboration in ALS community. And all of these studies are drug-free and remote studies. And I want to elaborate of each. So from the left, so this is a collaboration with James Berry and MGH. So we started the collaboration with James and the startup named MQ Medical, who developing a new algorithm to detect the disease symptoms through typing and touchscreen actions since 2019. And we started another study with him since 2020 involving Buoy app developing by Harvard and wearables powered by Axgraph and Modus to collecting the real-world data, especially monitoring the gait pattern and activity levels. And today, so sake of time, so I didn't put the details of these studies, but I would say that the first result of interim analysis from this study will be presented by James' team in an upcoming conference in this November and December. And the middle, so we also started a new study named Track ALS. So this is a collaboration with Barrow Neurological Institute and Emory University, which Dr. Jeremy Schaffner and Dr. Jonathan Glass as the PIs. We are focusing to collect verbal-related data and activity levels through this study. And we put several digital platforms powered by Orantics, ZephyRx, and Axgraph. And again, so this study is fully remote and patients will be able to join from any region in the US. And we are still enrolling the patients for this study. So please feel free to reach out to me or the site if you are interested. And we have executed a data sharing agreement with Everything ALS, a great organization which we are sharing the same goal as the developing digital biomarker in ALS. Thank you, Indu. and so we will have a plan to co-analyzing the data with them. And next slide, please. This is our roadmap to developing the digital biomarkers. As I shared in the previous slides, so 4 studies are ongoing, and we start analyzing the data, and we'll publish the results from this year. And we're still planning to start a new study, complement these the other studies. And we're developing a new smartphone application for fine motor assessments, and it will be a part of the new study. And we will let you know when we are ready to start. And for the strategic implementation of R&D solutions, so we always establish the Science Awards consists with KOLs, data analytics specialists, and from advocacy groups, including the people living in the disease, and getting their feedback from the very early stage of the projects. It gave us a great opportunity to get the community engaged to our projects. As I shared, so this is a kind of the long-term, strategy and plan. So, and I believe that this plan, the timeline would be aligned with the ALS action plan, which FDA published this summer. So we are very looking forward to analyze data for the potential digital biomarker development together with the community to knocking the door of the regulatory bodies. And we would like to provide a comprehensive disease monitoring platform as one of the around-the-field solutions by collaborating with the disease community in the near future. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. And I wanted to share you the Phil Green's comment in the conference last July. So that he said that we are the research partner. So as you know, so Phil is a person living with ALS and embodying it through his contribution to ALS community. So, and we invited him as one of our science board members, and he really is supporting us in many ways. And when I asked him his photos, so he kindly sent me these photos and asked me to choose it, but I cannot pick one because of it's all good, so great. So I would like to express my gratitude using this opportunity. Thank you so much, Phil. And as I shared in my presentation, we, MT Pharma, wanted to be one of the research partner for you as community to develop the new solutions, including digital biomarker. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was a wonderful presentation. I think you've thought about this, as I said, so deeply, and not just in sort of the clinical trials context, but in a number of different contexts. There's so much that we could ask about this. I know that you have this real focus on early detection, but also sort of monitoring symptoms throughout this. I'd love to talk to you about the early symptom monitoring, and hopefully we'll have time to talk about that as a group. But I wanted to just ask you, one of the things that you said is that you're working to develop an app that'll look at fine finger motion. Mm-hmm. What goes into the decision about using something that exists versus developing something in-house? And I want to just, if you could briefly comment on that thing. Yeah.
So it's a great point. So as you know, so we already have some candidates to monitor that dexterity or the fine motor stuff. However, but what we found is that mostly maybe we need additional candidates, I don't know that it should be replaced, but that be replaced or just a complement. But anyway, so we think that maybe we need an additional component to assess fine motor stuff through the additional stuff. But as you know, we already know that there is many apps, to enable this, and I also discussed with Indu, maybe last week, and again, so our intention is not do the duplicate stuff, so just the update, and learn from the past experience. So, but anyway, so what I believe is that still we need some additional technology enables to detect the fine motor assessment, beside of the gait, gross motor and just verbal functions.
So sort of the opportunity to basically, it doesn't seem like there is something else that's doing quite what you see the opportunity to do. So it makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna just in the interest of time, I'm gonna move on to the next. There's so much to talk about, but I'll also just note that the partnerships that you're building across the community have just been wonderful. And we see that in all the projects that you talk about, which are all partnered with.
And I would say that I want to expand more, to not limited to the the community, but with we farm ourselves, So
it's wonderful, wonderful. Yes. All right. So we are running a little bit behind, but I think we can make this up on the back end. I still think we should take our break, but I think what we'll do is maybe delay our break just a little bit so we can get through the next two presentations. So we'll be maybe 15 minutes behind or so. Our next presentation. So I think what's really exciting about the next two presentations is that they're of a feather. They're a pair. So these are two companies that found each other. One in pharma that's working to develop a drug, and one in technology that is developing this biomarker that has a use. And so excited to hear about them together. And I think that's why I want to make sure we can hear them back to back and then do our break. I hope that's okay. We're going to hear next from Alon Ben-Noon, who's the co-founder and CEO of Neurosense Therapeutics, working to develop a therapeutic called Prime-C based on really promising animal data and a phase 1 trial. Don't see you on my grid. have you here?
Oh, yeah.
What is it that you need?
We don't see Alon.
Oh,
I think he was on earlier.
He's not on right now.
Oh, Misha's there, so probably Misha can go first.
Yeah, so one thing we could do is flip flop. Misha, if you're on, and then Amira, maybe could you reach out to Alana and see if perfect. If we can.
Yeah, I am on. Give me 1 second to just bring on the slides.
Sure. So let me introduce you while you're doing that. So Misha Breakstone is the co-founder and CEO of NeuroLight.ai, and NeuroLight is providing a technology that is being used in the next step of development of the NeuroSense drug, Prime C. And so, you know, this partnership is really exciting for us to hear about. How did this come together, and you know, what is the technology that's being used? Misha, we're really excited to have your presentation.
Thank you so much. Do you guys see first of all, me, and second of all, my screen?
We see you and your screen. Yep.
Awesome. So thank you very much for the introduction. I'm indeed the co-founder and CEO of NeuroLight, and we're transforming clinical development in neurology. I'm actually talking from the Laguna Biotech CEO Forum, which is a really cool event if any of you have been here in the past. So a lot of excitement here about clinical development, and a lot of talk here about that. So very privileged to be here. Thank you for inviting, and indeed doing exciting work also with Alon, who I'm sure will talk after me. At a high level, or at a glance, our goal is to transform clinical development, diagnostics, and precision medicine in neurology using artificial intelligence. Some background about the company. So we're early, we're young. We were founded about 1.5 years ago. We're all repeat entrepreneurs and operators. I previously founded a company that sold for close to $600 million before founding NeuroLight, and my partners are as well repeat entrepreneurs or founding operators. One of my partners was previously CTO of Flatiron Health, and our CIO was previously global head of innovative R&D at Teva. We've raised a little over $30 million to date. We're privately held. We're about 35 people. And in a nutshell, our AI-driven platform, what it does, it extracts oculometrics using standard video cameras. No specific hardware is necessary in order to provide objective and sensitive digital biomarkers, which enable early detection and accurate monitoring and diagnosis and precision care. We're currently working on 4 indications, ALS, which we're partnering or collaborating with NeuroSense on, as well as AD, PD, and MS. Our assertion is based on, you know, that there's a huge amount of, a large body of scientific work out there showing that oculometric markers can be leveraged to overcome the existing pain points in CNS drug development, which I'm sure you're all more acquainted than I am. You know, the subjective nature of clinical disease assessment, the extremely high inter-rater variabilities, delayed diagnosis, and the high rates of misdiagnosis. Just to note, when I say oculometrics, so I'm referring to biometric measurements of motions of the eye. Usually saccadic, anti-saccadic movements, smooth pursuit, square wave jerks, and pupil dilations, and other micro measurements of the eye. In total, we measure over 100 different parameters in one fell swoop using standard video. So as I mentioned, there's a growing body of research that supports the value of oculometrics and the correlations between oculometrics and the actual disease or the indication, number 1, and 2, the acuity of the disease, which we'll talk about later. There's over 750 different papers in top journals, including, you know, Lancet and Brain and Frontiers, etc., showing that these correlations are robust. Usually those papers look at a single or 2 or 3 different parameters. And again, one of the areas where we're innovating is looking at all of those parameters at once and then applying kind of what is often referred to as AI. We prefer to call machine learning models to optimize all those parameters at once. So here is kind of a glimpse of what is out there in the literature specifically pertaining to ALS. On the left, you can see how saccadic and anti-saccadic latencies can help separate between controls and ALS patients. The graph there shows quite a clear separation, both in errors and correct results of saccadic movement. On the right, you can see the correlations that exist between 4 different ocular parameters and the different stages of the disease. It's pretty robust, as you can tell. And again, what's really cool about our technology is we're not looking at, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these measures, but rather over 100 of these at once in order to produce this highly accurate and also sensitive proxy for say ALS-FRS. So why haven't people done this before? Well, traditionally, ocular measurement technologies was, impractical in a clinical setting. And one of our goals is to make this entirely accessible in clinical settings, in clinical trials. So traditionally, you require a dedicated device, an eye tracker, a gaze tracker. The head needs to be restrained. You need a traditional lab setting. And even with that, you're able to capture 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 oculometric measures. And it takes, long sessions because each oculometric measurement needs to be done separately. With our technology, we can do it with our background software and any standard webcam. Currently, we're using laptops. In the future, we'll also be doing this on mobile phones. It can be deployed basically in almost any setting, including, one where the interference of light and potentially also movement. And as I noted, we capture over 100 different oculometric measures and during a 10-minute or less examination. So as Alon will note shortly, we're collaborating with Neurosense to demonstrate the value of these partnerships that are cross-industry. What we're doing is our collaboration involves sharing and tracking of the patient data to advance the identification of various different ALS biomarkers. Our goal is to establish or reestablish the correlations noted in the literature of these oculometrics, specifically with ALS-FRS. The trial started in June and will last 18 months. We've already seen and analyzed 20 patients to date. I'm not allowed to say anything, official or final about the results. I can tell you that, we're very optimistic about the ability of replicating everything that was produced, everything that was reported in previous literature and then some. So highly optimistic, anecdotal and initial results, and looking to later on publish this in scientific journals, of course. What lies ahead for us? Well, we're moving very quickly. Again, we're 1.5 years old, but we're all previous startup from tech, actually, other than Gil, who did Flatiron. And so we're moving very quickly. And it's going to be a while before the FDA can look to approve anything that we're doing, but we are applying for or looking to do technical and clinical tool validation. So it starts with ALS longitudinal study with Neurosense. We've also launched a trial for Parkinson's, and starting in November. Hi, sorry, was there a question? No. Looking to planning to do a large MS trial, both cross-sectional and longitudinal, shortly. We see this collaboration as vital to advancements in ALS. That's at a high level. You can feel free to reach out to me or to the company. Very happy to take questions either here or offline. And again, very privileged to be here. And thank you, Indu, for inviting us.
Misha, that was terrific. I would just say that Merit put in, and I would completely agree that ataxias would be a great target illness for you as well. I think that's absolutely true.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We have our CIO on the call, so I'm sure she's taking note of that. Thank you for that. That's super helpful.
I would, I guess, add to that, one that's on our mind a lot here in the US anyway, and probably in lots of places because of sports, is concussion. And that's another place where I would say potentially big need for this kind of thing that could be done flexibly.
But I think concussion, you already have some objective biomarkers to some degree, I'm assuming. So I'm not a neurologist, but
yeah, I wouldn't make the assumption before you. It's at least places to do a little due diligence. I think we see, there was a case in the NFL of a quarterback who went and got injured recently, and it just points to the fact that there aren't perfect biomarkers. So
actually, so with me here at Laguna is the CEO of Viz AI that they do stroke, but they do also other things, and we actually chatted about that recently, yesterday being recently. Anyway, thank you very much for the comments. Any questions that I'm happy to take?
So one question that I have, and then we'll move on to Alon, and we can maybe do questions together as well. But I guess I wonder how much of this is doing what we often do with biomarkers, is sort of building the bridge as we go across it. That is, we're not sure, because you can look at so much data. We think likely something will come up with eye movements in ALS versus having that signature. And how do you think about that for the ALS kind of?
No, it's a very, very good question. So I think traditionally, usually when people say AI, it's a code name for we don't really know what we're looking for. We're going to throw in a hell of a lot of data and hope for something good to come up, right? Use machine learning to surface some insights. So that isn't the case for us. Unequivocally not the case. We're following the literature. For ALS specifically, there's a little less literature than the other indications that we're doing. I think it mostly stems from the fact that traditionally people have believed that the eye was basically preserved in ALS until very later stages, but that turns out to be true on the macro level and not on the micro level. So there are quite a few publications as I skimmed through some of them, showing that there are deep correlations, and those are exactly the type of correlations we're looking for. So we're not, we're not on a fishing expedition. That's what our analysis looked at. And again, without divulging anything confidential or too early, I can say we're more than very optimistic about being able to replicate those results and bring the research around oculometrics more to the forefront, having been able to reproduce this with any standard hardware and at a much larger scale than is reported in the literature. As an example, for healthy volunteers, we've measured over 1,200 volunteers to date, and you can see a real difference between people who suffer from a disease and the healthy people. And also within those that suffer, you can see a correlation with the various different clinical measures. So we didn't found a company based on wishful thinking, or at least we think that we didn't, hopefully. So
it sounds like a lot of legwork has gone into this. I think it's fabulous, and the eyes really are a window into health and neurology more than you might think. There is a question that came in: is this neurology hoping to detect ALS or to monitor progression of the disease? Those are slightly different uses.
Yeah. So I think our goal as a commercial company is to provide value that we can help at the beginning sell to pharma companies or collaborate with pharma companies early on. And the value there is twofold. One is indeed identifying those that suffer and from ALS and being able to remove people that are misdiagnosed with ALS, but to also monitor the progression. If we're able to produce a biomarker later on approved by the FDA, but at the beginning, even for internal uses and decision making, that can produce something that is replicable, no inter-rater variability, and is also more sensitive. That would deliver a lot of value, and the technology is definitely meant for both. So different indications that we look at have different pain points. For example, Parkinson's, it's much more important. The progression in UPDRS is there's high variability, but it's relatively well understood. Whereas the diagnosis, early on, and the different movement disorder or Parkinsonisms are very hard to separate. Essential tremor and MSA, PSP, Parkinson's look quite similar early on. So understanding, helping diagnose or adding that additional layer of data early on for Parkinson's is really helpful for removing misdiagnoses. But for indications, for example, like MS, where the progression is very slow, usually then sensitivity is really important. So it varies by indication. For ALS specifically, it's both.
Okay, that's great. And if putting together those contexts of use as you go through that process will be interesting. We talked a little about that a couple of days ago. We could go on and on. It's amazing technology. I want to make sure that we get to Alon before we take our break. Alon Van Noon, I gave an intro to him earlier. He is the CEO and co-founder of NeuroSense, doing development of Prime C and ALS, and is partnering with Neurolight to look at this as an endpoint in the middle stage development that they're doing now. Their phase 1 is done, and they're moving on to kind of phase 2, where these biomarkers could be really, really useful. Alon, do you want to add?
I'll just jump off. Thanks so much, James and Indu, for inviting me and for creating this amazing forum. Bye, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, James. Good morning, Indu, and everyone here on this panel. Thank you very much for inviting us to present. I've heard Micha is a great guy and great collaborator. Neurolight is a fascinating company. We are very glad to partner with them. To those of you who are not familiar with us, although I think that most of you are, but those of you who are not, I know that many think that we are the next Amylyx, and I can understand why, but we are actually much more than that. Although we are developing also a combination therapy for ALS, we are looking at other different targets that we think that are pertinent, of course, to the disease. We have very strong and compelling preclinical data, and also compelling clinical data, although from an open label study, but with statistically significant biomarker results, which I'll tell you about later. But that is just to say that we are looking, as you've heard Micha, we are looking at many collaborations and partnerships, since we think that this is a key for a small startup like us to move forward and advance a therapy for ALS patients. We do believe that these collaborations create win-win situations to the industry itself, obviously to patients, so it's a win-win-win. And by that, we can evaluate better the therapy that we are developing. So I'll move through a presentation, which is actually the corporate presentation with some modifications from recent times. We are a NASDAQ, we are listed on NASDAQ, a public company, so this is why we have this disclaimer here for looking forward statements. And as I stated before, we started in 2017 running preclinical studies in a zebrafish model, 2 different models, 2 different labs, outstanding results, moved forward very fast with the encouragement of leading physicians. Some of us are here on this event today. Towards the clinical stage, we provided an intermediate formulation of Prime C. This is the combination drug Prime C to people with ALS. 15 people participated in the study for 12 months. And upon the results, we moved forward and prepared for a larger phase 2B clinical study. And we are now running this study, enrolling patients in a ratio of 2:1, 2 on Prime C, the novel, the extended release formulation, the new formulation we developed, and others on placebo. This is a 505(b)(2) pathway because we're using 2 existing molecules, ciprofloxacin and celecoxib, although in different doses than the marketed dose and a new formulation, but still this is a 505(b)(2) pathway. And I'll move forward, disregard now the patents and the other indications that we're working on. So we are taking here an innovative approach, working on several targets in parallel with this combination drug in order and with the hope to create a meaningful clinical benefit to the patients. We believe that if we can target in this very complex disease several targets, then we might create a clinical benefit. We have an amazing team, a very diverse team at NeuroSense. All of us, it's not all the team, but all of us at NeuroSense are super devoted to the cause, to ALS, super creative, and trying to move as fast as we can in order to bring an effective treatment to the patients as soon as possible. And this is our scientific advisory board. We are very proud to have leading clinicians, top-tier clinicians in our scientific advisory board with us, and also to collaborate with many more from other clinical centers in Europe and in the States, of course, and in Israel. The pipeline, so with ALS, we are in phase 2 study, and we're also working on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's in a very early stage, and it also helps us when we're looking at these indications and looking at biomarkers in these indications to understand better the potential of the combination of ciprofloxacin and celecoxib and the pathological pathways for ALS as well. I don't need to present this slide. Obviously, all of you are familiar very well with ALS. It started with Shai Rishoni, an ALS patient who led also Price for Life, an organization that incentivized other organizations not related to ALS to get into the field. I met with him and he inspired me, and basically this is how everything started, with gathering a great team and bright minds to consider what are the targets that we need to go after, and then identify the molecules to do this job. Unfortunately, Shai passed away in May 2018, but before he did, we got great, outstanding results from the preclinical studies, and I told Shai that we are going to name our combination drug, that now we are going to develop it, and we are going to name it Prime C as a tribute to him. His last name, Rishon, it translates to Prime in English. So we believe that many compounds didn't go through clinical studies, phase 3 clinical studies, and failed because most of them were aiming to one single target. And in this very complex disease, it's difficult, even if you create change in the target, to create a clinical benefit. So we have a combined therapeutic strategy to target multiple pathways. And this is Prime C, a novel extended release formulation, a nice blue tablet, quite small, so it will be easy to swallow. Sometime in the future, we intend to develop also a sophisticated formulation that is actually liquid, and patients will be able to receive in other route of administration. But for now, we are moving with this formulation and we're working with this formulation in our current clinical study, aiming to target mainly microRNAs, so actually to regulate microRNAs to reduce iron accumulation in motor neurons and to reduce neuroinflammation in the surrounding of the motor neurons. So this is just to elaborate on the mechanism of action, but I'll skip since we don't have much time. I'm also going to skip these slides that most of you are familiar with the results from the preclinical studies, and just tell you about the previous trial with 15 participants that was done with Professor Vivian Drori and Ichilov. Patients were dosed for a period of 12 months. We looked at safety, efficacy by the LSFRS and vital capacity and biomarkers. So with regards to the results, it was an intermediate formulation. Actually, it was a different dose also, lower dose than we are using in the new formulation, and also a dose that an immediate release drug. And still we got, when we compared our results, since it's an open label, to the PROAC database to match patients, we saw 30% difference in the vital capacity, which looked great. And along all the way, we understood that there is something there. At least we got hints that there might be something there with regards to pulmonary functions, and also 18% with the LSFRS. Obviously, we aim and we intend and hope to achieve much better results, much stronger results in the current study that we are running with the new formulation. But it's still important to mention that all the patients requested to continue on the medication once the study was concluded after 12 months. And we, of course, allowed it. And then we ran some biomarker studies with a company called NEUROTECH from Boston, from the Boston area, with the neuron-derived exosomes, and also collaborated with Mass General Hospital in order to obtain samples and to look at this research and analyze the results. And I'll just focus on the main parts here of the biomarkers. So we were looking at several pathways, and we noted that in all of them, we can detect changes between control and people with ALS. Statistically significant, the differences are clear. And then we're looking at our patients in comparison to naive patients for a period of 12 months. And what we see is that patients who are on the intermediate formulation of prime C declined in the TDP43, which is a toxic protein in motor neurons in ALS. And also we saw a nice reduction in so there is a reduction in TDP43 and reduction, which is statistically significant, of course, also in the prostaglandins that reflects neuroinflammation, as opposed to the naive patients, which actually didn't change. So again, this work was done in collaboration with Mass General Hospital and NEUROTECH, and we appreciate it very much. Again, as mentioned before, we believe in these collaborations, and we learn a lot from this, advancing the science in the field. And recently, we also we ran PK studies with healthy volunteers. But what's important to note here that these are normalized graphs when we're looking at the intermediate formulation. You can see that these are the profiles that we obtained for CIPO and celecoxib. But when we are looking at prime C, the novel formulation that we developed, it overlaps one another, and therefore we believe that it creates a greater synergism between the compounds, and therefore hope that we can obtain much better results with that. So now we are running the phase 2b study, the paradigm study. It starts with 6 months of a double-blind dosing in a ratio of 2:1, and we are moving forward to an open label extension for a period of 12 months, when there all the patients, of course, will receive prime C and not placebo. We are looking at LSFRS, vital capacity, of course, and also these two biomarkers that shown before that we achieved already statistically significant results in a previous study, and we believe that we can show it again and correlate it to the results coming from the ALS and vital capacity. So it's neuroinflammation and TDP. Of course, we are looking also at safety measurements like any other study. We are running the study. We need to update this map. In Israel, several centers in Europe, not just Italy, and also in the United States, hope to open Mass General very soon, and Loma Linda. We might open additional clinical centers. We are considering that, but the aim is basically to conclude enrollment and complete enrollment by the end of this year. And that's the aim, and we're trying to achieve that. So I'll skip the slide about what we achieved in the first half of 2022. The important stuff were mentioned already, and I'll leave some room for questions. So please, I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alon. I wanted to so I wanted to just ask, I mean, it's an amazing program. You know, kudos on all the work that's gone into this. You've really made this leap from preclinical into phase 1 and now phase 2 with such terrific trial designs, and you've incorporated biomarkers in a number of places. For today's discussion, I wonder, how did you settle on putting Neuralink in as an outcome measure that you thought was worth putting into the trial?
So with regards to Neuralite, first, we were considering many biomarkers to add to this study, again, to understand better the outcome of the study, and maybe also to find something that correlates very well with the ALS-FRS and vital capacity, and perhaps in a future study for us and for other companies, we may work with a lower sample size. So basically with less patients involved in the study, and therefore you need less resources, and you can conclude in a faster manner and understand what therapy you've got in your hands. And therefore it can assist to not just to us, but to all the industry. So Micha approached us, or was it perhaps Dr. Rivka Kreitman from Neuralite? She approached actually, and then Micha approached, and they told us about the oculometric biomarker that they have, and it sounded something that is sustainable and can be achieved, can be obtained, and we are now collaborating with them, and we're very happy about it. It looks promising. We hope that they will achieve the results that they want to achieve, and they will improve their AI and machine learning algorithms. And by that, they will be able also, we'll work with them also in the future, and other companies will benefit from it as well. And just to add, in addition, with regards to everything ALS, we're also looking at the options for additional digital biomarkers. We are considering all the time to add more and more, as long as it doesn't add much burden on the patients in the study. We're looking to add more measurements, again, to better evaluate the treatment.
And that's always sort of the balance. We do have other questions. I think what we ought to do is we're running a little bit behind, about 15 minutes behind. What I thought we could do is maybe take a 10-minute break. And so that would take us to 11:05. I think we can still make up this time. We're gonna have to look for it. So, Mira and Indu, maybe we can put our heads together during the break and figure out how we're gonna shuffle it so we get everybody in. But amazing presentations this morning. Alon, thank you very much for walking us through the development.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you, Indu.
Really, really wonderful. All right, so we'll be back in 10.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hopefully everybody got some break, and we're going to restart this session. And, I think the rest of the agenda is going to be, we're going to go a little bit into, results. And before we start, we'll talk a little bit about everything ALS, what we said, what we've been doing. We started in 2020, and we actually do analysis at the same time we're doing data collection. So we're going to hear a little bit about that, and then you're going to hear about Amazon and we have a partnership with Amazon, and their interest is coming into helping in ALS, and then we are going to do the panel discussion. With that, I'm going to just share a little bit about if you guys had seen a little bit in the morning. This is everything ALS. Our goal is to really bring the whole community together in terms of the patients. And what we do is when we collect the data, there's a patient dashboard. So the data is actually shared with the patients as well. And then the data is collected in open data platform. And you heard from Miha about the startup data, and also you'll hear from Modality, and without them, this ecosystem wouldn't work. So we really produce the data along with the partnerships with the startup, and then that is available for a lot of the pharma companies who are our partners. And you heard from Satoshi from MT Pharma, and also Bristol Myers Squibb, and many others and Neurosense were all joined together to create this consortium. And thank you for everybody who's joined in. And the research that we're doing is, the first one was speech and facial video, and also cognition. And that's the one that we're going to go a little bit more deeper into it. And also for fine motors, we looked at Bing search engine. And so we worked with Microsoft, with the ALS patients, and looking at the Bing search engine and going back in time to seeing how the fine motor has been affected. And we got very, very good results. And we compiled the results. We're in the last part of publishing. And with that, we feel very comfortable that we can actually come up with certain features and functionality for capturing the fine motor for progression tracking. And we just got our IRB approved. We've just kicked off what we call Radcliffe multimodal project that is looking at walking with the sensors in the feet from FeetMe, and breathing, which is from Zapharax, and speech from Oral Analytics as a partner. And what we call this is supervised. So this will be more buddy system where Mira and team are actually leading that. And we will be talking to patients every week, once a week, and this is going to be 100 patients. And, we are really invested. Our core value and commitment is to bring justice to research. And we hear this over and over again, that not everybody can participate in the research. So it's not about equality. Equality is everyone does not really get to participate just having equality. And what we need is equity and justice. So with equity, we really focus on how do we meet our participants, our ALS patients, where they are, and not giving them the tool and saying, well, get on it or not. We really want to understand what are some of the frictions that is there in bringing equity and justice to research. So with that, we were able to, in 14 months, we signed up about 750 participants in our speech and video collection, and we collected over 1,000 hours of data, and along with using modality.ai platform. And I think I mentioned this a little bit, and this is very, very important to us to make sure that we can actually get the inclusion, race, diversity into the program. And the way we capture all of these things, and we have built an in-house system where, this is our backend. So we have what we call our research backend, and this is something that we have developed it. So if you see in our dashboard, we say that, this is how many participants have signed up and how many, so we actually get to know in last 7 days, how many sessions happened in the last 30 days. And we go into the detail of, and if you look at, we have ambassadors, each of the ambassadors are actually matched to the participants in the research. So these are the ambassadors that actually connect with the patients, connect with the participants on a everyday basis or every week basis, and make sure that they are participating. And this is like, for example, our active participant list, where you have, I just turned off what we call the PHI. We can look at all the PHI, but right now I've turned it off, though. That means you won't be able to see any PHI. So it's safe for me to show it here, where modality ID, we use NeuroStamp and who's the ambassador who's been assigned, and when was the last session, when was the first session, how many sessions have they done, and this is the date. So we see that, these are all the participants who have actually done the number of sessions, and yellow means it's been a while, and so we connect with them and different statuses. And then with that, we look at different reports. If you go into the reports, and we can see what are the different reports. All this is, by the way, generated in real time as we get the participants and their information. And I wanted to, tell you there are different programs, and we're doing the ECAS, completely automated it. So this is 100% done online on Zoom. So we've actually created a system where everything is remote. Again, it goes back to making sure that we have inclusion, and also we have patients from every part of remote area or in the cities. It doesn't matter where they live, they have the opportunity to join us. So with that, I will introduce our team here. I think we have Alan and Julian from our Everything ALS data science team, and they will talk a little bit about what we are collaborating with modality to really look at the data. So with that, I will have Julian and Alan introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Indu. I will present today. I will share my screen. Okay. Well, hello all. My name is Julian Peller. I'm a researcher in Everything ALS data science team, led by Alan Teitz, who's also present today. We'll briefly present 3 different approaches we have been exploring this year. All this research is done in collaboration with the MIT, MGH, IBM, and modality.ai. Okay, our general goal in our research is to find the finding of speech-based, visual, and acoustic digital biomarkers of the disease. Finding those biomarkers could help in different tasks, such as early diagnosis and progression tracking, and also replacing or at least complementing self-reported scores such as ALS FRSR and ROADS, and in turn having results on those tasks would impact the clinical trial process, for example, by having better measures of the impact of the drugs, or by starting the trials earlier. Under this overarching goal, our first goal is to create a progression tracking algorithm to assess the speech decline in ALS patients. For that, we have the data collected by Everything ALS, and on this ongoing effort Indu just mentioned. The current dataset has more than 600 participants, and they do different speech tasks at home using their own computers or smartphones. They complete tasks such as pataka, sustaining a vowel for 5 seconds, the bamboo passage, and in the end they complete an ALS FRSR, assessing their current status. We will present 3 different approaches our team was exploring: the video approach, and an audio approach, and a word duration-based approach. First, we start with the video approach. For processing videos, we are using a facial mesh with 468 landmarks. It basically detects various key points of the face, like the tip of the nose, the jaw, the eyes, and so on. We then use these landmarks to build different features. For example, the mouth aspect ratio, which is the height over the width of the mouth, or the eye aspect ratio, which is the height over the width of the eye. We build a lot of these features and we track them through time in the session. For example, here Alan is saying the bamboo passage, and we can see that he blinks when the eye aspect ratio collapses rapidly. And we can see also in the mouth aspect ratio how the speech and the silence parts are distinguished. For now, we are focusing on features around the mouth area only, and we are keeping 18 features, 18 time series built on top of these landmarks. We use this set for 2 different tasks. One is a simple diagnosis task, and the other one is a progression tracking of the speech subscore of the ALS FRSR. This is the question 1. In this slide, we have some results of the of the diagnosis task using 18 mouth-based time series extracted from 5 seconds, a 5-second window of the pataka task, using different models, aggregating the time series with simple aggregations and using random forests, or keeping the time series and using LSTMs. This is a simple classification task, as I said, where we are distinguishing between controls and symptomatic patients with a bulbar subscore lower or equal to 10. This is 2 points below the 12 score of full bulbar functions. And for this setting, we obtain an accuracy of 79%, an area under the ROC curve of 86, and an F1 of 79. And the accuracy is compared against a 50% baseline, since this is a balanced classification setting. For the progression tracking, on the other hand, we use the same set of features, this time of the bamboo passage task. And in this case, the best performing model is a random forest. And we approach the progression tracking as a multi-class classification rather than a regression. This is, we are predicting the speech subscore as a class over 4 different classes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are not considering the class 0 for now. Under this setting, which is more difficult than the previous one, we are obtaining 73% of accuracy and good correlation coefficients, both Cohen's kappa and Matthews p. Okay, our next approach is the audio approach. In this case, we are taking as input the audio tracks of the tasks, converting them into MEL spectrograms, which is a well-known representation of audio in the time frequency domain, and works as a pivot into the image-based processing world. those spectrograms and are then fed to standard convolutional networks pre-trained on ImageNet. And we use, this is the deep learning basic technology, and we use this pipeline to extract some tasks. We use this pipeline for the same tasks I just presented, for the binary classification and for the progression tracking, using again a 5-second window. For the diagnosis binary classification, we obtained 84% of accuracy, 89 of AUC, and an F1 of 76. And for the progression tracking, between 1 and 4, we are obtaining 80% of accuracy, and again, strong correlation coefficients. Finally, the last approach, the word duration-based approach. As the name suggests, here what we are doing is obtaining the transcription of the audio utterances, and we measure the time it takes for each word, for the subject to pronounce each word. It can be seen as a kind of refinement of the normal speaking rate. It's the rate, the speed for each specific word. For this case, we are using the Babu passage, which has more words. And we use different sets of words. We construct a feature vector, and we use a linear regression on top of it. In this case, we are presenting only progression tracking results. We obtained very good results, an accuracy of 88, and again, a strong correlation coefficients. A footnote for all the progression tracking results is that the data distribution is strongly biased towards the higher ends, the scores 3 and 4, and in particular for this approach that relies on transcription tools, they tend to fail more in unintelligible cases, the lower end of the speech subscore. So these results are biased towards 3 and 4. We are working together with AWS to obtain a transcription tool that's fine-tuned to address these issues. Okay, so to wrap up, we presented 3 different orthogonal approaches: audio, video, and the word duration based, applied to an in-the-wild data set. This is collected at home. All of them, the 3 approaches showing a strong signal for both diagnosis and progression tracking tasks, which is quite amazing. And we are currently working on putting all these approaches together in a multimodal setting to benefit from all of them. That's it. Thank you for your attention. I hope it was interesting. I'm open to any question now or in the panel discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I think if you have any questions, we can ask towards the end of the presentation. And moving on to the next would be, I would like to introduce David Sunderman Oath. We call him DSO, and he's the founder and CEO of Modality.ai. And DSO is a creator of world's first self-driven neurological assessment. And he's a scientist, engineer, founder, and also the former tenured university professor. And overall, he has a track record of publications, over 200 books, patents, and articles. And we are very excited to bring DSO here to actually share, his work with Modality as a Modality.ai.
Well, thank you so much, Indu, for inviting me to this prestigious forum. And we have heard a lot about the work of Everything ALS today. We've been working with Everything ALS almost from the start. We are 4.5 years old company headquartered in San Francisco. We are globally distributed across 5 different countries. And we are, as Andrew mentioned, focusing on self-driven neurological assessments, which really means that we are looking at things like ALS, Parkinson's disease, depression, schizophrenia, autism, all of those diseases which normally require patients to come to the clinic. As we heard earlier from the patient testimonials, it is very difficult for patients to do this in many cases. And so we were looking into things that allow us to assess the progression and the presence of these diseases using technologies like the ones that we just discussed, for example, with Julian's presentation, such as, for example, speech and vision and linguistic traits, digital biomarkers that can do this. Because today, patients have to come to the clinic, they undergo these subjective exams, as you know, that psychiatrists and neurologists apply. And we've been doing this not as the first inventors of such technologies. As James Berry mentioned earlier today, there's been a host of key opinion leaders and innovators that have been looking at these things for more than 10 years now. Jordan Green, who was mentioned earlier today, for example, is a very tight and strong collaborator of ours. And he has been looking at, for example, the use of computer vision, speech processing, and other modalities since 2011, give or take, and has actually shown in quite a number of studies that these things can be used in order to determine the changes that ALS patients, for example, undergo very, very early and with higher accuracies than you could do this with the manual eye and with the manual ear. And so you see him here mounting Hollywood-grade camera equipment in his lab and mounting reference points on participants' faces. And there's a lot of human involvement. Still, patients have to come to the clinic in order to do these things in these specialized labs. And that's basically what modality really understood needs to change. So what we do is that we bring these foundational insights that research at MGH and other places in the world have shown to work. We bring them into consumer devices that everyone has at home, so that participants and patients can really benefit from these technologies today and now. And we cut out the human processes that are involved. Like, we don't need to mount reference points on faces. We don't need to have research assistants that segment data and tag data and do the statistical analysis. We don't need to have human interviewers, the physicians and speech pathologists and neurologists that actually conduct the human tasks, because you can actually do these things fully automatically with machine learning, artificial intelligence. We actually have a virtual agent, Tina, that we developed over the years that is interviewing patients in a very similar fashion as the speech pathologists or neurologists for ALS would do at the clinic. And Tina is doing this by following the same protocols, the same things we have heard a number of times today, diadokinesis tasks like the Pataka exercise. We have heard about finger tapping. We have heard about things like picture description tasks, facial movements that need to be captured, and sometimes silent tasks, all of which we have implemented a modality and standardized protocols that are delivered through Tina in a human-like fashion. And you do this through your smartphone, you do this through your iPad, your laptop, any device that's internet connected, there's a webcam, microphone, is compatible with this sort of modality. And you don't even need to install an app, because you just have to go to a website and then you talk to Tina. That's the approach. We've been working on this approach for 4 years now. As I mentioned, we have obtained an FDA status. We are FDA listed class 2 software as a medical device, and even being used not only in clinical trials, but also in clinics across the country. And as you can see, not only in ALS is one of our significant foci, but we've been developing protocols across the board in a variety of diseases. This is our pipeline, as you can see here, reaching from neurodegeneration all the way to mental and behavioral conditions. We have dozens of IRB approvals, protocols completed with key opinion leaders in the field, with some of the most prestigious research institutions in America and globally, and have conducted numerous clinical studies that then resulted in peer-reviewed publications that actually show the clinical validity of this approach over and over. It's not just that Jordan Green and others have shown this in these very controlled settings, but as Julian just mentioned, these are self-driven assessments. They're self-administered. So you have Tina that talks to you on your smartphone as a patient, as an ALS patient, for example. You undergo, you talk to her, and it's all done by yourself. And even though it is in, at your home in uncontrolled environment, we are able to show in over 50 peer-reviewed publications now that this sort of self-administered capture actually lives up to the expectations, thanks to very modern technology like these enormous webcams and microphone arrays that you have on these devices today. And then, of course, very high-speed internet connections, reliable internet connections that you that we can benefit from. Looking at ALS specifically, we are working with a number of international partners. As you can see here, this is just a selection. We are backed by not only venture capital firms, international venture capital firms, but we also are backed by the NIH by receiving a fast-track grant in ALS to develop the basically 510(k) clearance data for the FDA. We're working with Mass General Hospital on this. We are, of course, one of the major partners of Everything ALS. The speech and visual study that was mentioned a number of times is backed by us, and Texas internationally in Europe at the Charité in the Netherlands and other countries as well. And this is thanks to an enormous leadership team and team that we've put together from acknowledged and well-known institutions across the world. I want to dive a little bit in the last 2 minutes of my talk today, a little bit into the data that we've been able to accomplish in partnership with Everything ALS. So this is the data set that Julian was also mentioning. He was talking about the fact that we are looking at visual features, looking at speech features, looking at linguistic features, and that there is an attempt at putting these together, right? You don't look at these two different modalities in isolation. No, we really want to benefit from the complementary characteristics of these different modalities. And so what you can see here, just as example of this, is that when you combine speech and vision, like for example here, you actually see different parameters and features that you extract from vision, like for example your jaw velocity or lip aperture, things like that, and of course from your speech, like for example speaking rate, loudness, pronunciation-based features. You see that when you look at specific effect sizes and statistical significance, you actually see that it's quite across the board that some of these features are very responsive. And so it makes a lot of sense to combine them to have actually stronger statistical power. And you see this, for example, here when you want to distinguish between people that have bulbar onset versus controls, very similar cohort, like the one that Julian just walked you through, that you actually achieve areas under the curve through combining these modalities that are significantly better than when you, for example, just look at speech itself in isolation. So this really gives rise to the belief that you want to combine these different things as well as possible and in a very powerful fashion. And you can also, in doing so, actually identify, for example, with disease progression, very interesting effects that otherwise are harder to be shown. Like, for example, the fact that there's not such a thing like fast progression or slow progression in ALS, but you will see that there is actually a change in progression rate that is happening to many individuals that start off slowly progressing and then go into a fast progression phase. And these are things that you can capture, of course, through these frequent measurements that you can do. As you can see here, many measurements almost on a weekly basis that are being done through Everything ALS and through these remote digital biomarkers. You can capture these things now and identify these effects in much more fine-grained fashion than you used to do with these old instruments. And that's how I want to wrap up my talk today.
Thank you, DSO. And I just listened to the product launch of iPhone in 2007. That was 15 years ago. And when Steve Jobs said, aren't you tired of listening to your voicemail one by one? What if you want to get to the third? Now we have it. You can actually, things like that, right? Like we want to break some of the things that we were doing in the past, and we want to bring such technology to, to ALS here. And thanks for DSO and startups who are actually doing that. With that, I would love to introduce Rishi Madhok who's joined us from Amazon, AWS, and Rishi has been a founder, advisor. He's a physician, investor, and he scaled companies and focused on, telemedicine, remote patient monitoring, medical devices, not only in the US and also in Africa and Asia. And at Amazon AWS, he focuses on VC and startups for healthcare life sciences. And even though he's an emergency medicine physician, I feel like I'm talking a tech person all the time, because he has actually built healthcare companies from what he calls paper napkin to exit. With that, I would love to welcome Rishi Madhok.
Thank you, Indu, and good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you guys are right now. Let me just quickly share my screen. Hopefully you can see those slides. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to everyone. And I always feel a little bit sheepish because I'm used to speaking, or, in a prior life was used to speaking more academically and love the presentation of the research and the work everyone is doing. But my life track has taken me down a route where I see myself as a facilitator. So I'll be talking to you a little bit about our focus at AWS, and specifically in our healthcare life sciences division, which I help lead up globally. And I'm very proud of the partnership that we've had with Indu and Everything ALS, as well as the Cudkowicz Foundation. But Amazon really does believe in principles, and it starts with putting the customer first, to invent and be patient, and that's been a core philosophy. And it applies very much to healthcare as well, where the returns are not always immediate. Research from inception bench to commercialization, if it ever reaches, can take decades. But it is important to continue that effort and continue to apply new and innovative techniques to hopefully expedite or increase chances of success. And we're very proud to be a part of that. When I talk to people, and say I work at Amazon, specifically Amazon Web Services, I get a lot of eyebrow raises. They just think, maybe One Medical, and I won't be talking about One Medical. But, AWS specifically has a healthcare mission. And, and I'll read it word for word from the slide, is, to enable access and delivery of person-centered healthcare, driving improved outcomes at a lower cost by accelerating the digitization and utilization of healthcare data, right? So the goal is to help companies, right, create healthcare data that is accurate, that is available, to apply learnings from that data to information and insights, just as you're all doing, and create a scalability around that can also create personalization at the same time. So how do we do that? Our support, AWS puts $1 billion of capital into startups every year. We strongly believe in scaling that, and we have a dedicated groups for startups, academic medical centers, healthcare, biotech, you name it. We're a company filled with lots of small teams, but we all work together as one to really help advance. And so when we partner with companies, healthcare institutions, government, whomever, we bring obviously a technical expertise, and we are, very happy to say, engaging with Everything ALS very deeply on their tech review, bringing subject matter experts, doing architecture reviews, opening up new access to cutting edge technologies and research that we have, as well as helping make connections. But also on the other side of things, we are a resource for startups, more than just cloud compute. We believe in assisting with go-to-market, getting a share of voice for your entity for the work that you're doing, whether it's on our own marketing or media channels, but also, again, making those connections. Of course, in my role, I also make connections within venture capital or other funding opportunities. And we inherently host our own accelerators, which again, we're very happy to have Everything ALS as part of our health equity initiative and part of our healthcare accelerator within AWS. We're able to deploy more credits and more capital into the organization to help advance it. And the list does go on. You know, the inherent advantages of cloud compute for any data is that zero upfront costs. Companies, entities, you know, organizations can get started with zero capital investment and then launch faster. And we bring the resources to help accelerate you. It's more about your organization and your focus and your needs. And we will take the time to sit and learn about what your agenda is to help move that faster at a lower cost. And we bring quite a few programs around that. The Activate program, Migrate programs. We again will do kind of the concept of a well-architectured review to make sure you're set up well in cloud compute and meet you at any point in time, whether you're a seasoned engineer or you're just getting started. We have a variety of services and programs to help offset costs of deployment to get your company or your concepts going quickly. And just to take a deeper dive for the startups and organizations working, you know, with the Peter Cohen Foundation and through Everything ALS, and I hope you don't mind me saying, is we are, you know, through them, they are an Activate partner. And so startups moving through their incubator will be able to access, you know, up to $100,000 in free credits on AWS's platform, as well as the unique support offered to Activate partners, access to all of our startup lofts, private and public events, and of course, kind of the full might of our support that we offer in to any startup building with us. And I'm happy to speak to anyone on any of the other programs, but really I see it as, again, we are more than just a cloud provider. Look at me, look at my team as a resource to you and your entity. And for Everything ALS, you know, we are very proud to be a partner here. From the concept of any formation through validation, we have multiple programs to which we bring in to help support across the way and create this longitudinal engagement. Just like when any data curation, you know, you want that longitudinal and curated data sets, the same way as we see it, is we're not just a one-time touch point, but rather our teams want to actively engage to help your company be successful. And that can even take the forms of things such as like compliance, which is, you know, in the past few weeks, my own conversations with funds, with government agency, with other organizations, with academic medical centers, there's a renewed focus on compliance. And so we have programs to which help you achieve high trust, HIPAA, GXP, also really everything else on this slide, and can always go deeper. We also, and to address the concepts of scalability and speed, we create quick start programs. So if you're embarking on a new POC or a new program, we have set building blocks for you to get in and get a compliant and scalable instance up and running even within a day. That's how effective some of our programs have been. And I'll go a little bit deeper for just 1 second. You know, we are working with Everything ALS in, you know, our open data initiative, which allows us to bring the multitude of public data sets we have available and create hybrid data infrastructures using some of the private data sets. We are looking at our AI and ML programs with SageMaker, and which I'll show in a few minutes. And again, on that architecture and the accelerator, creating greater awareness of the work Everything ALS is doing. But, you know, specifically, this slide's actually a little bit outdated. There's many more machine learning customers now. But within AWS, you know, we have a broad AI/ML stack, and you can start with, you know, at the base layer where you are a seasoned engineer, you have a team that can use a variety of frameworks to build on, or, you know, you can move a level up to our ML services where you can build, train, and deploy via SageMaker. We even go another stage up, right, where you can use a managed service like recognition video and recognition image to advance your work. And the example I'll show is actually within our text extract and comprehend medical, where you can quickly and efficiently start leveraging your data without having a huge engineering team behind you to be able to get, again, move from data to information and insights much more quicker. And so when you think about the example for comprehend medical and unstructured medical documents, we have the ability to identify curated and objective data sets, entities, extract relationships and entity traits, and pull them from an unstructured medical document so that at the end, you can seamlessly pull out information from a series of sets and present it into your solution much more quickly. This is just a brief snapshot of what we're able to do. And, you know, I could go on really forever, but I just like to give the intro of, you know, at AWS, we really believe in investing in advancing the work that our startups and our organizations are doing. We're very proud to partner with Everything ALS and any ways that we can assist in driving this forward, you know, the meaningful work that's being done. It's fantastic to hear the work that everyone is working on. We're here to really help accelerate it. So thank you very much. And I will hand the mic back to everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Really appreciate it. And as I mentioned before, you know, this partnership with AWS means a lot more for both our, you know, for the vision for ALS, because Peter being one of the, you know, founding team on the ground floor of starting AWS, and today, you know, his disease that affected him and we partnering together means a lot for both our partnerships. So thank you, Rishi, for joining us, and for everybody here, you know, to really uplifting all the hard work that everyone is doing by bringing in visionaries like Amazon and yourself. Thank you. And with that, we'll move to our last panel discussion, and I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Barry.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is a great time to just sort of to end the day, the morning, I should say, not the end of the day, because we've got a wonderful afternoon session as well, but to end the morning with, you know, kind of an opportunity to talk about some of the big issues together. There are a few questions that came in that we haven't gotten to get to, so maybe we'll do sort of a combination of more specific questions and broader questions. And so I'd love to start with kind of a broader question that has come up a few times, either overtly or obliquely in some of the conversations, which has to do with training. And DSO, I'd love to hear your thought about how you came to TINA as a way to give instructions, and what's worked well about that, and what you're still maybe working on with TINA to kind of make sure that people do things the way you expect them to do.
Yeah, it's a great question, specifically because it is probably surprising to many that it is possible nowadays that a virtual agent is actually delivering and talking to you and providing and eliciting realistic responses, conversational responses, very much as if a human is talking to you. And that's something which, of course, dates back quite some time. Myself, my background, I've been working in dialogue systems for about 20 years now. My chief science officer, who's with us here today, also Vikram Ramanaranan, equally over 10 years in this space. And we have been actually exposing TINA specifically to patients for the last 5 years, 4 years, to over 20,000 individuals, and have iterated 32 versions of our platform to adapt, adjust, and optimize the experience that patients go through, so that we can capture high quality data, that the way, for example, patients with ALS that have significant speech issues, dysarthric issues, of course, that we can still capture their responses in a way that is robust, that is also polite, that is well received, and you know, that the conversation is actually a pleasant experience for patients. Many patients actually say, "Hey, I like to talk to Tina. She gives me a confidence, and I like to talk to her again, maybe more frequently than it's actually required per protocol." And so it's really a fine tuning and an exercise which we go through every single week when we review the responses that we get from our users, from our patients, including the verbatim responses they give, recommendations they give to us, that we take very, very close to our heart and optimize these systems.
So I mean, there's so much promise. Kelly, I might turn to you next, because this came up in sort of, one of the things that you said was about kind of, instructions and sort of getting tasks right. And then Ram, maybe after Kelly talks, you could also weigh in. So do you think there's a role for virtual assistants in some of the platforms that we're using more broadly than just these? I mean, do you think this is something that we could use to leverage giving instructions that maybe a little boring to people otherwise, or is it is it overkill?
I don't think it's overkill. I think whatever we can do to lower the burden of performing these assessments remotely, we should. I think whatever we can do to reduce site burden. So this is really novel. And I know just from personal experience, we're getting lots of questions from participants back to sites on how to use the technology. How do I get through this assessment? So a role for a virtual assistant like that to reduce that burden will just only help adoption and help us.
Ram, any different thoughts or anything to add about that? Oh, you're still on mute.
How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, I was double muted, but I was going to add that for some of the data that we're collecting, and I don't mean just us, but I mean across the field, there are certain patterns, I would say, of routine participant errors that may come up, that certain things that are done wrong fairly frequently, and those could potentially even be detected in real time and feedback provided using a virtual agent in a way that makes it more interactive. Just off the top of my head, if someone's doing SVC collection, there are various ways in which an air leak might manifest. And if the flow volume curve can be evaluated quickly and say, make sure the mask is held tightly against your mouth. If you have problems doing this, you may need someone to help you provide a firm seal, something like that. So those sorts of feedback, I think, would be tremendously valuable.
Yeah, just quickly on Ram's point, I didn't mention this, but in our platform, it's exactly working like that. So we do real-time assessment of the utterances or the behaviors that happen, and actually evaluate whether there's any issues, like, for example, whether the speech is audible long enough, whether there's background noise. We even look at the video signal, and provide then the TIA actually provides in real-time feedback. So it would say, okay, I have a hard time hearing you, and can you speak more about this? So these sorts of things are exactly possible, and to your point, Ram, is the advantage of using such technology also.
That's great. Satoshi, I'd love to go to you next to maybe even extend this idea. So, if virtual assistants seem like it seems like a really, I've seen it in action on the modality platform. It's pretty cool. And it does, trying to get these instructions out does have its sort of challenges, because it gets boring after a while. It's much nicer to be fed it in this way. When we talked, you talked a little bit about how do we fit this into the clinical plan, and that takes it even a step further. I think digital assistants or virtual assistants may have a role there as well. But what about adding in communication so that there's kind of through that platform a communication between the treating physicians or researchers and the people living with ALS or participants? I wonder if you thought at all about how that would play a part.
So, and I would say that I also always, ask same question to the patients, because that they know what they know, and also the clinicians as well, But still, I think that the virtual assistants totally makes sense, and because this gave us many chance to face any feedback. Even though it's a complaint, but the beauty of digital is that we could improve it in many ways. Of course, we need the support from DSO, but but it's only good stuff to receive any feedback. So, and I think that it's only works in a positive way. So, but still, as you mentioned, that we always concerned consider about what the participants wants to do, or to receive to do something like that. So, but in any case, that that we should get back to the participants, and even though it's the patients or clinicians or any stakeholders we have.
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot that we could kind of add to this in that way. want to come back now to Ram, I think it was you who mentioned this and talking about, I can't remember now who said it, but how much data do we give back? This is kind of like a really key question that comes up. And we have to think about different venues. There's a clinical venue, there's an observational study venue, which many times is helping us plan for trials. And then there's a trial venue. And the reason I mentioned that about observational studies is that, maybe it may or may not affect the data that we're getting to give data back to people. And it certainly isn't, it's not an FDA, sort of endpoint at that point. But if you're using it to plan, you rely on that for kind of what you're going to see in a trial if you put it into the trial. So I see it as sort of three different venues, maybe three, maybe one answer, maybe three answers. I guess I'm not sure. But I'd love to hear about this idea of, do we give back data, or how do we do that, or how much? And I guess I might, I don't know if anybody wants to go first, or.
Let me comment on that, because I think it was me that mentioned that. And I'll give you two examples. One is, I think, one that you may not have thought of, but for example, when we present the self-assessment of the ALS FRSR, we, the individual has a screen, and we got feedback from one individual, at least, who perhaps had never been confronted with the complete ALS FRSR with all of the various options. And they were quite discouraged about what the future might hold for them, looking at, for example, speaking or swallowing. We don't know which item, but they may know where they are now. But if they're at a 3 and they look at what the choices are for 2, 1, and 0, they commented in the feedback that they were discouraged to see that, to see what the disease course may hold. So that's one thing that we were quite surprised about, but really more related to the data. So if you may recall, we're doing a instrumented timed up and go, and there are fairly well-established thresholds, not from ALS, but from other literature using the traditional timed up and go, of cutoffs for fall risk. So we're struggling with how to, if someone exceeded that cutoff in the timed up and go, how we would deal with them, and would we allow them to continue to do it, and would we feedback that information? I mean, would we send them a message through the app? Could certainly send them a message and say, please stop doing this, you're at high risk for falls. But we chose actually to send a flag to the clinical site, so they can actually reach out to them and do it perhaps in a more clinical setting, evaluate them clinically. That's how we chose to do it. So that's one example.
Yeah, those are two great examples. Does, Ellie, DSO?
Yeah. James, I was just going to say, the obvious question, or the obvious answer, is we have to understand what the impact will be of sharing that data on the performance of the assessments. But you can imagine, depending on the type of assessment, you may want to drive someone to their maximum ability, and the best way to do that might be to motivate them through feedback of some type. And so you could imagine scenarios where the underlying data that we're interested in clinically may not be revealed, but there may be some metrics about performance that you do provide in real-time feedback to try to encourage motivation, so you're driving people to that maximum ability. But yeah, it's a complicated question that we struggle with.
Yeah.
I think the interesting problem you're also describing between the two comments are the concept of data collection from the patient and human-computer interface, and then actual reporting. And often you can separate the two when you do product development, in that, there's a passive or intentional way of collecting to obviously get the maximum score without biasing what they might select, or passively collect and then interpret. And then what you report back to them needs to be mindful of course, where they are in their disease progression, so that they come back to the solution or come back to you as well. You always run the risk of people walking away, right? If they don't like what they're hearing, or it's just not presented in the most really the highlighted fashion, but yet keeping a realistic expectation as well. So I've always separated out as, data collection, data reporting can be inherently very different, which can assist with some of these problems.
Yeah, I think that's there's more. We don't have to box ourselves into like it either goes back or it doesn't. In a way, Graham, you gave an example of where data doesn't go back directly to the participants, but to the site, and there's maybe we look for more flexibility there too. I know we have some people living with ALS who are on the call. And if anybody wanted to contribute to sort of say, how they felt about this. This is an issue that we think about a lot, try to get a lot of different perspectives on. How do you feel about whether data comes back during studies?
I think in the meantime, I would love to show James is what we have developed in our speech study. This was developed along with the patients. We co-developed with them and showed them, this shows when was the last time they did their study, and we can go back, and this person missed August, but then did twice in September. So, we keep track of when they did the study. And then the data itself, we actually worked with them about, what kind of data you want to see. And you can see that we're really looking at the breakdown of ALS-FRS, and also I can actually select only bulbar and words per minute, pataka, and loudness, something like the metric, very few metrics that we gave, separated out what we collect from what we were showing. And then there is ALS-FRS breakdown, and which was, done in the chart. So this is something we co-developed, and there is some key metrics, and also the data is downloadable. All the sessions are both video and audio is completely available. So if they want to use it for other purposes. So
your record is your record. And Indu, I think I remember that this is a feature in various studies. If you built this dashboard for a different study, you could kind of toggle it on or off if there was a reason that.
Absolutely, yeah. So it was more optional if that patient wants to see it or not.
And just to be very overt for everybody on the call, I think one of the things that we're thinking about, you'd say, well, why not share? This is somebody's data. Why not share it back with them? And I think, the reason is that we do sometimes behave differently if we get data back about how we perform than if we don't. And so thinking about that is really, there are lots of complexities to that. And that's why we're talking.
There's John Russo who's got hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Indu. Dr. Berry, what was the question you asked?
Oh, so yeah, I think the question was, for people living with ALS who are participating in a study that's getting this data remotely or digitally, what are your thoughts on sharing data back to the participants and, to you as a participant? What are your feelings about it?
It's something I thought of earlier today while listening to the presentations. I've been in the ALS TDI precision medicine program for 6 years now. And I have to tell you, I like looking at the graphic representations of how I'm doing. I'm a numbers person, and the news isn't good over the long haul, but to me it's still interesting to see, for example, although I can't walk, my legs are still very strong. I've lost the use of my arms, so I know where that stands. And I look at the slope of the ALS-FRS scores. So for people like myself, I like seeing that data.
Yeah, and thank you very much. I mean, this is such an important perspective. And Phil in the comments has said, giving us the option to view our data is important, and that he very much agrees with your perspective. And I think most of us on the call also agree with that. I'll tell you, I mean, just to give it a name, it's not exactly the effect we're talking about, but there's something called the Hawthorne effect, which comes out of studies in psychology that says people behave differently when they know they're being observed. So if you want to do a study of, how people behave in the shopping store, having someone follow them around while they're in the shopping store is sort of not a good way to get that information because they might behave differently. And I think what we worry about is, and maybe it might be unfounded. I'm only sort of saying that this is what we're struggling with as researchers, is that, does seeing the previous data impact the future data? And, I think we have to strike a balance because it is sort of not quite fair to say, well, yeah, it's your data, but you have no access to it. And that's something I think you see us all struggling with. So there we have another comment as someone in the TDI PMP and recently enrolled in the Vero target study. I appreciate the feedback from the studies. It gives me starting points from my discussions in ALS clinics. That's fabulous. I mean, I think that's where we want this to go. And there's, I think, a number of comments from a number of people really speaking pretty uniformly that data is power. And that is, in a situation where many things are out of control for people with ALS, this is something that should be under control. So I think that viewpoint is coming through very powerfully. We should all hear that clearly if everybody has access to the comments. So that's really, really helpful to us.
That's great.
I think we've come to the end of our morning. I have to tell you, I am incredibly excited for the afternoon. This is something it's sort of like magic, what we're going to see in the afternoon. And I want to thank everybody here who's been contributed to the morning. It's been incredibly insightful or insight providing for me, even though many of you are people that I've done projects with, and in some cases we're looking at data from the same project. Just to format it differently and put it in this form has been wonderful. This is clearly a growth area. It's a way that we're going to make our trials more effective. It's a way we're going to understand the effects of the disease better and get to diagnoses more rapidly for people with ALS. So, I want to thank everybody for being here. Maybe Indu, via time for words, and then Jen, if you could wrap us up for the morning session.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody for joining. And like we said, how we ending with the patient speaking. So this is a great way to say, this is why we're all here to really solve this problem. And I can't appreciate each one of you having taken the time, some of you early morning to do this. And Jen, I'm going to hand it over to you and looking forward to seeing you in the afternoon.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Indu. This has just been overwhelmingly insightful. I'm just inspired all around. I'm inspired by everyone who's working so hard in this industry, and I'm inspired by all of the people impacted by this disease. And it's so interesting to hear and to see all of the comments and how much everyone follows their own data. It's tremendous, and it just hammers the fact that we just need to keep going, and we just need to improve that, and we will. That's why we're all here. So thank you all again. Like everyone said, this was an incredible morning. I think we come back now at 1 o'clock. So we have a bit of a break, but I hope you all we'll see you all back in an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, I'll stay over just if you, in case you want to talk. Oh, Mira, we see your screen.
It's not my screen.
Oh, hold on. I was trying to put up the slides.
Oh yeah.
when I share screen, you can't chat if you're sharing your screen. Is that right?
No, you, yeah. It's kind of puts a whole screen. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough.
I think there is some setting.
You guys did a great job. Excellent morning. I'm so impressed. So impressed.
It's definitely complex subject. So, from so many things going on. So I think, Jen, thank you for your patience. Mira, amazing, pulling everybody together from different organization. And I love how James so calmly moderates. So
I know.
He's really so great. So gracious. Love it.
There's so many intricacies to all of this. It's really, really eye-opening and really interesting.
Yeah, doing this for almost 2 years.
I know.
If you have to get everybody's perspective, it's all they have, together. It's just fascinating.
Yeah.
Because it's still not set up as a platform yet, right? Like collaboration platform yet. So no, it's good. This was a great way.
Thank you for showing the back end into your dashboard. Everything that was really
about that. I know, impromptu.
Oh, that was really interesting.
I'm like, okay, I kind of want to show what happens behind. So
yeah, behind the curtain.
Behind the curtain about how you manage, because without that, it's hard to scale, right? I mean, we're talking about thousands of people and very, very complicated studies. So.
Well, thank you guys. Jen, thank you for being everything. We'll come back and join at 1. And if you have a thank you for speakers. If someone wrote one already, I would love to have that.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what?
Like an email for speakers, a thank you email. I don't know if that was already done or.
No, I was going to send an email after the end of the symposium just to thank everyone from us, but
we'll do something on our own.
Okay, great. And I'm also working to extract all of the videos, all of the recordings as well, and then upload them to YouTube. I have so many emails from people, but it's a lengthy process.
I bet you're doing so much. I know you are. Thank you.
No, it's just it does take a long time to download them, and I was doing it the other night, and I was just having an issue with them because some were I had to download them like 3 times, and some would come through, some wouldn't, and my laptop's brand new, so I don't have a space issues, but I don't know, I'll figure it out. It's all good.
Awesome. Okay,
all right, well, we'll see you at 1.
Good afternoon. Okay,
thank you.
All right, wonderful. Welcome everybody to the afternoon session of the 5th annual ALS Research Symposium. We're super excited to have each of you here today. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Shalina Lalji, founder of ALS Heroes, a clinician in integrative medicine and the wife and advocate for a person living with ALS, who happens to be my darling husband, Dr. Ayaz Lalji. I'd like to first thank ALS ONE for their support in adding a neurotechnology day to their annual symposium. This was something that we've been waiting and wanting to do for some time and are so happy that everything has aligned so beautifully so we can make this happen. A brief personal note about why we as a foundation and a family are here today and why a spotlight on neurotechnology was so important to us. It always gets personal for a lot of us, and I'm sure we have a lot of people living with ALS on the call, as well as most of you who have dedicated your life's work to help people who are living with this devastating disease. My husband Ayaz was diagnosed in 2017 at the very early age of 51, while he was still at the prime of his life. We have 2 children, and my husband had a very aggressive form of ALS, so he progressed very rapidly. Needless to say, it's been a very challenging, yet transforming and inspiring journey, to say the least. With a lot of hard work, support from the scientific community, all the great research that's going on right now, and most of all, Ayaz's immense resilience. We're still on the journey, focusing each day on quality of life for him and building memories for all of us as a family, while we wait for that miraculous treatment that would potentially help him and thousands like him regain function. And with everything that we heard in the last 2 days of this wonderful conference, we think that day is coming soon. I can tell you from personal experience that as a family, communication, mobility, and independence is vital for each human being to even want to keep going and to keep living. We ourselves lost limb function and mobility very early on due to his rapid progression. And in the last 18 months, unfortunately, we've also lost most communication, as his eye gaze no longer works for him because of the impact on his eyes. So as much as Ayaz would like to give his kids personal advice as they go off to college, his wisdom on how to live life, express how proud he is of the incredible young adults that Zoe and Zaid have grown into, despite their difficult teen years with ALS, he simply cannot do so in words. He can only do this with a smile or with tears. Being locked in is heartbreaking for any family, and especially for a father and his kids, or a mother and her kids. And our kids were only 13 and 16 when Ayaz was diagnosed. This personal battle inspired us to establish ALS Heroes and focus our foundation's work on research, on quality of life, and on advocacy. We're very excited about neurotechnology, about brain-computer interface, digital biomarkers, and everything that comes with neurotechnology. In addition to, we as a foundation are trying to promote research focusing on repair and regeneration through a global award in collaboration with the Healy Center at Mass General Hospital and all the great work that they're doing. We've given our 2021 award, and we just decided on the 2022, which we're excited to announce later on this year. We are truly and eternally grateful to all the industry and all the academic experts who will be presenting today on our call, and for their incredible work for BCI to help thousands of families like ours be able to communicate again, to be able to be independent again. I'm now so excited to welcome you to today's session on brain-computer interface. I feel that it's really important for all of us to make this personal, because this is something that's going to take a lot of collaboration, a lot of hard work, a lot of us getting together and being really passionate about this work. So while the search continues for cures that reverse the course of ALS, there is another field of research that's seeking to restore communication and mobility. And that is the field of brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs. The idea of BCI sounds simple. If the person wants to move their hand and the brain signals associated with that intent to move can be detected, then a computer could convert those signals into the control of, say, a cursor on a computer screen, or an assisted robotic arm, or maybe back towards the control of the person's own arm and hand. Or it might even be possible to convert this intention to speak back into speech. It may sound like science fiction, but it's happening. And this is exactly what people living with ALS and other devastating illnesses need today. It is happening, and that's why we're here today, to really collaborate on this. So several companies are building BCIs, and 3 of those companies' CEOs are with us today. We have Drs. Florian Sulzbacher from BlackRock Neurotechnology, Dr. Matt Engel from Paradromics, and Dr. Tom Oxley from Synchron. We've invited these 3 experts to tell us about the product that these companies are developing and testing, and to tell us how they hope that these products will help people with paralysis, including people with ALS. We've also asked them to highlight some of the challenges ahead that they themselves might be facing. They will be followed by 6 leading academic and nonprofit BCI researchers who will pepper the CEOs with their questions, their perspectives. And those researchers are Doctors Mariska van Stiemsel from Utrecht Medical Center, Dr. Brian Dekleva from the University of Pittsburgh, Dr. Nathan Krohn from Johns Hopkins, Dr. Sydney Cash from Mass General, Dr. Tracy Labs from the Wyss Center in Geneva, and Dr. David Moses from UCSF. We'll then hear some responses from our CEOs in sort of a roundtable discussion, and then we'll open it up for Q&As from the audience, because I think it's really important to connect all the different parties that are being affected by this technology. Before I introduce our moderator, I'll provide just a brief 3-slide introduction to BCIs to set the stage for this afternoon's discussion. While there are many kinds of BCIs, they're all built from 3 different components: a neural sensor, a decoder, and assistive technology. For people with ALS who are losing the ability to move their hands or the ability to speak, BCIs will first detect the intent to move one's hand or the intent to speak. The brain activity associated with that intended movement or speech can be recorded in different ways, which I'll mention in just a moment. That brain activity is then decoded by a computer that takes those neural signals and converts them into the control of a communication or a mobility technology. For example, you can have a tablet computer, a smart home, or any other useful assistive device, or perhaps an intended speech-to-text device application that will then convert the user's intended speech into text onto a computer screen or onto a computer-generated speech. There are lots of BCIs, and we can only talk about a few of them today. The 3 company CEOs and their academic researcher colleagues will be focusing on technologies that are particularly exciting because they record from inside the skull, either in the brain or on the brain next to or close to the brain signals that contain the most information. So it could be action potentials from individual neurons, it could be local field potentials from groups of neurons, or the field potentials from the combined activities of larger groups of neurons. These implanted technologies have both incredible potential and unique challenges in getting to the market, which is why we focus on them today. So here's a slide of all of our BCI speakers. In the interest of saving time and for us to give you the most information possible, we'll move from one speaker to the next without reciting their incredible credentials, but they are all listed in the speaker guide, which I encourage you to take a look at. And now it's my pleasure to hand things over to one of our dearest friends, our moderator for this session, one of the world's leading experts on BCIs, Dr. Lee Hochberg, a neurologist and neuroscientist at Mass General Hospital, Harvard Medical School, Brown University, and the Providence VA Medical Center. Before taking over the moderator duties, Lee will kick us off by telling us about the amazing and incredible BrainGate clinical trials, which have been responsible for some of the most incredible breakthroughs in BCI research over the past 18 years. Lee, it's all yours.
Thanks very much, Shell, and thanks also for sharing not only Aya's story and telling us about him, but about his and your family's journey with ALS as it's been to date. And I know that you know, but the reason that we're all here is to develop technologies that will restore communication and will restore mobility. And I'm really excited to be joining this great group of people to be sharing some of what we know with the broader group that's assembled today. So you bet. I will be putting on my moderator hat shortly. I'm going to begin by talking out loud, which is an instruction to my colleagues that as they present and they hit the Zoom button, remember the share sound and the optimize for video clip buttons that are hidden there. And if that works the way that it should, then you all should be seeing a title slide. So I'm going to spend just a few minutes describing some of the ongoing BrainGate research, which is a very simple segue from the great introduction that Shell just provided to brain-computer interfaces. I have no significant financial disclosures except for one, which is that I know our three CEOs and company leaders that are assembled today. I get to interact with each of the three of them in different ways. And all that I'll share is because I know them, I can probably needle them a little bit more than I might do otherwise, but I'm really glad that they're here and to share all of their expertise. Part of this research, and again, BrainGate is really going to be an example for all of the academic research that is going on in the brain-computer interface space. Our BCI research is conducted by the consortium, which includes Brown, Emory, Mass General, Stanford, UC Davis, and the VA. And it's really only because of the people who are kind of in the background of that title slide and who you'll see at the end that I can report anything today of our ongoing research. So let me start in the middle because Shell started at the beginning. We want, as a field, to develop methods for rapid, reliable, intuitive, 24-hour day, 7-day a week communication for people with ALS. You're looking on the screen at two people who have ALS. They both have what's known as a Utah or BlackRock array, or one or two of them, implanted in their motor cortex. And that is connected to a percutaneous cable, which is then, or percutaneous connector called a pedestal, which is then connected to a cable, which is what you see at the top of their head. We're going to make that cable much smaller or go away in a moment, and I suspect that Florence Salzbacher will describe that a bit. But the two people with ALS you're looking at, both mechanically ventilated, they're both unable to move their hand. A very limited movement of their fingers, but they're both controlling a completely unmodified tablet computer. And they're doing so just by thinking about the movement of their own hand. The woman on the left is sending a typical email. She's sending it on that Google Nexus tablet's standard keyboard, not on an assistive technology, but on a technology, on a full-scale industrial strength tablet computer, the same type that she might have used prior to the onset of weakness. And there she happens to be sending an email to Paul Nerjukian, then postdoc in the BrainGate team and now assistant professor at Stanford. On the right, gentleman who has two arrays in the precentral gyrus, therefore two of the connectors that you see, and he's surfing YouTube, happens to be looking up about ALS. But this is one example of kind of a smooth, intuitive, point-and-click based control of a communication technology, very similar to one that they might have used without any weakness. That is very similar to one that is used every day by people who are able-bodied. And that, I think, is part of the goal for this field. One of the questions that often comes up, so I'll make it somewhat easy for the three folks who will be describing their technology. A question that appears is, how fast can a person with paralysis learn to use a brain-computer interface? So I'm about to show you a video game. You are looking at the same screen as one of our participants with tetraplegia in the BrainGate trials. And we're going to ask that person to attempt to move their hand from the center towards the target that's lit up. But the black box that Shell was referring to before, the decoder, as I press play now, that black box knows nothing. And if that black box doesn't know anything, then our decoder is what we would call naive or uncalibrated. And that uncalibrated decoder then doesn't really give terribly much direction to the cursor because there's no map. But every 3 seconds, we're rebuilding the map between the brain activity and the intended movement. That is the intended movement that's over towards the target that's lit up. So we're building this decoder in real time. And what you can see is that slowly over maybe 30, 35, approaching 40 seconds, what has emerged from nothing is at least fair, if not good, two-dimensional control over a computer cursor. The point being that the person didn't need to learn anything. They simply attempted to move their hand much the same way somebody who's able-bodied might move their hand across a tablet computer. And the computer, thanks to any number of neuroscientific and machine learning approaches, rapidly is able to detect the intention to move in that direction. So when I hope that we're going to be able to restore and maintain communication on, for example, a tablet computer for people with ALS, I also am optimistic that we're going to be able to do so very quickly. without a big learning curve, and perhaps to even provide some initial control over that external device within a matter of minutes of beginning to use the device. So for people who are able-bodied, in addition to point and click and typing, another common method of communication is handwriting. And here in a paper from last year, you'll see some green squiggles that appear on the screen. We would refer to those as the neural trajectories of those letters. That is the decoded neural output as somebody with tetraplegia attempts to write each of those letters with their own hand. Now that handwriting is better than mine, but it turns out that the neural trajectory of those 26 letters is not actually the most efficient way to decode brain activity when somebody's attempting to move. There are any number of more scientifically appropriate ways, taking advantage of recent progress in machine learning and in natural language processing. And I'm highlighting up there some of the folks who are responsible for this research, including Frank Willett in the upper left-hand corner. And what we'll see here is, again, a participant in our BrainGate trials with tetraplegia who's been asked a question. And he's now going to respond to that question by intending or attempting to write each letter with his hand. And you'll see the real-time output of his free text, full vocabulary response to that question, here pointing out that he was born in Rio de Janeiro. So when we're hopeful to maintain and restore communication, it is a full vocabulary's worth of communication. It is at a reasonable speed here, approaching 90 characters per minute, about 94% accuracy from just the brain activity, add natural language processing on top of that can get to 99%. There actually I'm seeing as I know as there is an error, we missed the letter R, so not yet perfect, but as you can hopefully see, this is progress towards the ability to restore and maintain communication rapidly and intuitively. One slide of science in the scientific conference. Because we're using a system that we can potentially record from 24 hours a day, we can begin to learn a little bit more about the human brain. Some of you may remember the game, which I believe is still sold, called Simon, where there's 4 buttons that say beep, bop, boop, beep, and one's job in the game is to press that sequence and then it expands. What you're looking at on the left is one of our participants in the BrainGate trial playing this video game, thinking about moving their own hand, controlling the computer cursor in various directions. And we asked them to play this game for a while. Every so often we'd change up the sequence a little bit so it wasn't quite as boring as it might have been if they kept doing the same video game over and over. And there on the upper left is some of the EEG activity and the intracortically recorded neuronal ensemble activity during that time. So he's awake and he has real-time closed loop control over this cursor. So this is a slide about science. And what we then did was to let him go to sleep. We went to bed that night. We continued to record, in this case, using a wireless recording method that I'll show you in just a bit. And what is amazing to see, at least to me, is that while he was sleeping, much as we all suspect, his brain was replaying the video game that he was playing earlier in the day. We were watching him while he was clearly asleep by both observation and EEG and intracortical recording. His brain was replaying the neural activity. He was practicing, if you will. It's a bit of a scientific jump, but one might propose that certainly he was replaying that neural activity. And even though this is a slide about science, the ability to record potentially around the clock is also going to have a great impact on being able to maintain the quality of these decoders that are so vital to creating useful and consistently useful brain-computer interfaces. So some great work there by Dan Rubin. I did mention that some of this is done with wireless technology. So the big cable that you've seen is basically gone from the research now. There are 2 other ways to record. One is a sugar cube, about sugar cube shaped hardwired method. Another is this percutaneous wireless transmitter developed by some folks at Brown, Arthur Nemiko and colleagues. And what you're looking at now is a gentleman with tetraplegia laying down on his right side. It's a fluorescent orange neck pillow that you're looking at. And what he's going to do, you may see just at the top of it a kind of blurry item on the top of his head, at least there in the video, that is the wireless transmission of the full bandwidth of neural activity as he thinks about using his own hand. And what he's doing is controlling his Surface tablet. And you can probably see the small white neural cursor that he's moving around to launch Pandora. And then I have the music quite soft on purpose at the moment, but you may hear in the background that he's playing the music that he wants to play. And then I think he's going to move over, and he wants to indicate that he likes the music. So he goes to that tiny icon and he points and he clicks again, just by thinking about the movement of his own hand. In some ways, this video is boring. We're watching the movement of a cursor on a computer screen on a tablet computer, doing something that somebody who's able-bodied does every day, which is to choose their music or to type on a computer screen. But that's the point, is that we don't need to build new assistive technologies. We need to empower people with ALS to use the same communication technology that they had always used prior to the onset of weakness. So some of the ongoing BrainGate research is listed there. I mention this only because it is an example of the great work that is going on throughout academia in brain-computer interfaces, and it has been for years. So with that kind of highlight in mind, today's panel of experts represents really some of the most active groups in intracortical or intracranial brain-computer interface research. And since their job, as Shel described in a moment, is going to be to share their insights and questions in response to the CEO presentations, I'm now going to do an entirely inadequate job in a single slide of summarizing the hundreds of thousands of hours of all 6 groups' efforts. In order from upper left to lower right, Mariska van Steensel, a great team at the Utrecht Medical Center, are testing fully implanted BCIs in real-world settings, including the use of a mobile ECOG, or that is electrocorticography-based BCI for communication, that's still being used by their first participant with ALS now, I think, more than 6 years later. Mariska, if I got that number wrong, definitely jump in.
Almost 7 years,
Almost
at the end of this month, actually.
At the end of this month. Okay, so 6. So far so good, but coming up on 7, which is amazing. The Brian Dekleva and the great team at the University of Pittsburgh, second and on the top there, have been working with the Utah or BlackRock arrays for control of prosthetic arms, including the ability to return limb sensation by stimulating sensory cortex. And in another project, they're also working with BlackRock, we'll hear from in a moment, to develop and test a mobile BCI system for use at home. In the upper right is work from Nathan Krohn and his great colleagues together at Johns Hopkins, including the JHU Applied Physics Lab. They've been using a range of recording techniques to explore the control of robotic upper limb prostheses. They're also now recruiting people who are living with ALS and other causes of motor impairments for a clinical trial using a 128-channel ECOG device that connects to the same BlackRock pedestal that's been used in the BrainGate and other research trials. I was just talking about BrainGate, so I just want to thank Sid Cash, who's part of the BrainGate efforts to restore communication and mobility, and he's here from the BrainGate team at Mass General. So thanks for joining today, Sid. In the middle at the bottom there is Tracy Labs, or a video from Tracy and her colleagues at the V Center in Geneva. It's a nonprofit research organization working collaboratively on communication for people with ALS. Part of that video is their participant in Germany who's using his system at home, and the V Center is also working on next generation BCIs to drive an application called Ability, as well as a wearable system that will use both Utah and ECOG implanted recording technologies. And last but not least, and low right there, David Moses and his colleagues at the great UCSF team have shown that words and sentences can be decoded from the cortical activity of a person who's lost the ability to speak after a brainstem stroke. Their work, which together with Eddie Chang, Karunesh Ganguly, and others, has motivated the field to really think seriously not only about restoring communication through intended hand movement, but also, meaning through typing, but also through restoration of speech. So this is truly all amazing work, and I encourage you all to learn more about the research going on at these sites, particularly if you happen to live near any of those sites. And with that as an overview, and with thanks to the BrainGate team, which is such a privilege for me to be able to work with every day, I will pause there, and with Shel's permission, we'll get started on our next 3 presentations.
I think that sounds great. Lee, thank you so much for that amazing, insightful presentation. I think that you gave an incredible summary of what BrainGate is doing, as well as what several other experts are doing around the country and around the globe. So thank you so much for that. And I think we can certainly get started with our first speaker.
Very good. And as we said, we're going to try to move things along with very little introduction. So harkening back to a old TV show, I'll say something like, "Here's Florian." But,
here you go. Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's wonderful to be here. And actually, thank you, Lead, for setting the stage. Dr. Lalji, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Again, I think it is, all of what we're doing here really starts and ends with the people we want to care for and help, with the patients. And I think that's sort of the common thread that unites the research community, the industry players that work on that, because all of us are motivated. And I shared that in our initial call, that in my case, this sort of started 30 years ago, when as a teenager, I started working with children with disabilities and tetraplegia. My mother at that time was working with adults, and that really motivated me to go into this space, which then ended up having me become part of this larger community that I'm fortunate to be able to be a part of. Now, Lee has already shown quite a few things that are possible today. And so what I was hoping to do here in just a few minutes for the rest of the audience, to show you a little bit more about sort of what is possible, a few thoughts on whether, we're possibly at an inflection point towards more widespread use, but also to raise some of the sort of questions, opportunities, etc., to do with whether these type of technologies, and if so, how they can have value for patients with ALS progression. So it's wonderful to have an opportunity to speak here. And again, front and center is always my thank you to all those of us who've worked with us. There's dozens of labs, with some leading ones, obviously, some of which I've already named here, that we're thankful for have taken the first steps. I'm particularly grateful for the volunteers and initial subjects that have joined these studies when these were highly experimental. It takes a very, very different kind of courage to be somebody who participates in something like this when it's not a regularly approved device that tens or hundreds of thousands of people have, and some of them against significant pushback from their families. I remember discussions with Ian Burkhardt, for example, where he sort of commented that his mom wasn't talking for him for months because she was so upset with him, feeling like, this is the one part that sort of seems to still be working. Now you're undergoing a brain surgery to do this. But so there's always a risk and reward profile. And so what I was going to do just as a starting point is sort of give you an overview over some of the activities. And I'll run through that fairly quickly, and then run through some of the points. You've seen some of that.
That robotic hand went closed like it. Man, I come by. Yeah, I want to come out of that chair so bad.
I said, my goal is to feed myself chocolate.
If you'd asked me 5 years ago if I would see these systems within my lifetime, I would have been pretty skeptical.
We've done everything from picking up a bottle and pouring it to playing Guitar Hero.
We provide a neural interface platform that has a wide range of application.
Never fully grasp what's going on here.
What we want to achieve and enable is that people can move again, feel again, talk again, hear again.
I think we'll have people playing the piano and being concert violinists.
Come on, seriously?
I think it goes back to the fundamental question of what you want to do with the time that you're given. We're just at the right point and things are really taking off.
Understanding our brain and also curing disabilities and mental health issues like depression is the real final frontier.
So, as I said, ideally you shouldn't have me here. You should have, Pittsburgh's Nathan here, or Ian, or James, or one of those people that are actually the ones that experience that. I think we've come a long way in learning a lot of things from the initial beginnings in the research stages with people, like Lee and John, that have really pioneered some of the work with some of these devices and had the courage to initially move forward, to the other teams that joined, to now having over 30,000 days in human subjects, with some subjects approaching 8 years, and learning sort of what works, what doesn't work, working with them, getting to a point where from initial calibration taking a while and always requiring at least 3 PhDs in the room, to what Lee showed just a few minutes ago, where by being able to go into areas that allow people to use signals that intuitively exist to very quickly pick up tasks, and then to come up with an architecture that allows them ideally to tap into as much of the existing standard technology infrastructure as possible, so that what we're providing becomes really more like an operating system with massive bandwidth that is not limited, and that gives us the ability for fine motor controls, opportunities like the handwriting thought to text that gets you to a texting speed that is possibly on average faster than what I managed to do reliably on my phone. I think what is really important is, and I'm sort of going to jump forward here just to look at some of the important points and give us enough time for discussions here, is in all these cases, it's not just a widget. A brain-computer interface or solutions are really a platform that ideally is used across a vast range of applications. And in order for it to work, you really have to understand the entire value chain and workflow. Starts with a surgery, actually it starts with a patient understanding what they need, what they feel is important. And interestingly, in 2018 at a Society for Neuroscience meeting, we had the idea of putting, the patients on stage and have them talk about what they really need and want. And even with so many years of many of us really working to try and help patients, some of these statements were eye-opening in areas that we thought we'd still have to do a lot of work in. And they came back and said, well, I don't care. It's actually not that important to me right now. What is important are the following things you should work on. Then you need to make sure that, if you have to invent the entire path in terms of the surgery, the day-to-day support, etc., it'll take decades to get into the market. Why do you think it took cochlear implants 2 decades to get into significant volume? You need to make sure that as much as possible, you use workflows that not only specialist colleagues at Harvard, the Mayo Clinic, Stanford, and whatever can do, but that you develop that so that the 2nd and 3rd and 4th tier clinics can also do the procedure, because it leverages components that are there and that are now commonly done. It's obviously the neural interface, the electrode, and to make sure that you have safety of those devices. The electronics, we've benefited a lot from the advances, to be able to reduce, what essentially were these massive 19-inch rack-mounted boxes to something that's sort of the size of a fingernail in an ASIC with, vastly more processing power. And then the software. I mean, for most of us, and Matt will have heard that before, when we use our smartphones, most of you have no freaking clue what's inside this thing. What you have a lot of opinions about and what you can value is the software. That's the one that actually activates the value, that makes it useful. And there's a lot of effort that needs to go into doing this right. Some components is an operating system, but ideally we do want to make sure that, as much as possible of the software side can benefit from the rapid turnover and changes. So, I mean, if somebody who's suffering from paralysis or neurological disorder that limits their functional abilities, they don't need FDA clearance for their Apple laptop. They can buy an Apple laptop as long as they have a way of interfacing with it, and we want to retain that. Shelina had already mentioned that the different components, so in the interest of time, I won't talk too much about that. All of those have an impact on the amount of data. What we try to make sure of is that we have the highest amount of resolution, both temporal and spatial in terms of the data, as well as distribution across the brain, so that there's the flexibility to use a variety of different. Yeah, could you come back later, please? Thank you. Sorry, that's where I had to. That one is now also, I don't know whether we're being recorded, I hope not. But anyways, successfully derailed my train of thought here. Let's move on briefly. So I think what is also very important is that, very often where we start off is in cases such as ALS, where the patient populations are not very large, and therefore they're being forgotten or parked. And it was very, very heartening to see that Congress finally approved extra funding, is trying to push that forward. But something that even in cases of severe tetraplegia motivated me from the get-go is to say, this has to be a platform that can be used across a wide range of applications so that it can become cost-effective, accessible, more robust, more quickly, etc. And so that it attracts the right kind of capital. Now, obviously, we're very motivated to make sure that we start with those areas that need it first, which ALS is one of those areas where people do not have a lot of time, and you really want to get out there and not have them wait another 5 or 10 or 15 years. And then you broaden the use cases and applications. Let me jump forward a little bit to a couple of aspects that I think are very, very important here. One of them is the regulatory and ethics considerations. I think it's important as a community of providers of these technologies to work closely with the regulatory bodies in an amicable way to bring them along so that these technologies become available as quickly as possible. It's wonderful to see that there are more and more players entering the market, which is great because it gives opportunities for the people who need it. And then to start the ethics discussions about that as well, to figure out what the underlying fundamental principles are of what we do want to allow and support, because we are creating an underlying ecosystem right now and a hardware and software technology platform. And we do not want to fall into the trap that the social media fell in, where everybody was very excited as it took off. 10, 15 years later, there are concerns. But now this machinery is running in a way where changing some of the underlying principles of how the algorithms work, how data is being processed, etc., how it is being used, are very, very hard to change. And so I want to make sure that we do this in conjunction with patients, their advocacy groups, and all parts of the equation. Can probably skip this one as well. Market, of course, has to be very, very large for these things to work out. Now let's jump into whether any of that can help. And Shelina had already mentioned that obviously, the reality is, as much as I would really want to help for all of this to go away, and there were some discussions early this morning at the conference that I'm right now about neuromodulation approaches to actually help with inflammation, to help with other diseases and treating them. But what we're doing right now is providing an additional communication link that provides quality of life for as long as possible. And I think that is something that we can offer to those who would like that. Lee has already commented on that. Improve the quality of life, retain functional independence and participation in life as much as possible, and do so intuitively without spending years of training. We are still learning, just to be very, very clear on that. One of the aspects is ALS is something that is progressing and sometimes very rapidly changing. So right now, I'm not aware of any data that exists, despite the over 30,000 days in human patients now, implant and how the changes could impact the efficacy. And we're very interested in moving forward with studies to look at that. We want to find the right way and the best and safest way to help the ALS community. And that means, convening the community more than we've started doing that a while ago, but, growing that, understanding the needs, objectives, also fears that may exist. So that what we end up offering is actually not something that we come up with, but something where we listen to the need of those. We're also quite aware of caregiver burnout, and the exhaustion that comes with that. There's constantly new ideas and solutions that people want to offer. We want to make sure that we work with them and that the caregivers are taken into account. So this is something that is not just yet an additional burden to take care of, but something that supports them just as it does their loved ones that they want to support. Only with that it'll really have value. And then we have to understand, these are personal choices, and some people may reject that. I've learned quite a few people do reject life extending care to reduce burden on caregivers. And so this really needs to be something that hopefully is such a good risk benefit ratio that hopefully a lot of people will want to choose this. And so we're in the process of setting up an advocacy group for that. We would like to assist in that space. And so I'm grateful to be here as part of our journey to, learn and support that community more. To sort of finish up,
I'll give you a 1 minute warning, Florian. Thanks.
Yes, I think I timed it correctly. I'm within the 1 minute, even though I've just used up 8 to 10 seconds of that. The final points, and I think it is encouraging, is to see, I think these technologies are starting to enter the marketplace, to actually be available, to move out of I saw something on TV or on the news about advancing technology and it's unobtainium, because the standard answer of the scientist is it is 10 or 15 years, in 10 years you'll have that, which means it'll probably never happen. We're now at a point where there's a growing number of players that are offering solutions, in terms of the technology, the density, the occurrence, and number of new records of first-in-human demonstrations going up, massive capital entering the market. A lot of us have benefited. Tom Oxley is on here as well, and Matt, where we see this market moving forward, not unlike what we've seen in the Human Genome Project. And the commercial models, which are important for sustainability, are being developed. So I think it's a great time for all of us. I feel very grateful to be able to be part of this, and to be able to start offering solutions and working with people who need that, so that starting next year and beyond, we can start offering solutions that people can then choose to work with. Thank you so much for all your time. I really appreciate that. And look forward to the other talks as well. Performance-wise, there's an awful lot that can be done, including sensory feedback, fine motor control, speech. So I think a lot of things that should help people in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Florian. That was really, really inspiring, all the great work that BlackRock is doing. Really appreciate it. I want to comment, as a family dealing with ALS, some of your sensitivities that you have been thinking about, taking into account, things like the quality of life, the caregiver, perhaps the additional, issues that may come up when somebody's making these decisions, were really very important to look into. And I'm glad that as a company, you're thinking about those as well. So we'd like to go ahead and move on to our next speaker, Matt Engel. Should I do what Lee did? Here's Matt. Matt and I got an opportunity to sit down in person a couple of weeks ago in one of my favorite cities, Austin, where the kids go to school. And it was really a pleasure to take a tour. So Matt, take it from here, please. You're on mute.
I wish that I could always have Lee and Florian precede me whenever I'm going to give a talk, because it makes it so much easier to contextualize all of the progress that's been made through the BrainGate program and just the revolutionary work that's been done with the Utah array. I mean, it's paved the way for many, many other companies to now come after and make our own contributions. And so, there we go. What we have seen, having the benefit of looking at 20 years of successful trials of the Utah array in non-human primates and in clinical trials, is we've seen that we have these amazing application proofs that Lee and Florian have highlighted, and we can also see that there's still a lot of great engineering work that one could do to bring kind of next generation products to market that would be able to serve some of these markets, but would take advantage of a lot of the new technology trends that have happened over the last 20 years. And so that's where we see Paradromics coming in, is we're building a next generation brain computer interface called a high data rate brain computer interface, or a direct data interface, to emphasize the nature of recording directly intracortically from single cells and from kind of local field potentials at depth. I'll say a brief word just because we've talked a little bit about different ways to record from the brain. There's a huge advantage to using these kinds of microneedles that get into the brain and record from single cells. If you are sitting on the outside of the skull, on the skin, or if you're sitting on the surface of the brain, you can essentially hear the roar of the crowd of thousands of millions of neurons simultaneously. And packing higher density of electrodes, it's like having 100 microphones sitting outside of a football stadium isn't much different than having one microphone. But dropping microphones down into the stadium at scale means you can listen to more people in the stands and really kind of understand the conversations going on there. And so that's why we, looking at the success of the Utah array and all the videos you just saw, we think that that's the right form factor. And what we'd like to do is just quadruple down on that and build a higher density device. And then also just come through and clean up a few things that we see as potential improvements to be made at the system level and the patient level. So what you're looking at here probably looks very similar to what you've seen before. We have a device that sits on the surface of the brain. It's implanted intracranially. It has 400 microwires that implant down into the cortex and measure signals. There is a lead that runs under the skin down to the chest. That lead looks a lot like a deep brain stimulator lead. That's by design, because it's something that neurosurgeons are very familiar with, how to tunnel such a lead. There is an internal transceiver that's under the skin that provides power to the whole system and then delivers data out to the outside. That system looks a lot like an implantable pulse generator like you would have for DBS. That's also by design. We're trying to make the most innovative device possible while still kind of coloring inside of the lines from a regulatory perspective. Breaking down like this cortical module that we've built, over the last, especially 10 years, we've been able to learn a lot from microelectroarray science. So one of the things that we've seen is that if you take something that's, let's say, 100 microns in diameter or 200 microns in diameter and put it into the brain, like for instance, the Utah array and certain devices that are a little bit larger than that, it's a little bit large relative to the neurovasculature. It's there's some amount of intracranial bleeding that results because of the insertion. If you make the wires smaller than 50 microns, you can see that the wires of that scale can insert through the vasculature of the brain with much less bleeding. So that's one kind of starting point, because this any amount of blood during the insertion process results in some additional amount of inflammation. And of course, the devices work really well. You can see all of the amazing things that happen with them. But if you can reduce the inflammation upon insertion, then you can just essentially get better long-term performance and better signal. One of the other things that we saw when we looked at the existing solution is that silicon is not a very good electrode material. And if you replace instead of using kind of silicon with thin metal films on the tip that's a little bit prone to wear, if you make the electrodes out of solid platinum iridium, you can extend the lifespan of the electrode for quite a bit of time. If you replace things like the coating material, instead of using Parylene C, which is a biocompatible polymer that is very happy with the body, but has a projected lifetime in the body and projected reliability that tends to degrade over years. If you replace that with ceramic coating, you can have a device that lasts much longer. Little things like, for instance, if you want to start scaling up the architecture to have many, many, many electrodes, then you need to have some sort of active multiplexing on the device so that you don't have to have that many wires coming out of the box. So essentially just looking and seeing what has worked and what are the areas where you can improve upon, we built this kind of updated design. And one of the other things that we looked at is the pedestal that Lee highlighted. It's great to make it wireless. It's even better if you can make it wireless and not percutaneous. And so if you're able to put the device completely under the skin and not have anything coming through the skin, then you don't have as high of a risk of getting skin infection. I mean, if you think of left ventricular assist devices, like in the cardiac industry, one of the biggest problems with devices like that are driveline infections. In general, if you can avoid having a permanent thing coming through the skin, that's a huge advantage. So one of the aspects of our design is that we have this wireless module that sits under the skin. It's continuously powered by inductive power. I'll show you what the external component looks like in a moment. It doesn't have a battery in it, so you don't have to dig it out to replace the battery every 10 or so years. It's meant to last for a very long time. It uses infrared to transmit the data out of the body. This can run at up to 100 megabits per second through skin. Where we see, when we think about, what would you do with such a technology, it's obvious that this concept of a modem for the brain has, sweeping applications from the really crazy stuff that Elon wants to do with it to everything you just saw in the last videos. The place where we think it has the highest potential impact for patients immediately and the most robust clinical proof to date is in this area of assistive communication, which is very pertinent to ALS. And so we've seen, through the BrainGate program that intracortical electrodes can provide cursor control, can provide typing, and we've seen, for instance, through the work of Eddie Chang, and that speech decoding using intracortical signals is also possible. And in addition to wanting to come up and make some of these kind of local designs, we also see that at the system level, having an active hub architecture that allows you to chain together many devices while still only requiring one wireless module allows you to scale up to very high potential data rates. So we're looking at a first architecture that can go up to 1,600 electrodes. 1,600 implanted microelectrodes. So why is that relevant? I want to just talk a little bit and paint, what the future could look like. So in my opinion, the most, exciting work that I've seen with BCI comes from Frank Willett's work, this handwriting trial that both Florian and Lee referenced. It used 2 Utah arrays. It was 192 implanted intracortical microelectrodes. And it achieved 18 words per minute effective typing speed. We're now building a first generation device that can have 8 times more data than was used in that study. And then we start to think about, what might that mean in terms of allowing higher communication rates, in a clinical trial. And I think what we can see already from the work with Utah Array is that when people dig beneath the surface and look and kind of compare the number of channels that they have to decode off of versus the performance of the device during decoding, it's clear that if you downsample recordings from the Utah Array, you get worse decoding. It's clear that there's a strong relationship between decoding accuracy and the number of channels that are used. We can see that in the Utah trials, when you move to using multiple Utah arrays, you get better performance. That's the direction we really want to go. And I think the reason why I'm so excited about the Willett result is we finally passed this threshold where these BCI-based devices are better than the next non-invasive alternative. So gaze tracking software, depending on the patient, depending on how much they want to use it, I would say maybe we would agree it probably taps out at about 10 words per minute if you're really good with it under special circumstances. And a lot of patients are probably getting closer to 5 words per minute. And some patients don't want to use it and buy a gaze tracking system and then get tired and throw it on the ground. But now we're in a place where BCI already can deliver these incredible outcomes. And we're looking at architectures that will be able to deliver, almost 10 times more data than what is so impressive and working right now.
All right. Thank you, Matt, for that great overview of the kind of up and coming work that you and Paradromics are doing. And thank you also for being on time, which is as Florian was almost as well, right? We'll give credit to all of our friends.
Florian had clinical data to show, so I feel like he got a little bit more time. Yeah, the same as Tom, they can both take a little bit more time.
It's okay. The downside of knowing the panel too well is that you might slip and give your friends a hard time. But thank you.
I feel suitably apologetic. So
it's great. So we have arranged this in order on purpose. There's a segue for Florian to continue talking about the Utah array. We just heard about some up and coming possibilities with Paradromics, also using intracortical recording. And now we will segue over to our friend Tom Oxley at Synchron, who will tell us about yet a different way to be recording from the brain that's currently in clinical trials. So Tom, over to you.
Thank you. Let's see. Can you guys see my PowerPoint or the presenter view?
We're in good shape. Yes. Full screen view.
Fantastic. Well, wow. Thank you for inviting me. This has been an incredible, and Shell, for hearing about your experience with your husband was very moving, and thank you for sharing that, and thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we all have some level of personal experience. My experience was as a training neurologist, spending 3 months in an ALS unit with patients and families at what is such a dramatic and confronting time in their lives, and that, and then some experiences I had in stroke medicine as well. I mean, it's patients who are, or people who are suffering from conditions of all sorts of impact. And I think one thing that I've reflected on is that what BCI is about is restricting the dependency that our brain has on the motor system as the single mechanism of outflow of information out of the brain. We have so much information coming in through our eyes and through our ears, and it goes to show how much of an impact when you have a disease that affects the motor system, and it can be your limbs, it could be your joints, it could be your muscles, could be your nerves, your spinal cord, your brainstem, some part of your brain. There's actually a huge number of people that are affected. And so that's why we're here. And it's seeing how far the space has come over the past 15 or 20 years has just been phenomenal. And it's very rewarding and humbling to be a part of this. So I started my journey in 2008 after reading Lee's first paper in Nature in 2006. And I think I haven't met Nathan Crone yet, but I'm excited to see his talk. I mean, his 1998 paper, this is a very long-winded introduction, I'm sorry, but Nathan Crone's paper in Brain in 1998 describing, well, for me, opening my mind about synchronization and desynchronization, which forms the basis of our technology and actually why I called the company Synchron. So I'm excited to watch Nathan's talk as well. So this really is an incredible group of people that you've brought together. So thank you for having me here. So I founded the company in 2012 in Australia with Nick Opie, who's an engineer. I'm a neurology physician. And we were in the preclinical animal stage for 4 years. And it wasn't until I moved to the US that I was able to start raising capital to turn the technology that we'd developed into a company. So we're building a interface that goes in through the blood vessels, and we're trying to help people who are paralyzed by bypassing the body's failed ability to transmit the information, or intent, really. The motor system is really about your free will and your intent, your ability to physically engage with the world. And so BCIs create a digital prosthesis to digify that intent and then turn it into a vehicle to engage with the outside world, to express yourself. So yeah, we want to initially, well, the clinical trials, the burden is on us to demonstrate that you can actually improve people's lives measurably, objectively, using verified, validated tools. And we want to do that with control of digital devices. And so from our first engagement with FDA through in 2016 until 2021, it was a 5-year journey to get what is the first approval for a clinical study of a permanent implant. And I think it speaks to both the downside and the upside of existing in the blood vessels is that we don't get as good information because we're not, as Matt was describing, close enough to those neurons. So it is a bit more noisy. But the upside is that we know that it's safe to leave devices in blood vessels for a lifetime, because that's what we do. And for stents in the heart, for stents in the brain. So we have built electronics in a way that can be left in there forever. And the approval we got from FDA was to do that. So we were asked to speak about some challenges. So I wanted to highlight some of the challenges. And this document from FDA really is a roadmap for any company wanting to look for approval to start selling this technology to a large number of participants. This is a completely new technology in a new field of medicine. There are so many unknowns. Definitions themselves, I mean, for me, I only really started this term BCI, for me, wasn't absolutely set in stone. But when the FDA anointed BCI with this document, then I felt, okay, the FDA has announced what we're calling this field. But there was a BCI that already has been approved, and that's the cochlea for hearing. So in this document refers to a neuroprosthesis. So what is the definition? A neuroprosthesis is a device that restores a lost function. And there already is on market a device to restore hearing. So what are we trying to restore exactly? Well, we have to prove that and define that. As far as my read on this, the pathway, there are many different regulatory pathways, but what FDA want to see is a pre-marketing approval, which is the hardest, longest pathway. And that involves a pivotal trial, which is a large pivotal study. And I'll talk about that a little bit further. The only previous IDE, so IDE is basically an approval to conduct a clinical study. The only previous IDEs in the field of BCI were for the Utah array for a period of 30 days. The patients have had them in for a lot longer, but that's because the patients refuse to have them taken out for very good reason. They're incredible. But from an FDA perspective, there is no approval for devices beyond 30 days. And so the burden is on us as companies rising up to demonstrate the long-term safety of these devices in a way that is sufficient, not just for FDA, but for reimbursement. I'll get to that in a minute. So one question is, will BCIs need to be permanently implanted? Is it the case that if there is a change in their functioning over a period of time, well, is the approval going to be with FDA for X number of years? And if it's for X number of years, will the FDA require that you have to study for X number of years to demonstrate safety before you can get full market approval? These are outstanding questions, but probably the most important is that even if the FDA approve the technology for, say that it's safe, that doesn't mean that Medicare is going to pay for it. We can't expect the participants to pay for this technology themselves. We need support from Medicare and private insurers to help cover the costs. So it's Medicare who also require this pivotal trial to demonstrate that the health outcomes do justify the cost. So all of this together means that we have to design pivotal trials which meet all of these needs. And until it's done successfully by a group, it remains, this is the barrier to approval to get this technology to a large number of people. And that's what we're working towards. So the pivotal study is probably more than 50 participants. Typically it's 150, but I suspect it'll be less in this type of a technology. To get to the pivotal study, you have to submit your data from your feasibility study to the FDA before they will give you the ticket or the IDE to conduct the pivotal study. This is the stage that we're at now. And to get to this stage, we had to demonstrate that we had still first in human data proven out. And so that was a study that was 4 patients in Australia, which showed long-term safety. And before that was another 5 years of locking down the design. And so, you know, you've seen the complexity of the technology, implant, transmitter, decoder, and app. If any one of these bits changes over time, you have to go back and start again. This whole process, you have to start it all again. And so that's the challenge with when do you lock down the design and start testing? Because when the stage you get to the pivotal study, if you want to change one piece, you have to go back. So this is why a BCI is the most complicated medical device that's ever gone through an approval process, because of the scope from hardware to electronics to software to applications. Okay, so you've seen videos of what's capable from an intracortical array needles, which is the highest level of function. Dr. Van Stiesel is here today, and I had the pleasure of going out to the Netherlands to meet her and Nick Ramsey's group. And for me, this was the breakthrough science that demonstrated that you could control a system from electrodes on the surface of the brain rather than with needles inside the brain. Not with the same degree of fidelity for sure, but with a degree of reliability, which was higher than an eye tracking device. And, you know, this is a graph here that just shouts out to Nathan Crone, where the concept of desynchronization, which hopefully is what he talks about, forms the basis of any surface array system, is that there is a shift in frequency in a certain domain dependent on certain types of movement that is spatially represented depending on how high the frequency is, but in this case, low frequency. So that was considered slow relative to what Matt was just talking about, but this patient that Dr. Van Stiesel might tell you about started using this very predictably because it didn't need calibration, because it was very robust and stable, and it didn't lose capability over time. So that's the other side of it. So then the question is, well, how good can it get with the surface electrode? And David Moses is also on the call with a phenomenal work coming out of New England Journal of Medicine with a much larger number of arrays, surface of the brain, training a model that was able to decode attempted control of the vocal cord. Just incredible work. But for me, proof, validation, inspiration that you can, in fact, record high quality information without having to put the needles into the brain. So a different approach. Not as good information, but still extremely life-changing for patients potentially. So I set out to try and do that. I said, can we get a surface electrode into the brain, but do it without opening the skull? And the way to do that was to use the blood vessels. So we have figured out how to put sensors onto a stent in a blood vessel, delivering it to the surface of the motor cortex using blood vessels. So we don't have the brain inflammation. We believe it's safe for a lifetime, doesn't need to be removed. And probably most importantly, we don't need to build the surgical infrastructure, because there are thousands of outpatient facilities that already exist where you can go and put stents into your body. Now, we typically haven't been doing that to the brain. We've been doing other things to the brain, but it means that there is a surgical infrastructure that if our technology is successful, we can get this to a very large blood vessel, so there's no opening up the skull. In 2021, we reported our first 2 patients. We're very close to reporting on all 4 from that study now. And I'll show you some of the work with this system, which has some similarities to the other technology you've seen, where there is a chest-based system, a cable going up. We had 4 participants in the study with 12 months of follow-up. And we had them able to control Microsoft Windows 10 with and without combination of an eye tracking device, as our software and algorithms have improved over time. But the most important thing was that we had our participants using the system for long periods of time in a way that was not fatiguing and causing headaches like things like eye tracking can do. So what's implanted is, this is the endovascular component, and this comes out of the jugular vein in the neck. This goes under the skin, and then that transmits wirelessly to a device that's a bit smaller than an iPhone, that then sends out network, does the decoding, and connects to applications. Doesn't have its own screen. We're dependent on other screens. So just to quickly show you, we come into, this is a picture of a brain with the blood vessels. This is the starting point. Obviously, we want to get to smaller blood vessels, but we're starting in this large blood vessel here because it's safe and it's easy to get to. Here's our device being deployed. And then there's the device going under the skin in the chest. Here's what it looks like once it's inside the brain. motor cortex is around here. You can see the cable coming down the blood vessel, transverse sinus, out of the body. And then here it is open on a CAT scan afterwards. And then here it is coming down into the body and then implanted under the skin on X-ray. So we have had to work hard to figure out how to get the accuracy of the electrode deposition right over the motor cortex. And you can see this is actually more of a sensory cortex than motor cortex, but this is our first patient and we're really learning about the surgical techniques to get this closer and closer. And then Nathan Crone will recognize this as typical features of desynchronization in the lower frequency band, and where it's been an exciting journey as our data science team grows, starting with some fundamental neuroscience assumptions about what we would expect to see for desynchronization, synchronization, and cortical potential recordings, and then learning things that we were not expecting to see. So that's more on that to come. This is a paper coming out shortly, but probably most importantly, we're showing that signal stability is there. Once it gets incorporated into the blood vessel, the scarring process stops and there is good stability over time. And the whole principle with our decoding is not the continuous trajectory decoding, it's discrete switch decoding. So, the way I describe that is thinking about using your Netflix controller to change the password. With about 4 to 6 buttons, you can do a lot. And so that's how we're thinking about the starting point for our system. So this is Philip, our second patient. And I don't know if you can hear me if I've got my AirPods up.
So for Philip, his eyes were still working. In fact, his hands were still, he has ALS and his hands were still working reasonably well, but not enough to control a keyboard. And he did have some speech remaining. So his eyes were able to use an eye tracker, but he had a lot of errors and didn't like to use the eye tracker, mainly because of the way that you have to click with the eye tracker. So what we did was we started building out these discrete switches to solve the problems that eye tracking has trouble with. And an eye tracker can give you one switch, depending on how you want to use it, but that's why it gets fatiguing because you have to stare in one area or blink. And we started building out switches like left click and right click and a zoom click. And between those self-controlled functions, he was able to suddenly start using Windows 10 in a very natural way. But this was the first session that we turned on. We don't have to do long calibration techniques because we're not actually doing a lot of calibrating or tuning. We're doing desynchronization, which is a built-in mechanism so long as the user knows how to think about using their body. So at some point in their life, they needed to have control over their muscles, and then they start to think about certain types of body movements, and we're separating out different signal from different attempted types. But this was the first session and his reaction to getting the system working.
So try and, do you see that file? Just any old file.
Can you guys hear that?
Try and stare at it and think about moving for a long time and it'll start zooming in. Yeah, and release. So you made a click, your first click with your brain. Okay, yeah? Yep. So I want you to click on that by staring at it and thinking about moving or planning the movement. Yeah, and then try and relax back. All right, so you open up Word.
Holy moly.
Now, I want you to open up exactly the same thing. Open up a blank document folder.
Far out.
And then now I want, so it'll become really easy. So now just start typing whatever you want to type. What are you looking to type?
W-O-W.
So try and...
Patients texting each other. Participants texting each other. But what Lee said resonated with me in that this is about trying to give control back to freely available systems that we're used to, like Microsoft and Apple, without building our own. So this is more like a joystick than it is a new UX, but we want to build functionality. And so I just wanted to highlight what Phil said in this piece that really was, this article was really affirming for us that, we're going in the right direction. But I think this is being involved in this has given Phil a reason to push on. And I think as his world has been shrinking, the technology opens back up again, and the digital ecosystem that we're used to is so incredibly powerful. All we have to do is open the doors back into those systems. Okay, so For regulatory oversight, just to come back to where we're at right now, we're in the feasibility. We've enrolled 2 subjects in New York, and Pittsburgh is soon to be enrolling. We have a total of 6 patients in the US, or another 10 patients in Australia, as we prepare our submission for the pivotal study, which is the large study to eventually go to market. So our first patient is doing well. He's activated the device. He had successful switch control in the first session, and he's beginning to use his digital devices, albeit slower than what you're seeing at BrainGate, but in a dependable and robust way. And as I mentioned, I think just to leave you, well, a couple of slides left, but this is what an angiogram procedure looks like. This is the camera, the X-ray camera, the patient. So it's not a full operating room. The patient comes in and lies here, and we look up on the screen it looks like a video game going up through the blood vessels. And this is where any patient would go to receive a cardiac stent. And so this is where we're going to be focusing the rollout of the technology over the next few years. We are set up in Brooklyn in New York. I think we are at 60 people now. We have a very exciting team, and we're all here for the same reason. We think we can make a difference in people's lives where there has not been this sort of option before. And I think, we all share that. We all share the same ambition and goal. So just to finish up, it's once that pivotal study is done, then you go to FDA with that data, and then the FDA will approve you to go to market. And as a part of that, if you get the regulatory process right, which is why PMA is so important, CMS and Medicare will be involved in helping cover the payment for these devices, because they're not going to be very cheap, and we need to make them available. So yeah, this is Graham, our first patient, and the moment with his wife, Nancy, when he first got the system working. And I think it's an incredibly powerful thing to see someone have their ability to communicate and connect, re-emerge. And, that's why we're all here. So thank you very much for the time, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Tom. That was incredible. I loved what you said that, with paralysis and other neurodegenerative diseases, we are closing the world down, but we can certainly open it back up when we allow people, real people, have the ability to communicate and to become independent. So thank you for that. It's really great to see BCI from different aspects, the different technologies coming from different aspects and different technologies, and the whole process that you explained with the FDA. I think for a lot of people who are on the call who may not realize or appreciate the in-depth nature of what companies have to go through to get things to market, I think is definitely something very interesting. Thank you for everybody. Tom, Matt, Florian did a great job presenting. I think we'll go to our next chapter of this, and I'll hand it over to Lee to start the panel discussions.
Great. Thanks, Shell, and Tom. Also, thank you for a great presentation, and really for setting the stage for what comes next. So the next segment of our afternoon will be asking 6 academic or nonprofit researchers to not talk about their own research, which is the hardest thing that you can ask any of us to do on any given day, but instead to take all of their background and intellectual investment time in the research, and to pose questions in 5-minute intervals to our 3 corporate representatives, folks that are pushing this field forward from the industry standpoint. We're going to have them offer those questions and insights right in a row, and then we will take a break at the end of that 30-minute block before we come back to hear some of the answers and the Q&A. So with that, I will hand over to Dr. Mariska van Steensel from Utrecht, from UMC Medical Center, and for the first 5 minutes. So Mariska, please lead us off.
Okay, thank you, Lee, and thank you, Shell, and the others for organizing this wonderful event and for inviting me to it. We've seen just 3 amazing presentations about the wonderful work that those 3 companies are doing on developing wireless, fully implantable systems. And of course, in the end, not all people with ALS may want to undergo surgery to receive a BCI. I think the work that you're doing together with the researchers that are, working with brain signals to improve BCI-based communication, in the end, will make implanted BCIs hopefully an attractive solution for those who are in need of that. I do have some questions, and most of them relate to the eventual, perhaps, hopefully in the end, clinical application of PCIs. And Florian already mentioned, we may be at an inflection point towards widespread use. I do think that there are some serious steps to be taken before that. I think this is a wonderful event to also maybe identify some of these and to think about how to address them. So the first question I have for the three industrial representatives in this call really relates to the research that still needs to be done. And it relates to continued accessibility. The Declaration of Helsinki and also the CMS guidelines of the World Health Organization, they state that research participants that experience benefit from a system ideally have access also after their study participation ends or after the study ends. However, with implantable neurotechnology, there may be a risk that those participants lose support, even despite they may still need it, in case something breaks and in situations where a company makes strategic decisions to go another path, or maybe unfortunately goes bankrupt, which we all hope won't happen to you guys, of course. But this could have serious consequences. So I wonder what your ideas are about offering continued support for those brave study participants in the long run. And also, when the technology is going to be eventually clinically applied, what are the options for early adopters to receive upgrades of the systems if they come to pass at some point? And related to that, I'm also curious about, it's probably a bit of a surgical technical thingy, speaking about replacements that, something may break. And there could be a situation because something breaks or because of other reasons that you may need to replace the electrodes. Those electrodes probably have been placed at a perfect location. It's carefully selected based on, pre-surgical imaging, most likely. So any replacement electrodes, we may want to place at exactly the same location. And I just wonder if you have some ideas about, the electrodes that you're working on, if it would be even possible to replace them and replace them with a new set at exactly that location. I'm just curious about that. And perhaps just, a final question. The researchers are working hard on developing algorithms that generate fast PCI control, and the other companies are developing implanted hardware. And I do think that an important step that we, as a research community that includes, all those different parties need to take will be to validate everything in real life settings. But assuming that all that is successful, I do wonder what you consider topics of concern towards the eventual clinical implementation of PCIs for people with ALS. And also perhaps because much of the work is currently conducted in the US, if you see any important differences across continents towards that eventual clinical application, maybe across countries even. So with that, I think I'll hand the word back to Lee, and thank you for the opportunity to engage in this session. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Mariska. That was perfect. And second to asking 6 academics to not talk about their research is to ask 3 CEOs to not respond to the questions about their research and their product for at least another 25 or 30 minutes.
They're just dying to say something.
This is good. Everybody said this is good. So with that, thank you, Mariska. Next on the list, and I'm just double checking, is headed over to Brian Dekleva at Pittsburgh. Brian?
Is someone taking notes?
I am.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So thank you all. Those were really, it's been a great session, and also those presentations I thought were extremely interesting. Being in the field, you kind of know what's going on, but to hear it straight from the source is also really inspiring. As people in industry, a lot of what you do is pitch to get VC investment. It's a lot of hyping. I'm interested to hear what you think are the biggest barriers that you face, or that are going to come up Is the biggest issue still tissue interface kinds of problems? Is it hardware, software? Where do you see the big barriers to expansion along this route? Where should we be focusing? And that goes to, as people in academia, we tend to not care so much about the practical obstacles and shoot big and try to look into the future maybe. And so where should people in that role who aren't looking at the ground at the day to day and actually making something that works, the people who are maybe looking 10, 20 years in the future, where's the biggest problem going to arise? I'm curious about if there's the target population for these devices. I think we all come from a place where we want to help those with motor impairment, and that's been the driving force behind all of this. But it's hard to deny anymore that there is a growing interest in the broader population for these types of devices for non-medical application, right? And so I'm wondering, is that a net benefit? Do you see any expansion to like a consumer product that is not a medical device? Is that a benefit for everybody? Is this just going to make things less expensive, more accessible, or is it going to take away from some of the focus that we've had on the actual helping those in need and not just creating a new widget? And so I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. And finally, in terms of the target population, I think that the presentations and these companies represent with a very interesting trade-off that you have in kind of risk reward, or where you draw the line. Are you implanting 1,600 electrodes in motor cortex, or are you going through stent? And the cost benefit of that is you might have super high fidelity signals when you implant in cortex, less so when you go through you're recording from a stent, but it's a lot easier to get to that point. It might be a lot more accessible one than the other. And so I'm interested if you've reached out to these populations like the spinal cord injury, ALS, the target population for these devices, where do they draw the line generally? And maybe the answer is that they're all over the place, and what we really need is a heterogeneity in the approaches, and we want options for everybody, no matter where their comfort is. But I'm curious about where you think the end goal should be. Is it just decent cursor control that you can get very easily, or is it super high fidelity, amazing control, but that comes with much greater risk and maybe a delay in how we're able to get there in the next few years? So I think those are all the questions that I have for now. I'm sure I'll think of others, but I'll leave some for the rest of the group.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. And from there, the other challenge, I'm listing all the challenges that we're listing, is that as we go forward amongst these six, some of the top questions have already been asked. So with that in mind, from Mariska and Brian, we now hand off to Dr. Nathan Crone at Johns Hopkins.
Thanks again for inviting me, Lee. This is really a great opportunity. I came up with a lot of questions ahead of this, listed them here, and then I've been striking ones off right as they've been asked already. So I guess one of the questions I have, it's recruitment of patients for clinical trials is not that easy. It's just hard to get the word out to patients who are already having communication problems sometimes, and they may be more motivated to participate than maybe their family. They're more excited about that than their family is, as has been alluded to earlier. I guess one of the potential, I think one of the biggest impediments is the concern about surgery and about an implantable device. And I guess one of the questions is, are patients and their physicians sufficiently well informed about the relative benefits and risks of implantable BCIs versus non-invasive BCIs? Because there's a lot of research that's been done in non-invasive BCIs. There's even some startups that have been formed for non-invasive BCIs. And if they're not sufficiently well informed about that, what can be done to better inform them? Do patients and the general public have realistic expectations about the relative benefits and risks of implantable BCIs? If not, there's a lot of videos on YouTube, in case you haven't noticed, about some maybe unrealistic expectations about BCIs. That can sort of be helpful, but also be an impediment, I think. If not, if there are not realistic expectations, what can be done to better inform people about those? And then finally, one of the primary concerns, as I mentioned, was the risks of neurosurgery. How accurate are the public perceptions about these risks? How can we educate people about those? I'll leave other questions for other speakers to ask.
That's great. Thank you very much, Nathan. And I know that all of these questions are ones that our trio is going to be very interested in responding to. I will next hand off to my colleague, Dr. Sydney Cash from MGH.
Thanks, Lee, and everyone for setting this. Again, I want to reiterate what a fantastic session this has been, right from the beginning with Dr. Lalji's very moving personal account, as well as what I have to say was one of the best overviews of the BCI field that I've seen in a while. I have to say, I'd like her to go ahead and give some undergraduate courses instead of me, because she did a really good job of that. And then also the three speakers were really excellent. Yeah, I'm going to, as Nathan and Lee said, I'm probably going to end up overlapping here with some of these questions, but maybe slightly different perspectives to give a jumping out board for the three representatives here. One of which is sort of a little bit specific, but Tom and everybody else touched on the regulatory hurdles here. And this might overlap with some of what Mariska was asking about and Brian were asking about. I'm wondering what you're thinking of, as this is a relatively new space for the FDA. We're in a sort of uncharted territory here. What are you anticipating or planning for or expecting will be the kinds of outcome measures that you're looking at, not just to show that these are safe devices, but that they're effective and that they are ultimately something that CMS should be reimbursing or other insurers should be reimbursing, right? How are we going to be able to get over that hurdle to really get these to our patients, which I think, Tom, you pointed out was a real challenge. And then once you've gotten there, how do you start thinking not just about product one and what it should look like, which you've already talked about, but what does product two look like, and three, and so on? How do we keep improving for our patients? The first version is not going to be the answer for everybody, I highly suspect. I think you'd agree. What's the plan for making it better and better, and how does that actually happen? And along those same lines, let me add in a parenthetical question to that question, which is, in my mind, and this is arguable, these devices are intensely personal. I can't really think of other medical systems or other medical interventions that are so highly tailored in a way to a specific patient and their family and their caregivers. How then, as a company, do you tailor it to the patient? Are you able to set up a system that deals with this structurally, technologically, financially, that each of these systems might need to be different in some way? And then finally, this gets us to something you've all commented on before, and I'll comment on it or ask you to comment on it some more, which is that what do you then need most from the ALS community, from the patients, from the caregivers, from their doctors? What do you need to plan for next steps in the development and the clinical trials, in getting to the answers to my questions and to Nathan, Mariska's, Brian's, everybody's questions? What do you need from the ALS community to get there? Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Sid. And we'll move straight from those great questions to the undoubtedly great questions that we're going to hear from Dr. Tracy Labs, who's right there on my screen. There you are. Go ahead, Tracy.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much, Lee. This has been really, really inspirational as well as informative. It's great to see, collaborators and colleagues in this setting. And also, I really appreciate, bringing in the patients and their advocates and bringing them into the conversation as early as possible, I think, with the researchers, because I think that's truly going to help accelerate some of this technology to the patient. Most of the questions I think have been asked, but I do have a couple of questions maybe that would be helpful also for the entire community to hear the answers to. So in addition to sort of the barriers that Brian mentioned, maybe some of the limitations of the technology in application to a progressive disease like ALS. So it's extremely heterogeneous, as we all know, and how can we address maybe some of the heterogeneity earlier with the technology? Is that possible? And are you thinking about that from your company standpoint? Another thing I think that everybody alluded to, Tom did a great job of overviewing the regulatory, and we're all, you know, spending our careers doing this and been working on it, 30,000 hours of data. If you could just give a sense of the sort of the timelines and the funds that are sort of necessary to get something from an early stage technology to the patient. And I think that's, and you could maybe also comment on when you should involve the patients and their advocates, actually, because I think that also a lot of times as engineers, people sort of develop something before they sort of ask for the use case. And I think, you know, we'll continue to iterate and build better technology by involving the patients and the caregivers. I think that's just about it from my side. I'm sure I have more questions, but thanks again for having me. This is great.
Excellent. Thank you, Tracy. And to finish off our run of 6 is Dr. David Moses from UCSF. David, I'm quite confident that you still have questions despite the last 5 speakers, and we look forward to hearing them.
Thank you. Yeah, I somehow do still have questions, although I think a lot of the really, really important ones were asked as well. Just want to also say thanks for what's just been really an incredible, you know, even as someone who has been working on this for years and years, seeing this overview and hearing these personal notes and industry notes has been really informative. So thanks again for having me here. I do have a few questions. So one is, I know that especially with, you know, some of these recording approaches, it may be possible to end up in a suboptimal sampling location for these technologies, a sample from small parts of the cortex and read, you know, a small portion of the brain activity. I mean, with high fidelity, but I'm still wondering if it's possible, like in that type of a situation, do you think it would be possible for a reimplantation if there is perhaps a patient who gets this technology to help them, and then it turns out it's not working, but people think that, you know, the industry provider thinks that it could work, it might need to just be altered. You know, is there a pathway for this in the regulatory space to get perhaps a reimplantation surgery? And as a separate question, I'm wondering, as all these different technologies converge to, you know, try to restore communication from many different types of paradigms, do you think there's value in trying to make a concerted effort to establish like really standard metrics, even like, you know, our research is in communication, so like standard measurements for maybe information transfer rate, word error rate, vocabulary sizes, and maybe also importantly, self-reported qualitative reports, like how much does the user feel embodied? How much do they feel like this is actually improving their quality of life? How much do they feel the desire to use this throughout their daily lives? Things like that. Just wondering if it would be good to start to assess these things and report on these things so potential patients can make informed decisions. Another separate question is, these are devices that will of course be implanted for the long term. And so what work right now is being done to ensure that the device is only engaged when the user wants it to be engaged? So how do you make sure that it's volitionally, you know, activated and deactivated? This is kind of gets into some privacy concerns if it's always trying to decode. Perhaps there are moments where they would prefer the BCI to be turned off temporarily, or even some things like if an advanced language model is being used or data is being collected to fine-tune algorithms later. Like, is there a way for the user to opt out and say, like, for this next however many minutes, I want none of this to be stored long term. I just want to try to communicate and have that be that. And then perhaps my final question, I'm curious if there's room to collaborate with existing like AAC industry experts, maybe like Dynavox, the creators of Dynavox, Tobii, eye tracking, like these companies who have already kind of made it their mission to provide utility and restore communication to patients who have these forms of disabilities. Is there a potential to work with them directly to make something that's the most targeted, the most beneficial to the users? Perhaps even with some, I know there have been some user surveys or like potential BCI stakeholder survey type studies that have been published, and those have been really informative. And I'm wondering if there's room to continue to do those types of studies with as new technology is developed. Okay, thanks again.
Excellent. Thank you, David. And thank you to our 6 panelists. And looking, we are only 4 or 5 or so minutes off schedule. So good work, team. That's really nice. Let me look over to Shell and Jen. Let me just ask one thing for the 3 for our 3 representatives from industry. The first thing that I will ask you to do when we come back is for each of the 3 of you to answer your favorite question that you just heard, and then I'll start asking more of them. So feel free to be prepared with that. And Jen and Shell, what would you suggest that we do for a break?
I think that, we're doing great with time, but I think everybody can use just a quick freshen up break. How about 10 minutes? Jen, does that work for you?
Sounds perfect.
Yep. So we'll see everybody at 2:44.
54.
Well, that's Central Time. Sorry.
Oh, yes,
Eastern Time would be 3:44. All right, guys. Thank you so much. And we can't wait to hear all the responses. See you soon. On the call, Lee and I would encourage you all to start sending in your questions because the discussions are going to be extremely stimulating and those are going to get your questions going. So please do feel free to start sending those questions so we can keep track of them and get ready for the next panel after this one. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Shell. So in this part of the afternoon, we're going to try to spend about 30 minutes here getting responses from our CEOs to the questions that were posed. And then we will wrap up with what will arguably be the most important part, which is to answer questions from the audience. So if you are tuned in, please do add those questions to the chat window. Let's start. We'll go in reverse order here in some kind of symmetry, and I'll ask each of our 3 CEOs to answer whichever question they want to answer most, and then I'll pose from the notes I was taking taking some of the other questions for everybody. And I will do my best to pull in some of our academics and non-profiteers as possible along the way. So with that, in reverse order, Tom, is there a question that was asked that you most want to respond to?
Can I do a couple? I've got a couple of questions. I'll try and keep answers brief.
Thank you for paving the way on that.
Yes.
I'll be quick. So Nathan Crone asked realistic benefit by patients and how that's handled. Last week, we had a patient who was interested in the study, and he said, I need to know that I'm absolutely going to be able to control my computer. And so the FDA have pushed us on unrealistic expectations with our patients. So we have an exclusion criteria where the investigator has to have a direct conversation with the patient to assess whether or not they do have a realistic expectation. So the burden is on the clinical investigator to make that assessment. And that was a perfect example where the patient had an unrealistic expectation. No, there's a chance it might not work. So that was one example. So I think a discussion with FDA, consideration in the protocol, a training of the investigator on how to have that conversation with the potential participant are all the things that have to happen. Sydney Cash, you asked about what's needed for CMS. You don't know until you go to CMS with all the data, and in some cases that's too late. And there are examples where companies have, it's about 100 to 150 million to go all the way through from idea conception to testing to validation to feasibility to pivotal study to market approval, about 100 to 150 million typically. And if you do it's all built around the pivotal study. By the time you get to the pivotal, everything's locked down. You've got manufacturing sorted, you've tested. And so and FDA are primarily focused on safety, CMS and Medicare are focused on, does it do something that's valuable for the patient that can be economically rationalized? And so the burden is on the company to make sure that all those steps back at the stage of even the feasibility and the pivotal trial, that you've built in consideration for what Medicare need to see, not just FDA. And FDA and Medicare, they both said, come and talk to us. So I would encourage anyone that the conversations with Medicare have to happen early. And it's like, it's putting a sculpture together. There's no black and white answer. You're sculpting the right protocol to suit all of the needs of all the different stakeholders, where in my mind, Medicare is the most important, unless we expect that the participants will pay for it themselves. And that's not realistic. So Tracy, you asked about timeline. It's typically, I've heard 5 to 7 years, but realistically it's 7 to 10 years, I think, for the whole, from beginning of inception of your initial design with the entire system all the way through to completion of pivotal and market approval. All class 3 implantables have required at least 12 months of safety follow-up, but I think it's concerning that there is this discussion happening now about BCI being removable. And someone asked about, well, what if you want to put it back in the same area of the brain? So how does the FDA get comfortable on removability unless you've got data that shows that you can remove it and then replace it? So, and that's years and years and years. So I think that's concern. I think that's a risk on timelines already being long, that if the FDA wants to see removability factors, I think that's going to be, so, 12 months at a minimum, and then you have to do your feasibility study, 5 to 10 patients, get your 12 months of data, and then bring that to the FDA to get your pivotal study, which is another 12 months, but a much larger number of patients. So you can see, and then in all of that, you've got all the engineering and testing to do. And then finally, Brian, you asked, what about the consideration of whether, is this a medical device or is it not a medical device? Is this a consumer product? And I think in the US, even if people want to start getting this and don't consider it a medical device for whatever application they think is useful, it's still a medical device. The FDA are still going to have provisions and controls over any hospital that is conducting the activity where these tasks are performed. And so LASIK surgery is an interesting example of a medical procedure where now there are people getting LASIK surgery who you could argue don't need it. They can just wear glasses and you have to pay for it out of pocket. because your vision's only mildly affected, but you can bring your vision back to 2020 if you can pay for it. But the FDA still holds a mandate over protection of the public safety. So I think no matter where we're at, FDA is always, unless it, as far as I can see it, FDA is always going to be doing this unless patients are going to like some non-hospital setting to get this done. And then just quick, last thing, Brian said, where should we work into the future? I think there is a difference in the different approaches. Our challenge is, I think for the invasive cortical arrays, the challenge is how long does it work for? What are the factors that change performance over time? How do we manage calibration? You've seen all that come up today. For us, it's how do we improve performance? How do we improve our ability to view synchronization and desynchronization events? How do we achieve spatial localization of those? Miller's article in 2007 showed that beautiful ability to differentiate spatiotemporally different features depending on frequency. So the higher frequency you can record, the better spatial localization. So for my mind, that's the area that we need to move into to break open new ground to improve the ability to build out increasing number of decoded switches to run our system. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Let's move over to Matt. Matt, are there a top 1 or 2 questions that you wanted to respond to?
Yeah, I think first linking 2 questions, which is one was, do patients want these kinds of technologies? And the other was a question of ALS advocacy. So can everyone see the paper that I just pulled up?
We can.
I would encourage anyone who on the technology side or on the potential investment side of this equation who's wondering if people are interested in these technologies to take a look at this survey. I would say that the indication is yes, that many people who are paralyzed have an interest in using BCI as an assistive technology. And this paper is 2015 now. So this was before all of the last 7 years of successful demonstrations in BrainGate, before the kind of Neuralink excitement that's kind of swept the public. And I expect that people would be even more interested now. I'll quickly just pull like one thing, a question about like, how do people who are facing this decision think about these kinds of technologies? If we look at, just zoom in here. I can't zoom right now. If you can see panel C here, EEG is a wearable system. Intracortical is an implantable, like a Utah array or paradromics array. I think one thing that's worth noting is that there's more interest in patients in a wireless intracortical system than there is in a wired EEG system. In other words, like all things being equal, this group of patients said, I would rather have something surgically implanted and not have to deal with the wires. And so I think for many people who aren't facing an unmet medical need, the idea of having surgery seems like an insurmountable barrier, something that you would never want to mess around with. But for people who have a real need, the surgery is not an insurmountable barrier, but it's a necessary medical procedure. So that was the first point I wanted to make, and I would encourage people to check out that paper. The second thing is ALS advocacy. How can people in the ALS community help this field accelerate? I think getting, if you are of the opinion that these types of neurotechnologies should exist in the world and that patients would be interested in them, I think making that known, there's sometimes a question whether, from regulators, from people involved in, from payers, from investors, there is a question about whether there's an interest in these technologies, whether patients would want to undergo a procedure. And, if you're sitting here and saying, I'm really excited about this, I want this to happen, I would encourage you to express that to anyone who will listen. One specific way that we could express that sentiment in a way that would help block a barrier to widespread BCI use would be their devices like, for instance, the Utah array and the Stentrode device from Synchron have been designated as breakthrough devices by the FDA. There is currently a rule contemplated by CMS that would allow for breakthrough devices upon receiving FDA approval to be paid for some number of years by CMS in advance of gathering all of the data that they might otherwise need to get reimbursement. Something like that would be totally transformative to the industry because it would allow us to get out of the gate with a regulatory approval and sell devices. Whereas right now we face a somewhat uncertain reimbursement environment that's navigable. That's how medical devices do it right now. But it's certainly, it's one of the things that investors look at when they're questioning whether they want to throw in with this lot of crazy, BCI innovators. And so if CMS were to follow through with this reimbursement of devices that have breakthrough status, it would be transformative. It would allow Florian, Tom, and I to go out and pull even more capital into the space. The one other thing that I'd like to talk about with regard to first application, I feel like on this, we have a consensus here on this call about what applications BCI, should be used for, in the first instance. And I think many of us think for a very long time to follow. And there's a question of, well, whether you say your device is for restoration of function, or whether you say it's for enhancement, is it for like moon people to have telekinesis, with like their electric cars, or is it for, people with high unmet medical needs to like, reconnect with their families and have a greater degree of autonomy. On one hand, you might say like, well, who cares what the story is, like the thing is you have to build it. But the focus, being patient focused, I think has led the three companies on this call to make very pragmatic decisions about the kinds of devices they're going to build. How long do we want the device to last? Tom has expressed, concern about the idea of if you're going to have a brain implant that comes in and out often, is that a viable idea that you're going to have regular upgrades? Perhaps if you think that BCI is the next cell phone, you're more comfortable with technologies that don't last very long and material stacks that don't last very long. And if you think that it's a durable medical device that's going to be a therapy for, people and they want to keep it, then you say like, well, I want to build a 10-year device. I want to build something that can last a long time. I don't want to have to mess around with kind of revision surgeries. And so I think there is an aspect of, being medically focused that leads you to build products that are better, at least with respect to medical applications.
Great. Thank you, Matt. And waiting patiently, but much appreciated, is Florian. Are there one or two questions that you'd like to respond to?
Yes. Actually, I'm very grateful for both Matt's and Tom's comments, which touched on a number of aspects. And maybe to guide the many notes that I've done and sort of compact that, I use Matt's last comment as a segue in terms of the lifetime, which then also, Mariska, ties into your question about what happens in ongoing research studies and there's no more support. So I think starting with that one first as a topic. In terms of the lifetime of the devices, I do feel that the actual interface should be something that lasts as long as possible. So the actual electrode device ideally is something, in 10 years, I think is a good initial marker. There's discussions to potentially go longer. At the same time, we need to be realistic that with all the other medical devices, there's also replacements that are happening, including pacemaker leads and whatever. It's just, if you, of course, go into tissue that's a lot more sensitive, that becomes more complex. So there are options in clinical studies. We've seen that replacements can be made and that good function can be gained out of that, even though you may not be going exactly in the very same location. That is possible. However, what nobody has done so far is, as Thomas indicated, the actual set of studies that then show, okay, you're allowed to replace 1, 2, 3, or 4 times, and that is safe. I think we will see that happening, but it will take time, because with medical devices, even once you have approval, you're never done. You know, you keep monitoring, you keep recording, you keep improving, and then you can keep adding claims to your device, which ties into Sid's comment about version 2 and 3 and 4 of the device. We're starting here with those people who need it the most, with the best we can do today, which I think has massive value, but we will continue to improve. Now, ideally, there are components of the device, and those are the ones that are outside of the body that can be replaced. And definitely on the software side, I would love to see a push for, and I think the FDA is thinking about that, for that to be non-regulated. Just like I said before, your Apple laptop is not regulated. Even if I was a tetraplegic sitting in a wheelchair, I can buy a laptop. And if I find a way to control that, the risks and benefits associated with that device are not regulated. The implant or anything that would affect the implant, absolutely, I understand. Now, the cost side of that, of course, is on the one hand, I hear that NIH is already thinking about, on the grant side, making that a requirement that grants that do support this type of clinical work will have to budget for the ongoing support. Now, that will become a burden for investigators, but I think it is really important so that you do not run into these situations that we have seen probably more than anybody else here, because we started so much earlier, where indeed, a study got approved for a year, typically based on the 30-day commercial approval, and then it gets extended, it keeps getting extended, and eventually the grant runs out. And then the hospital says, well, who's going to pay for that? And then pressure is applied, which I think is unethical on the subject, to explant, and whereas if there's a medical reason to explant, absolutely. But if it is just, we ran out of money to support that, if there's a problem, that seems wrong. So I think the NIH has understood that, is capturing that. Now, on the business side, I do anticipate that businesses will have to create reserves and protected funds that are put in place to take care of people this way. I mean, some of us on the BlackRock side, we've been fortunate in that we've always, had revenue and profits out of an operational business, which has given us a little bit different of a stance. But once you grow this, of course, this is something that as a community we may need to think about. And maybe there's even some sort of a, common insurance system that we want to put in place. And by the way, there are actually even paths in the US for something that is running under an IDE study to potentially obtain reimbursement for these type of procedures. It's not trivial, but it's an important aspect. In terms of version 2 and 3 devices. Oh yeah, there was the question. I didn't think I want to leave that out there in a vacuum, because there were also comments in the chat about this. Non-medical users. Matt already mentioned that. We're all driven by wanting to help people that have lost function. I think it is very important that we do start the discussions about the other potential use cases as well. And some of them will not be easy. If you are a first responder, a firefighter in the California wildfires, a military personnel that's sitting in the trenches and whatever, and we give them all sorts of tools to protect them, increase their chances of survival and coming out unharmed, maybe 20 years in the future, when these technologies have become a lot more commonplace and, and there's hundreds of thousands of people that use it, people may justifiably say, we would want that. And I think as a society, we do want to be ready and have sort of, to some extent, led the discussions about the underlying principles that govern how we want to provide access. And I think we want to build that into it, because once you build the implant and the firmware and these components, sort of the operating system for these implants, an ecosystem will build around it, and you eventually end up with a situation where it may become much harder to change things. So we may want to look at that. Anyways, and then in terms of fidelity and data rates, I think that really is a patient-to-patient discussion. I think from a performance point of view, the implants that were offering, another 10 minutes, apologies, yes, second attempt at housekeeping. The implants that record single units, of course, can offer massive performance gains, but I would very much understand a patient who says, well, but I would like to have a different procedure. And for me, it is okay. That's why I think all the options that are out there are valuable. And I do think that there's enough growth there for the market to decide what solutions have the most value and impact in practice.
Great. Thank you, Florian. The one thing, and I want to pull in some of our academic panelists to this discussion, and one of the themes that came up, and I think hasn't yet been completely addressed, is what do we do about getting to version 2 and version 3? We all, I think all three of our industry representatives have a very compelling product 1 in mind, either being tested or being developed, but inevitably, and Tom, you referred to locking down the product a few times, how do we get to product 2 and product 3? And the reason I'm going to bring in our academics, at least 3 of them, I'm looking at my screen at Nathan, Sid, and Mariska, at least as a first 3, is there is an example of another brain-computer interface that we haven't talked about yet today, which is NeuroPace. For the rest of the group, NeuroPace is a responsive neural stimulator. It is an implanted device that in some ways does exactly what a brain-computer interface does. It records neural activity, it makes a decision based on it, and it acts on that activity, the goal of which is to suppress clinical seizures or to reduce their frequency. So Mariska, Sid, Nathan, you've worked either with Medtronic, you've clinically had some interaction with NeuroPace. How does any of those, your experience, how does any of those collective experiences guide this BCI community in developing not just a solid, useful, and beneficial product 1, but how do we make sure that we don't stop there?
Yeah, I'll just try to quickly. I don't know, Sid, how much experience you've had with a NeuroPace device. Maybe you've got some comments to make about it too. But I've been, I mean, I do worry about the fact that these decoding algorithms really have to be personalized, and ideally they would be upgraded, periodically. And maybe there's a world where we have, the lockdown system, but then there's still room to continue to improve over time with research and so on. But the NeuroPace system is really interesting in that, you can reprogram it. So there's somehow there's a regulatory framework that allows us to continually improve the detection algorithm and the stimulation parameters. And so that's all done with physician control. Although what's interesting is that the parameters, there's so many parameters to choose from, and there's so many different potential detection algorithms that you could use, that the company has actually gotten into the business of supporting that with the physicians, and they've got a team of engineers that work in the background and make recommendations about those changes that could be made. And by and large, those recommendations are pretty good. In fact, they've gotten into machine learning and really trying to press the limits with this. So yeah, Sid, I don't know if you have anything to say more about that.
Nathan, that covered it well. I think the only other thing I was going to emphasize, which you covered or hinted at, was that one of the things that impressed me, and I should say as a disclosure, my main clinical hat is as an epileptologist. Though I'm involved in a lot of these other issues we're talking about, as is Nathan's, guilty as charged. I was very involved in the NeuroPace clinical trial when it first happened, and I use NeuroPace in a lot of my patients now, although I have no other company connection, just to be clear. One of the things that I was actually impressed by, and one of the reasons our site decided to become heavily involved in the NeuroPace trial as it could, was that they had a model in the trial of having the physicians and researchers who were on the recruitment end fairly involved in the trial, having access to the data in various ways, being really brought into not necessarily business decision-making issues, but certainly thinking about what the data was showing and how to interpret it and so on in a very inclusive way. And I think that was very important for the success of the device, both from the point of view of being able to be used effectively in treating patients and in getting to market, because we were much more likely to adopt this thing that was very new at the time, because we were very familiar with how it had evolved, sort of its history. And I think that's an important learning point. I think the involvement of the, in this case, clinicians and the patients throughout the process, as we've said now multiple times, really into the trials would help not only refine the product and make it a better product, but also make it more likely to be adopted appropriately and quickly and really get out there.
Sorry, muted. I just said, yeah, thank you, Mariska.
Yeah, just one additional comment. I think, you know, in the far future, it may really be nice if, you know, the second, third, fourth generations of the products are really backwards compatible to the electrodes that have been implanted, so that, you know, people can just, you know, replace the amplifier, for example, but keep the electrodes in place if they still provide good quality. And maybe even across, you know, companies at some point, there could be a standard or so that people, you know, with existing electrodes can choose for another device. I mean, that's pushing it maybe at this point in time, you know, but maybe in 50 years from now, that could be a good way to deal with this kind of things.
Thank you. Let me turn back to Matt, Florian, Tom in no particular order. I do believe, Tom, that you may have to hop off the call soon. So I want to make sure that that you and others have a chance to respond to some of what you just heard. Or not.
Well, I mean, I agree with Mariska, but backwards compatibility is really challenging. You know, I guess there's been talk about what does a design freeze actually look like, and how do we manage stages, you know, 2, 3, 4. So we've made some not insubstantial changes from our first in human to what we're heading into the pivotal trial with, and they all required very long discussions with FDA and had an impact across the whole system. So anytime you change a little piece, it has these ripple effects across an entire full stack of a system. And we're making changes in order to improve the system, and very quickly small changes can change your backwards compatibility. So you do it as best as possible, but with a view that you shouldn't do it to the point where you're going to restrict your ability to substantially improve the system. So that's the challenge. It's a real challenge. And, you know, we talk about this a lot internally. It's a very hard goal to, and then you have to communicate that with the patients. You have to be very honest and say, there is a strong likelihood that this will not be able to, you know, and so we've had a lot of patients pass on joining the trial because they want to wait for the pivotal trial, or maybe they want to wait for version 3. That's totally reasonable. The subjects or the participants who are in the studies, the ones who have really gotten a lot out of it, are actually having a huge rewarding experience from being involved in being a part of the science. That's actually what and Lee has talked about this, but that is, and you can't, that's not what you ask for, but that's what the patients who do well in these studies get reward from. And they know that they're having an impact, and they understand the scope of history with where we sit right now and what this is probably going to become, and the role that they played, and the inspiration that generates for their family. To finish on, I guess, for how do you do version 2, 3, 4? Once you do your pivotal study, you don't need to go and do a whole new pivotal study. Once you have your pivotal study, I'm thinking about the FDA now more like a relationship. You have to build up trust. You have to be a really good communicator. You have to show love. You have to be honest, and you have to take them along the journey. And once you've gotten all the way through that pivotal trial and you've gotten market approval, you know, there's been a lot of back and forth with the FDA. At that point, to then get approval for the next generation, you don't have to go through the whole thing again, because you have to justify all the changes. What's the impact on risk on the change? Is there a material change? Is there a size change? Is there a risk change? Is there a performance change? All of those things. And then you might have to go and do a small number of patients, or maybe not. But it's certainly not the journey that you've walked on. So the huge barrier to market entry is this pivotal study, is the first pivotal study.
Thanks. I want to, Florian, did you want to add to that, or because I want to?
Yeah, no, I think Tom answered it perfectly. The only thing that I think is where there is an option for potential temporary backward compatibility is the software side. And it's again something I think will for us as a community be very important. If we get to a point where certain software components can be seen as a non-regulated part, because the risky part is sort of the getting the control signal out, or possibly later then some sensory feedback signal in. But then the end effector, so the whatever robotic arm, wheelchair, computer screen, photo text, whatever interface, you know, theoretically one could argue is something that could benefit from regular updates and changes and retain compatibility, because you know, I'm not even sure that's a clinical outcome necessary in all those cases. So, but these are all discussions with the FDA, and I sincerely hope that we will find a mechanism that will allow in those areas where the safety of patients are not affected in practice beyond anything that they already have. Because, you know, if they're in a wheelchair right now, or they're, you know, sitting in front of a computer, everything has risks in life. But any, you know, nothing that goes beyond those normal risks that can be approved. And I think that would be a massive gain and help in terms of innovation, because it also opens the door to a lot of others that are not med device people like Tom, Matt, and us to enter the space and come with ideas and innovations. As a side note, I need to, otherwise I keep forgetting that I'm not a CEO. I'm chairman. My day job is on the, as my wife calls it, on the university side. I'm co-founder and chairman of the board. CEO is Marcus. Otherwise, he's going to dump all sorts of other tasks on my desk as well tomorrow.
Understood. A few quick comments, Florian. That implies that you think I know the difference between a CEO and a chairman, but thank you for correcting me. You can describe that to me later. I will. I know that Tom has to hop off. Tom, did you want to offer an opportunity for people to get in touch with you later? And then I do want to return to this questions about clinical trial recruitment, which just came up.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I got the time mixed up, so I have to jump, but I'm just going to put my email. It's very easy. Tom@synchron.com, and I would love to hear from anyone who had a question or wants to engage or anything at all. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Really incredible day, and it's such an exciting time for where we're at, and I hope that we can continue to make progress because there are so many people in need.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Hey, Lee, before we switch topics, I really wanted to pick up on something that Florian said, because I think it's an opportunity for collaboration across companies and involving some kind of key opinion leaders like yourself. This idea of how will software and BCIs work in a regulatory framework is really, really important, because it's different than how the FDA normally thinks about software. Normally, the FDA thinks about approving end-to-end everything in the box systems. But I think many of us would consider some of the UI and kind of like application layer software that goes on top of the BCI to be a little bit like, I don't know, like a doorknob or switches in your home. If you get a hook prosthesis, you know, you don't have to have, you know, all of the doorknobs in your home be approved by the FDA as compatible, you know, with your physical prosthesis. That would be absurd. You get a hook and you can use it for whatever the hell you want. But I'm afraid that BCI is not being considered the same way, and that could be a huge problem, because in some sense, a BCI, to use a cursor or use you know, or to provide text, is basically just, it's a hook that you can use in the digital world. And you want to make sure that you don't have to have, you know, as you said, as Tom said, you want to be able to plug into anything software related. You want to be able to use anything that any healthy person can use. If you want to be able to use an iPad, you want to be able to use an Android. If Facebook comes up with their own crappy tablet, you want to use that too. You want to be able to plug into whatever the hell you want to plug into. And I think we need to get beyond this framework where we say, like, get an all-in-box approval. And if you want to switch the, you know, interface software, or if you want to switch the end effector, you need a new kind of amendment. I think that that's really important, thinking about what actually is being approved.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I think that that discussion is sometimes, as we know, framed from the standpoint of modularity. There's a thing that's recording from the brain, there's a thing that decodes the activity, and there's a thing that's being controlled, whether it be a tablet or a robot arm or somebody's own limb or speech output. And trying to find ways to safely, most importantly, enable that modularity, right? Amongst the worst things that could happen would be to plug in a new decoder, if you will, and whether that be firmware or anything else, to suddenly disable the rest of the system. By accident, of course, that would never be the intent. So how does one develop a platform that you can test that reliably, but still somewhat sandbox or isolate the ability to test that decoder so it can be plugged in without starting, as you point out, at day one of a brand new clinical trial? And that's, I think, a really important topic that that many of us on the call have been thinking about in various ways. And Florian, I think I saw you nodding there. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I think we said some of that before. Of course, some of that ties into the question about what are non-significant risk situations for the FDA. But what I could imagine may work is something where you have what I would call your base operating system. So to some extent, what in the personal computer world, the Gates and Jobs of the world sort of did, where you have a hardware, some firmware, and some sort of base software operating system that means this thing can be useful. And that one may to be controlled and regulated and have certain hurdles, just like other things. Cars, by the way, and other objects also have regulatory hurdles. You can't just go out, you have to crash test them and do all sorts of other stuff. But then there are other components where, just like Tesla has shown in the automotive space, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to download a new software in certain components. And so that's an ongoing discussion. And yeah, I think we're all aligned in that. And if there was an alliance that sort of, we don't want to underestimate where patient advocacy and needs, together with researchers, together with the clinical caretakers and companies come together and communicate that. And I think in practice, the discussions with the FDA are that I think they want to see these things happening. There's just a high level of uncertainty. And if, as a regulatory body, they're responsible to ensure safety of these things as well. And so taking them along and doing that together and also showing them that there's broad support for this type of an approach, I think will be really important. And if we do that, I think it could really become like an app store where then these things really become, because in the end, it's the value. As I said before, on this phone here, you have no clue what's inside. You frankly don't care. The first versions were a little lame. And now 10, 15 years later, our life is attached to this. This thing it's not quite implanted, but it's sort of, it's with you all times. It extends your brain. Because, and why? Because there's so many different use cases and applications that come with that. And we're opening the key to that. But none of us is fiddling with the firmware, the BIOS in this thing.
Yeah. Lee, just to add to that, I think that, what's great to hear is everybody's aligning on what we all think is probably the best way forward. We just have to collaborate to make it happen. And I think one of the biggest component of this is going to be the ALS community, because we as patients and families are not going to want to keep doing brain surgery. We're going to want to do it hopefully once, if it gets to that, and then be able to really focus on the decoder and the transmitter and the apps, everything that's outside of what's been implanted in, so that the risk-benefit ratio is way in the benefit side and not on the risk side. Because let's face it, the obstacle is the surgery, where patients or people are not going to want to perhaps take on that risk unless they see the benefit. But once that risk has been undertaken, we really need to do what we can as a community at large, academicians, industry, the patient community. We really need to try to get to exactly where we're all talking about, and which is just keep building on what is there already. We just need to get the FDA aligned with that, and we need to try to get, companies aligned with that.
Thanks,
Interestingly, a lot of the electrode devices are actually class 2 devices, and stents are class 3. Good for thought.
Interesting.
There are two things left that I want to make sure that we collectively accomplish. One is that I want to bring in questions from our audience who've been here today. There's two ways to do that. There are some that are in the chat. We may get a chance for people, if interested, to unmute and contribute those if able. But I'll start with one of the questions that's been asked in the chat, which is related to some of the discussion that we were just having. Julio.ag asked, could you talk about BCI screening rules and will it be as restrictive as new drugs? This is related to one of the questions that came up about how will we successfully as a field recruit sufficient numbers of participants for these feasibility trials to get to the pivotal trial. That's of interest, and I know that these are things that David and Brian and others have thought, and Tracy and Tracy as well has thought about in thinking about future clinical trials. So I want to get them to jump in too. How do we get there? What do we do as a field, either from an industry or an academic standpoint, to make sure that all of the excitement that we feel about the potential for brain-computer interfaces to restore communication, restore mobility, how do we make sure that these first clinical trials are able to recruit the incredible selfless pioneers who are going to help us discover how well these technologies are working and how to make them better before they get to the point of being a pivotal device ready for testing. Let me look to our academic colleagues first. Brian, David, Tracy, do you have some thoughts on that?
That's a tough one. I think it's been ongoing for a long time, right? And we don't have nearly the numbers of patients that we want, and recruitment is so sometimes prolonged that if you have a grant, for example, you just have to keep pushing, right? I think one way maybe is, rather than focusing more on sort of the publications in the New England Journal of Medicine and in, the natures of the world, maybe we need to do a little bit more focus on publishing for the lay community. And I think it also starts with education of clinicians, because everybody who's a clinician on this call is pretty much embedded in our community, but there's so many other clinicians out there who are seeing patients every single day. And, if we go out there and make a big push for these types of technologies and having the clinicians understand them, I think that we will get more patients.
Can I add? This might be, this might be somewhat tangential, but also I think one important thing that hopefully we can keep improving on as part of recruitment is somewhat of a preemptive recruitment, which may or may not be difficult to justify with FDA or other regulatory bodies. And what I mean by that is, especially for a disease like ALS that is progressive, it may be beneficial for some kinds of BCI control to start early, like especially, for example, if you're trying to restore speech and make sure that the patient, to demonstrate that the patient can still produce speech output from their intent. It may be extremely beneficial to start early while the patient still has intact speech. And then you can kind of understand these neural signals, perhaps as the disease progresses, and it might, we don't have a lot of evidence on this, but it might improve the technology in the end when the user needs it, when the patient needs it. And so to better understand these things, it can be really important to kind of get approval and get recruitment when the potential participant, kind of as early as possible is my point. And that might actually be really beneficial to the science and to the participant and just to industry and everything.
Thank you, David. I think that's really an important point, and it alludes to this question of what are the inclusion criteria for any of the clinical trials. Are they right? Are they appropriately strict for all the reasons that particularly an industry partner who's launching a new device or testing a new device wants to make sure that the folks that are recruited initially are folks that are potentially could either benefit or could clearly help to provide an answer as to how well and most importantly how safely the technology is working. But the more we loosen those criteria and the earlier we recruit somebody, it may turn out that the device turns out to be that much more helpful. So David's really nice point. Thanks. Brian?
Well, I think that, the struggles that we've had with recruitment, the reasons for those difficulties, some of it is inclusion criteria and so forth, but so much of it is just practical. I mean, this is the thing with the current state of the experiments where it must be done basically in the laboratory. You have to live close to where this is going on, which is only a handful of places in the country if you're talking about intracortical BCIs. So do you live right there? Do you have the support network that's able to transport you from your home to the laboratory multiple times per week? And it's a lot of practical, there are a lot of practical barriers for that kind of participating in that kind of study. But as we, hopefully improve to more consumer ready systems or more, clinical systems that people can have in their homes, and maybe we can, if you wanted to do some kind of study, you just you can just kind of have them run something on their own time, which we're trying to do more of. If it gets to that point, we might see a much bigger pool of people who are willing to participate, because all of these very boring practical reasons aren't such obstacles anymore.
That's right. Those are, sorry, I'll be quick. Those obstacles are real, and that Brian pointed out, although there are, one of the things that we could be doing both academically and from the industry point of view is figuring out ways to get beyond that. The BrainGate trial, for example, has always gone to people's homes to do the research. It takes a tremendous effort to set that up, but the effort's worth it. But what's the next step? How do we get beyond Brian's major point of you have to be within, even with that, you have to be within a certain, radius of where Lee lives, basically, or Jamie Henderson or whatever, to get things done. We now need to think about ways, how do we extend that? How do we get beyond that? And these are things I'm sure Florian and Matt and Tom are questioning as well. How do they extend themselves beyond, Utah and Texas and so on, to reach all the people they need to reach? And I think we need to think of clever ways to do this kind of work, remotely, if you will, or at a distance, or how do we extend ourselves?
Thanks, Sid. And I do want to point out that there's been some nice discussion in the chat emphasizing the benefits that patient advisory boards, patient advisory groups can add to both companies and potentially to the academic groups as well, who are continuing to forward this research and make clear how we can get to our goals of providing technologies that restore communication and mobility that much more quickly. Shell, yes, please.
So Lee, something else that had come up from the academic panelists' questions, one was about education. We have not really addressed it too deeply, and I just want to kind of bring up standardized education for people living with ALS. And, much to David's point, it's a progressive condition, right? So you're going to start losing speech, but your eyes will be okay. So then you've got your eye gaze technology, and then that's going to start becoming more of a challenge. And then what are you going to do at that point? And at which point might you try some non-invasive technologies? And then which ones are the options to you, and what are the risks and benefits for any of those? And then at which point would you want to start talking to some more invasive BCI technologies? I think that as a group of people with ALS, I think that standardized education that is put together by industry and academics, and all of the different ins and outs, risks, benefits, everything is addressed in that, so that it becomes an education tool that kind of goes along with the patient, if you will, right? So I'd like to ask industry, academic, anybody who wants to answer this, what are some of the tools that you use currently, or what are some of the tools that you hope to use, and how can we come up with something like this that is standardized?
I can try to add one thing. It's language modeling. I think it's a huge, again, I'm a little biased because I'm on the speech side, but for any kind of, motor control or attempted speech control communication, there's always some kind of language model used to get the best performance, to get, the best outputs from the user. And so I think there's a lot of potential for kind of some standardized, like really powerful language models that can be used in many efforts and perhaps fine-tuned to the needs of ALS, of patients with ALS. So users that need to communicate for like daily use and caregiving and these kinds of really, really important things, as well as, open-ended communication for their social life and to discuss things with family and things like that.
Thanks, David. Florian and Matt, what do you think about Shell's proposal for a universal education document or website that conveys what the options are for DCIs? And I'll point out that one of the goals here, one of at least my goals, if not all of our goals, is we want you, Matt, you, Florian, and you, Tom, who had to hop off, to all succeed. And what we all hope for is a palette of options for people with ALS and other forms of paralysis. So one of the challenges in building the document, I think, that Shell so wisely proposed is making sure that it is agnostic enough to any particular approach, that it in an unbiased manner actually provides the education and the excitement for these technologies. So I'd be interested in your thoughts.
I think it's probably not a document. I think it's probably a web page. You've probably talked, there's a independent journalist, Levon Roberts, who has actually been thinking along similar lines and talking to many of us about how this might take shape. I don't want to steal her thunder. But I mean, I think in general, some of the challenges that we face when we're talking about these things, even if you sat Florian and Tom and I down in a room and you asked about the relative advantages of the different devices with respect to communication, like we'd very quickly go into the weeds and there'd be certain things we wouldn't agree on. And, and then when you try to compare across, like how do you compare David's paper with Eddie to Sergei Stavisky's work using Utah array to decode speech in Krishna's lab? There's both the physics of how where the signals come from can be hard to understand and very hard to compare across devices. The final performance, as David already mentioned, there's often not a unified way that you can compare apples to apples, the data rate or the communication rate of different devices. And this is just talking about one modality, just talking about communication, not even thinking about controlling a 7 degrees of freedom arm. And so I think something that I would find helpful, and I feel like I'm relatively expert in this, and so I imagine people with ALS and their families would also really appreciate, would be if there were a relatively sophisticated organization that could ingest some of these clinical trials as they're happening, and then find a way to, as best as possible, compare apples to apples, different results, so that if you have an ALS diagnosis and your prognosis is that you'll lose speech in the next 2 years and you have to start making decisions, that you can make plans around what exists right now. And then when people are predicting, but my device is going to be 100 times better in 2 years, and understanding what might actually be happening at what time, I would feel like something like that would be very useful as a resource. And it can't be a white paper because it changes constantly. It has to be a sort of website.
Matt, maybe that's even beyond where we need to be, and what Dr. Lalji was talking about. Wouldn't there be some use for a website or document that's much simpler than that just sort of lays out BCIs? sort of like the introduction that was given at the very beginning, just to sort of introduce, here is this other therapeutic modality that is emerging without getting into the weeds of which is better and which do you like more. And
I think that that's right. Although I think that when it comes to like taking actionable steps, people do have to decide what clinical trial they want to enroll in. They do have to plan. They do have to make plans. And I think being able to understand, maybe not like, maybe it doesn't have to be like a laundry.
I would respectfully say that sadly, we're not there yet, right? We're not at a point now where there's 4 clinical trials that our patients have to choose from, and some of them are great. And we're at a point now where we're trying hard to get the patients to recognize this exists, and they should be thinking about it in ways that are knowledgeable and not fearful. For example, it's come up multiple times, surgery, really scary. Again, I haven't had surgery, but a lot of my patients for epilepsy and have been in a brain gate trial, they get surgery. I would argue that this whole decision-making about surgery should be discussed in a more informative way. Early issues like that, I think, are important to get out there before we get into the weeds of intracortical, not intracortical, etc. Florian, sorry.
I had a colleague. I guess
Matt, you're up. So Matt and then Florian.
Oh, sorry. I would say, I had a discussion with someone with relatively late stage ALS who was trying to make a decision for himself about what he wanted to do next. And he had a lot of anxiety because, I told him there are brain gate trials open right now that you should look into. Well, but I don't live in the US. How would that happen? Maybe I should wait. So maybe something will come to where I live. And also, I'm really excited about Neuralink. And I pull up Twitter, and it looks like Neuralink's going to be in humans like imminently. Like, why would I enroll in the brain gate trial if I can enroll in a Neuralink trial potentially months from now? And so, yeah, I agree with you. There's a sense in which we just need a general education and awareness that BCI exists. But I think there is like that next step that people very quickly have to take is planning, like, what are my next steps? And I do feel that we should try to ideally prepare them for that as well.
So just to kind of stay close to time, I think that all points are really incredible points. And I don't think it's an either or, right? I think it's both, right? So I think as an initial stage, I think an overview and what's out there and what is BCI, and try to take away all of the misconceptions and misperceptions out there. And then once they decide, oh yes, BCI is for me, then really go into the weeds of the different opportunities and the different technologies that are out there, whether it's endovascular or, cortical, et cetera. So thank you for all of those comments. I think very, very important. And I think from, the community, and I want to just kind of mention a couple of things that's in the chat to make sure that our community is being heard. There's been comments about, patient advocacy groups and boards that perhaps the industry and the companies should consider, where you can really talk to the patients and see what they're wanting and at which point in their stage or their progression might they be very excited about BCI and what are their particular concerns. So that was one of the recommendations in the chat, perhaps to do webinars in addition to having a web page or, a document, etc. So a lot of different things are coming through. And what I'm really getting from the chat is everybody is super excited that we are all connecting like this. And this is so inspiring. Truly so inspiring to have industry and academics and the people who are living with ALS and other conditions that would be considering BCI down the road. And we're really hoping that with all of your hard work, everybody that's on this call, truly, we're so grateful for each of you to be on this call, to take out your entire day to be here with us, to prepare for it and to really think things through with us, ultimately for the people who are struggling and suffering on a daily basis. I think it's really important to involve the community and to involve each of you together like we are doing, and hopefully we'll do this again as we move this field forward. So Lee, do you want me to take a moment to thank everybody and wrap it up? Is there anything else that you or Jen want to say?
I'll just to add to this important conversation, both in the chat and Shell, as you were just saying, I think one thread that perhaps hasn't been adequately said out loud is that in all of the ongoing BCI trials since day one, since we started in 2004, and since then, the feedback from the participants, the real-time engagement across everybody who's represented here in how is the system working, what should the system do, how can we make it better, that feedback, perhaps more so, actually, without any doubt, more so than any other technology in medicine that I'm aware of, that feedback has informed the progress in this field. It's driven every lab that's represented here today. It's driven every company to try to figure out how can this device be the best possible. And so I just want to agree completely with both the chat and the suggestions that the constant input from the community, from people with ALS, from caregivers, from family members, what is it? How can these devices be as best as possible? That is what we are all aiming for. And I think the folks that are here today are doing an outstanding job in incorporating that and should continue to do so. And so with that statement, and then I'll hand back to Shell and Jen. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today, for our speakers and panelists collectively, for your time and preparation, and for your keen insights. I think today was really educational for everybody who's been tuning in terms of spreading awareness about brain-computer interfaces, their opportunities, their challenges. And I really enjoyed being by all of your sides today. And thanks so much. And with that, I'll hand back to Shell and Jen.
Thank you, Lee. Once again, just on behalf of the community and people living with ALS, I would say that all the work that each of you are doing on this platform, we truly, truly appreciate it. This is something that, we know that people living with ALS and other conditions that don't allow us to say what we want to our family, to our children, to our spouses, in the way that we would like to, and we end up losing the battle before we are able to vocalize and verbalize these things. I think it's a very traumatic and a very heartbreaking situation. And really, every single one of you is doing this for the end user, for the people out there. And in the moments where you are feeling exhausted and disappointed and disheartened because something didn't go through, something didn't get approved, you have to go back to the drawing board. In all of those times, please remember that we are eternally grateful for all the work that you're doing. And it really matters. Every single thing that you're doing really, really matters. And everything that we can do as a community, we're here to do. I think there's a lot of people on this call who want to give back so much and want to really contribute. I'd encourage you to reach out to them, and I'd encourage the people on this call to reach out to the industry experts and the academic experts, and just engage in a conversation and really let your thoughts be known. With that, I just want to say thank you, and truly grateful to Lee for moderating this amazing session and being so instrumental in putting this together, for Jen and ALS ONE to help us put this on the map as part of their annual research symposium. Jen, it's yours.
Gosh, I don't know how to follow up from that. This has been just overwhelming to listen to, and I can't thank everyone enough. I'm overwhelmed with feelings of hope from the positivity, but I'm also, overwhelmed with the feeling of anxiety of how, as an ALS society, do we advance all these incredible discoveries quicker, right? So we've become a society now that we want things right away, and technology has just blossomed so much over the past, I'll say 10 to 20 years, but really over the past 5 to 10, with just rapid speed that we expect that. And, you know, good or bad, it's here. And the people who are living with ALS deserve that. They deserve that speed and in that rapid progression. But we also do know that it takes time. But it is so inspiring to hear all of this and to see so many people who have given their life's work and have made it their life's work to help others in a way. You know, I lost, you know, our founder, Kevin Gosnell. He was a very close friend of mine. He was diagnosed at age 46. He lost his battle at age 48. He unknowingly had the SOD1 gene mutation in his family, and he inherited it. And it was a very rapid progression. But when he was diagnosed, he put all of his fears aside. He put all of his family's fears in